The opening image shows a beautiful young woman with golden hair, wearing a gorgeous dress. She is the enchantress Lakesia, the queen of the underworld and the most beautiful flower. Her footsteps leave behind an enchanting scent. A gentle smile with a bit of refined elegance appears on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes are as red as roses. People call her an enchantress for a reason. But with a face like a flower, things are not as everyone thinks. Her nature is extremely cruel. Lakesia is ruthless and sharp like rose thorns. She is also likened to beautiful but poisonous night butterflies. Because of her beautiful face, her personality is not liked by everyone. She can crush any flower that she likes. Anything that is not to her liking will be destroyed. Among the roses, Lakesia is like a noble young lady. This beauty cannot be described on her face. In the underworld, everyone feels uncomfortable because of her. But they can only bow before the beauty and power of Lakesia. A smile will appear on the corner of her mouth. She looks up ahead. With this face, any boy would be willing to die for her. But even so, everything good did not happen as she wished. Someone important to the emperor suddenly disappeared, one day. Newspapers are constantly being distributed along with people's whispers and discussions. A series of rumors arose before her sudden disappearance. As a beautiful noble lady under one person and above 10,000 people, she was arrested and imprisoned, held by the heretical inquisitor in the dark dungeon under the Holy See. That is not just the worst thing for her. She was now completely betrayed by the animal she raised. The ending for her was not as beautiful as she imagined, being eaten alive by the flesh-eating animals she raised. They only gave a hypothesis. But even so, the story continues to be told. No one knows the truth behind it. The scene switches to a simple little house but full of warmth. Even if they knew the truth, they would not believe it. But that is just the beginning of the next story. Lakesia herself could not believe her eyes. One morning waking up, a little girl hugged her cheeks and sighed in frustration. Unexpectedly it came to this. The image shows a little beauty quickly blending into nature. Butterflies constantly surrounding her as if they are praising her as the queen, the most beautiful woman in the world. A notorious villain who only lives to satisfy her arrogance. And the story is gradually being told. I, the main character in all the grand events and incidents. A scream echoed from inside the house. The beautiful girl with golden hair and red eyes angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" Lakesia could not accept that she had become a 5-year-old child. But what is the real reason behind that story? Let us follow. There is a complex story behind why I fell into this situation. Time has shifted to a month ago. At this time inside Lakesia's mansion, her angry voice rang out, "What?" Sitting on the high chair looking down below, "Everything must succumb to Lakesia's beauty," she asked coquettishly. The Basilian family secretly adopted a child. Slender fingers slowly placed down on the table. A warm voice quickly rang out, "Yes, I have confirmed it." The young man's face shone brightly, smiling as he reported everything to her. The Basilian family directly concealed the identity and visited the orphanage. A delicate face with gentle features. This young man is the dog person, Hata, Lakesia's subordinate and intelligence. Looking at this appearance is enough to see how beautiful he is. He is like a little puppy standing in front of her and happily saying his thoughts. So, Hata has a plan for someone here. She was a little surprised when she heard that and looked up at him. "What is it?" His eyes became brighter. He happily put his hand forward to inform her, disguised as the head of the orphanage, and approached the count. When he only said that, Lakesia coldly interrupted him, "No." Her face became extremely cold and slowly stood up. She did not forget to teach him, temporary approach, "Can't collect the information I want," hearing her say these things. He immediately looked bored and continued to ask her again. "Then what to do? Is there a better way?" She nodded to signal him yes. Her face now bloomed with a playful smile. She smiled and announced, "I will directly turn into a child and become the adopted daughter of the Count family." Hearing these words from her own mouth, Hata became extremely worried. He hurriedly hugged his face with his hands and sighed, "Yes, that is too dangerous, Miss Lakesia." She calmly picked up her hat and stood up to announce, "It is not the first or second time I have encountered danger." At this time, she quickly remembered the servants there, and at the same time she had her own calculations in her head. She spoke again to him. The servants of the Basilian family are famous for being loyal and tight-lipped. It seems that Lakesia is extremely determined with this intention of hers. She quickly picked up the hat on her hand and examined it carefully. "It is better for me to enter myself." Speaking of this, she slowly turned her head to look at Hata and smiled to comfort his worried mood. "There is nothing I can't do, right? Finally found the traces of those who destroyed my life." She also gradually recounted her own story. "The only reason that makes me so reckless. She has wounds in her heart that no one can know, stories that only she understands, is to avenge those who destroyed my happiness. My mother was a crazy fairy. She left this world after giving birth to me. She only knows everything through stories." The image appears when Lakesia was just a baby. Her mother hugged her in her arms. "I inherited power from such a mother, and was abandoned in the world of fairies from birth. She continued to step outside. At this time the moonlight was high. Looking up at the full moon right in front of her, she thought to herself, the secret of my birth. I do not know anything about it. Time has shifted to 5 years ago, Lakeisha slowly recounted. On my 15th birthday, everyone around quickly stood around her, as if they wanted to share the joy of her birthday. Lakeisha, they held a white cake as beautiful as her appearance. Everyone constantly surrounded her, smiling and congratulating, happy birthday. But on Lakeisha's face, she did not seem to care about these things. Until then, I did not know I was a fairy. Looking at the big beautiful cake right in front of her, she became extremely touched looking at this cake and surprisingly made a wish. Remembering something important, she immediately looked up at the head of the orphanage and worriedly asked, "Our orphanage's finances are not much. Where did the head of the orphanage get this cake?" She laughed when she heard that and replied, "Why are you worried about this?" This kid outside, a beautiful butterfly quickly flew to the window as if wanting to share the joy. I lived very happily at the orphanage. The head of the orphanage gently smiled and stroked her head. Thank you for being born and being by our side, Lakeisha. She immediately became touched when she heard these words and looked up at her. Head of the orphanage, her story is gradually being told. I do not have parents. In return, I have a loving head of the orphanage and my friends. All good things must come to an end, but her eyes witnessed the scene of the butterfly flying towards her neck. Her face became extremely serious. Everything changed after I awakened my fairy power. It seemed that her body quickly had a change. She hugged her chest and cried out in pain. Seeing her look strange, the head of the orphanage worriedly ran over and called her name Lakeisha. Outside the orphanage at this time, uninvited guests quickly appeared. These 3 guys stood on high observing everything inside the house. They quickly discussed with each other. Found it. It seems that the information is true. The price for a newly awakened fairy is very good. One of them quickly held a torch in his hand and slowly moved forward. He turned his head and informed his comrades, "Let us start hunting." A cruel plan was hatched. The flames constantly engulfed and burned the entire place. In the human world, mysterious creatures like fairies are only trading objects. The scene here became extremely tragic. They were very evil when doing all these things. The hunters who were looking for that power attacked the orphanage. Outside the orphanage was burning fiercely. Lakeisha sat there alone with a look of despair. She recounted in helplessness, "And I am the only survivor." Looking up at the place that had taken care of her from childhood to adulthood was being destroyed right in front of her. Her face became extremely helpless and she shouted, "No." Looking at everyone who was constantly being burned by the flames in despair, Lakeisha could only hug her face helplessly. At this time her eyes were only filled with hatred. "It is all my fault. I am the one who caused everyone to die. If I were not a fairy, then everyone would have." Thinking of this made her dare not think any further. She helplessly looked up ahead and kept shouting in despair, "And so, I lost everything. Everything is getting worse and worse in her life. My life is full of pain, despair and being chased by hunters." She became extremely helpless and kept running away while all of them chased after. Her past was spent in despair. She ran forward while crying helplessly. Occasionally she looked down at the skinny fingers right in front of her. "No place welcomes me." There were days when she was so exhausted that she wanted to give up everything. She walked barefoot forward. To survive, power is what I need. Her eyes became extremely desperate looking ahead. In the end, what I chose. After a long period of suffering, this time she completely transformed into a different person. She completely gained the power and beauty for herself. She could avenge all those who had suffered. Because of her, seeing her holding the weapon and moving forward, the guy right in front of her became extremely desperate. That is all the information I know from the fairy hunt." This person's voice became extremely desperate. He kept begging helplessly, "I have said everything, please spare my life." But she can't easily let it go. All the suffering she had to endure, she will gradually return it all. Use the fairy power to avenge. She quickly raised her weapon forward. A shrill scream kept ringing out. This hunter became extremely scared. It turned out that she was still kind and did not kill him, but her voice was still as cold as ever. "Get lost after telling everything." This guy heard that she spared him. He hurriedly turned his head and ran away quickly with fear. Lakeisha looked at his back with very strange eyes. After mastering her power, I began to look for the culprits who destroyed my life. The time at this time was late at night. She looked up ahead. The moon was still as full as ever. The fairy hunters are just puppets. Clearly there are people behind directing. The figure of the little girl kneeling down at the foot of the orphanage was quickly revealed. At this time Lakeisha secretly swore in her heart, "I will not spare anyone. For that reason I chose to become a villain." But things are not as simple as she thought. After many years of chasing, I discovered she constantly stood in front of the hunters torturing. She even went to the bar to find information from the hunters together. A story has finally been revealed. My mother's madness was a fairy experiment. The opening image shows the image of 2 mothers and daughters very close, as if there is a binding link to each other. Because of inheriting that blood, my power is different from ordinary fairies. The deeper she searched, the more she understood an issue. and there are rumors that one of the three great noble families of the Palan Empire conducted cruel experiments on fairies. Lakeisha let go of her hands. She continued to look up ahead. But I can't touch the gas clan, so I found another way. Finally the opportunity came. Lakeisha's face at this time became extremely pensive. She looked up ahead and thought, it really is Basilon. A snake symbol with the image of a noble quickly appeared in her head, one of the three great nobles of the Palan Empire, said to be the most secret family because there is very little information about them. The image this time is a tall young man, even though he is a great noble, but no one knows the face of Count Basilon. All members of the family rarely participate in foreign activities. Thinking of this, Lakeisha became extremely hesitant and did not know what to do right. While she was still immersed in her thoughts, a small butterfly seemed to fly in to guide her. People only know that the Countess passed away a few years ago, and the successor among the three sons has been determined. The image of all three sons with red eyes quickly appeared in her head. Such a secret family is the place I suspect the most. Although there are three sons, they still go to adopt a child. This makes her extremely curious. Returning to reality, Lakeisha continued to hesitate and think, not from another noble family, but from an orphanage. Something is not normal. At this time, a thought quickly appeared in her head. They may adopt a child to do some experiments. The image appearing before her eyes is the image of a butterfly being brutally stabbed by a sword. Hearing her plan, Hata became extremely worried. He hurriedly spoke. But it is too risky. I object, Miss Lakeisha. The information known is very little. We do not know what dangers are waiting for you. Hearing him say that, she laughed. Her face became extremely mysterious. Hata, do not forget the promise when you are in trouble. Hearing this from her, he could only sigh helplessly. I know. I will make a potion to make the young lady smaller. Hearing him agree to her condition, she became completely happy. She did not forget to remember it is 10 years old. Making me too small will not be easy to collect information. Then she continued to ask him, the Count personally came to the orphanage, right? He nodded to confirm with her that it was certain. Yes, certainly. Hearing this certainty, she seemed to nod in understanding. So, infiltrating the Basilian Count family is a good plan. But, the scene switches to a simple little wooden house but full of warm space. Inside the wooden house, Lakeisha looked at the small face in the mirror. She angrily thought, really crazy. At this time she was Chaisha, that is her nickname. She is only 5 years old. She continued to look at herself. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. She angrily thought, I do not know if there is something wrong with the medicine. But I have become a child who can't even speak clearly. Moreover, a month has passed since I came to the orphanage, but there is still no news about Count Basilian. But more importantly, Lakeisha was extremely bored when looking at the pile of dirty things on the ground. The little girl angrily thought, more than anything, I have reached my limit when living in such a messy cradle. While still complaining, the little girl unconsciously recalled her happy orphanage before. The orphanage I used to live in when I was young was very clean and cared about our meals. But this orphanage was beyond the little girl's imagination. She continued to look at the head of the orphanage, who was constantly holding gold coins and smiling happily. But this place does not care about the children except for money. And what made the little girl even more angry was that the children around here kept bothering her. Already, these kids are too annoying. These kids kept teasing and teasing her. It is mine. They kept throwing paper at her and teasing. Hey little thing. This made the little girl very angry. The more she thought, the more she could not stand it. The little girl cried and hugged her head and kept screaming. It has been a month. When will it finally come? While the little girl was still hugging her head and crying, a voice quickly rang out. Hey, hurry outside. The voices of the little boys and girls quickly ran outside. They kept announcing to each other, a noble is coming. There is even a big and cool carriage. Lakeisha sat on the side and quickly noticed these words. The little girl's eyes quickly lit up with surprise. Noble. Thinking of her plan, the little girl quickly picked up her skirt and stood up to go outside. While walking, the little girl thought to herself, could it be? At this time, the little girl was looking forward to the person who came called a noble. Could it be? The little girl slowly opened the door and stepped outside. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lakeisha was startled and opened her eyes wide with unbelievable surprise. That. The little girl quickly looked at the luxurious and large horses standing still there. Good thoroughbred horses. Then the little girl quickly noticed the gilded carriage that was continuing to move forward. Luxurious carriage. In addition, there was a servant standing right next to her and respectfully opening the door. This made the little girl very expectant, and the servant had dignity. Lakeisha's eyes immediately became more sparkling. She continued to look up ahead and surprisingly thought, then that man. At this time she was thinking of a hypothesis. Is the head of Basilian, Count Kieran Basilian? The man was slowly taking steps forward with a serious look. He has a very cold face, but with this handsome face AD would like to give him 10 points no buts. He continued to step slowly and surely forward. Lakeisha looked at the boy with a cold face and dignified style who was moving forward. The little girl quickly thought, no mistake. Kieran quickly looked up at the children in the orphanage. He slowly announced, I am here to adopt a child. The little girl immediately became very expectant and thought, that person must be Count Basilian. At this time she became very happy and thought, one of the 3 great nobles of the Palan Empire. Thinking of this, Lakesia had a very happy smile. The head of the orphanage saw that the distinguished guest had arrived to welcome her. She hurriedly stepped forward and introduced, oh, of course, please come in and have some tea. The little girl on the side saw the head of the orphanage's attitude like that and was speechless. It really did not waste the wait, looks difficult. Contrary to the head of the orphanage's friendly attitude, he became very cold. He looked up ahead and announced, no wasting time. His eyes coldly glanced down at all the children around here. His cold voice rang out, I will see right here, seeing that he was a very cold and scary person. All the children in the orphanage immediately trembled and hugged each other in fear. Lakesia on the side saw these things and immediately became happy. The little girl happily thought. Finally, realizing that her opportunity was approaching, the little girl quickly pushed up trying to let him see. In her head she had her own thoughts, at all costs, get the Count's attention. If you only know how to stand here trembling, then get out of the way. But the little girl's body was too small compared to her peers. This made it a bit difficult for her to approach Kieran. The little girl worriedly thought, he looks very anxious. If this continues, he won't see me. After a very careful observation, he boredly turned around and left. I have seen and there is no child I want, I am leaving. The head of the orphanage saw that her cash cow had left and immediately hurriedly turned around and said to him, yes, you can wait a bit. While he was preparing to leave, a voice quickly shouted, wait. Hearing the small voice ring out, the two were startled and slowly turned their heads back with confused eyes. There was no other way. Lakesia had to lift the bread and shout me at this time. The little girl thought desperately, no, can't leave like this. The little girl kept waving the bread and said to him, I am here, take me with you at this time. The little girl angrily thought, I have been waiting for you for a whole month. The little girl's steps quickly took fast steps forward. It seemed that the little girl wanted to leave with Kieran right now and now. After seeing Lakesia, his eyes became even colder and he questioned the little girl, why should I take you with me? The little girl was still holding the blood bread in her hand. She brought bread to prepare for this moment. Hearing his question, the little girl quickly threw the blood bread down to the ground. The little girl surprisingly called out, seriously, can't you see? The little girl became very confident, stood with her arms crossed and said to him, because I am Ishi to awe. What she meant was that she was very cute. But it seemed that this trick was not effective compared to him. He still looked at her with very cold eyes as if he did not care about these things, but the little girl could not give up so easily. She told herself, to be chosen, there is only this way. The little girl continued to look at the other children in the orphanage who were constantly trembling and crying when they saw Kieran. The Count deliberately exuded murderous intent, probably looking for a child who can withstand it. Thinking of this made her even more sure. The little girl continued to look ahead and then was immersed in her own thoughts, which means the Count needs a fearless child. A thought appeared in the little girl's head. How is it? Is this enough to take me away? Suddenly at this moment, he laughed confusingly. It seemed that he had become a different person. He slowly sat down right in front of Lakesia. His voice was much gentler. What is your name? Lakesia was very calm. She looked up at Kieran and repeated her name to him. Chesha, call me Chesha. Hearing this name, his face suddenly changed. He very seriously and coldly asked again in confusion, the same. Seeing his attitude look strange, this made the little girl a bit confused. She still did not understand what was happening. What do you mean? He gently picked up the little girl in his arms and announced, okay. He smiled and said to the head of the orphanage, I will take this child. Lakesia calmly looked at Kieran's face, who was smiling at her. At this time, his face had become very warm. He smiled and said to the little girl, from now on, I am your father, Chesha. Seeing that his attitude had turned 180 degrees, this made the little girl even more confused. She did not know what to say in this case. What is it? Why is the attitude suddenly different? The little girl hurriedly replied, yes. The little girl reassured herself, surely it is okay. Right, immediately after that Kieran picked up Lakesia into the carriage and slowly left the orphanage. The head of the orphanage in the back kept bowing. You be careful. The other children immediately saw him and were scared and wanted to cry. The wheels of the carriage continued to roll on a new journey for Lakesia. The little girl was sitting on Kieran's lap. The little girl thought a little angrily. It is so uncomfortable, sitting on someone else's lap like this. Seeing that the little girl was still struggling, he looked surprised. You are squirming too much. Lakesia was startled and confused when she heard that. Kieran smiled and asked the little girl as if teasing, still not used to father, Chesha. The little girl laughed and hurriedly shook her head to explain, no. Remembering something, he immediately took out something and announced to the little girl, father has prepared something for Chesha. The little girl looked forward to it a bit. Then she was immersed in her own thoughts. What is it? Why does he look like a delicate person? He quickly gave a gift in front of the little girl. Here, a gift for you. He quickly put two strange bracelets on the little girl's hand. Looking at these two bracelets, the little girl immediately became desperate. She still did not understand what the hell was going on with this guy. Is not this a magic control bracelet? The little girl's face tried to suppress the anger in her heart. She quickly glanced at Kieran sitting quietly there. Also, how could he easily accept me? He was still coldly looking at her as if probing. He wants to confirm if I have turned into a child, right? The little girl quickly remembered the medicine that Hata had once made for her. But once you drink the medicine made by the beastman Hata, it is not easy to be detected. The power of mysterious creatures like beastmen is different from magic, so. Lakeisha immediately became obedient like normal children. She smiled and said to him, "Thank you, so pretty, but Chaisha feels a bit heavy," she secretly determined in her heart. "I will take advantage of it in reverse." At this time she had her own calculations. What does it feel like when becoming a sorcerer wearing a magic control bracelet on a good child, seeing that she did not have any strange movements? Kieran gave a forced smile. There was no other way. He hurriedly took off the bracelet for the little girl and explained, "Not this one, I must have been wrong. I will give you a better bracelet later." The little girl looked sulky when she heard that, but in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief as if she had passed the crisis. I have passed one level for now. It seems that Kieran is very pleased with this child. He smiled and said to the little girl, "Chaisha, if you want anything, just tell me any time." The little girl was a little curious when she heard that and asked, "What if I want?" He laughed and continued to announce to the little girl, "I will give you everything." His hand quickly reached out to the little girl. He said warmly, "In return, I also have something I need Chaisha to do." He gently lifted the little girl's head and moved closer. Just one thing. The little girl's face became very surprised and did not understand what was going on. He continued to say very confusing words to the little girl, "Just do as I say." His face at this time became very strange and stared at the little girl. "How is it easy, right?" Looking at this face of his, Lakeisha also felt a bit scared and confused. The little girl looked up at Kieran and thought, "What is this ominous feeling? Surely, his adoption has a purpose." The little girl continued to look at his face. At this time different thoughts appeared in her head. Indeed, the fairy experimenter is Count Basilian. While the carriage was continuing to move forward, a voice slowly rang out, "Excuse me, we will check for a moment." A group of soldiers stood next to the two people's carriage. Lakeisha was surprised to see this and thought, "Holy night, why is there a sudden check?" Kieran also coldly glanced and asked, "What is wrong?" The two guards hurriedly explained that. Their faces became very serious and announced, "We are hunting the villain Lakeisha." The little girl sitting on the side heard her name and was startled in surprise. "Me." The little girl's face immediately became normal again. The little girl sighed and continued to look ahead and then was immersed in her own thoughts. "Also, I have been hiding for a month. Considering the trouble I have caused, being hunted is also obvious, but checking civilians is not a bit too much." Hearing the guard say these words, Kieran was also surprised and asked, "Speaking of which, Lakeisha has been quite quiet recently." The little girl was startled and surprised when she heard that. "Kieran knows me." The little girl continued to look up at Kieran's contemplative face. This made the little girl quite surprised. It seemed that he grasped her actions. The underworld is a place where people who have been abandoned by this society gather. Why would Kieran pay attention to someone in the underworld like me? Feeling that they had gossiped a bit too much, these two guards hurriedly spoke, "Very sorry, but please let us check your identity." Kieran coldly replied to these two people, "Do not want to." These two people were a bit embarrassed when they heard him say that and hurriedly explained, "Before confirming your identity, we can't let you pass. Please get out of the carriage." Hearing these words, he became even more stubborn. He coldly said to the two people, "Do not want to." Hearing him say these words made them even more surprised. At this time, a very strange smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth and he gently hugged Lakeisha in his arms, "Because I want to keep secret the fact that I adopted my daughter." His eyes became very scary but stared at these people and declared, "So, everyone forget it all." A stream of purple magic quickly appeared, making the little girl quickly understand the problem. This magic, at the same time both guards seemed to have been hypnotized. These two people quickly said in unison, "Yes, I understand." The little girl stood in the back and watched everything. The little girl surprisingly thought, "Is dark magic?" The carriage continued to move forward. Only this time Lakeisha had become very confused. The little girl surprisingly thought, "Hack magic is forbidden in the Empire. But Basilian, one of the great nobles, is a black magician. What the hell is this situation?" Seeing that the little girl looked so scared, Kieran gently hugged the little girl in his arms. "Sorry for letting you see this, Chaisha." He continued to stroke the little girl's head. "If they did not bother me, I would have let it go." He continued to snap his fingers and then ordered, "Since this is the case, let us leave here quickly." Magic completely surrounded this carriage quickly. It seemed that he was preparing to use teleportation. Time continued to change. Lakeisha looked at the mountain in the distance. A light breeze blew by. The little girl quickly held her hair. In the blink of an eye she was standing in another place. This is also hack magic, right? Since he has been discovered as a hack magician, he does not even bother to hide it anymore. The little girl and Kieran continued to move forward step by step. So, this place. Looking at the huge mansion and the soldiers standing in straight rows guarding this place, the little girl gradually understood something. Is the Basilian Count mansion. He continued to lead the little girl towards the huge castle that was a bit dark right in front of her. He introduced, "Welcome to the Castle of Snakes." He stepped forward step by step. He gently reached out to support Lakeisha, my daughter. The image appears in a deserted scene with few people. A man quickly runs forward as if something important has happened. Next is a dart that quickly shoots out from the front as if assassinating this man. A shrill scream. Along with his scream, the guy from before was lying on the ground. In the meantime, a man was gradually moving forward step by step towards him. Turning his head back and seeing the scene of this man appearing, he became very worried and hurriedly stammered, "You." His desperate voice rang out, "Inquisitor, heretic." Contrary to his stammering words, Hylon was still very calm, possessing white hair and red eyes. Hylon is the heretical inquisitor of the holy nation Hildred. Hylon held his weapon and gradually moved towards this poor man. He continued to ask in a scary voice, "Once you have come into contact with forbidden power, you must have prepared yourself, right?" A shrill scream kept ringing out. The unlucky guy was completely logged out in Halen's hands. When he had just finished dealing with this pile of corpses, a group of people quickly stepped forward and worriedly called his name, Lord Hylon. After hearing this group of people recount everything, his eyes became very cold. He glanced at his subordinates. "What about the enchantress?" Seeing that his attitude looked strange, the subordinates hurriedly reported everything. "Not yet, although we have conducted a check, we have not obtained any information." He quietly held the small weapon in his hand when he heard that, "No information." The image that appears is the image of Lakeisha. She stepped forward step by step. A strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Hylon." She gently pressed him down to the ground and announced, "You are my prey." Then she continued to lean down and gently kiss him on the neck. So her words kept ringing in his ears like a warning, "Do not waste your life." Thinking back to this, Hylon became very pensive. He looked up at the full moon right in front of him. He was very curious about the girl who had disappeared strangely. Where has she disappeared to? Lakeisha. The scene switches to a house with luxurious beds. At the same time, Lakeisha was still tossing and turning in bed. She could not sleep and kept staring ahead. Seeing that the little girl looked hard to sleep, Kieran laughed and hurriedly put his hand on the little girl to comfort her. "I will put you to sleep tonight too." The little girl was a bit uncomfortable, but she still nodded in agreement. "Yes," although the little girl was very angry at these actions. "I am going crazy." The little girl remembered everything when she moved to the mansion. The little girl walked step by step towards the long corridor. Kieran was also walking behind her. "It has been a week since I came to the Count's mansion. Why is Kieran sticking to me so much?" Not only walking behind the little girl, many times he picked up the little girl and smiled to announce, "Come, Chaisha, let us go to the office together." The little girl was a bit angry in her heart when she saw this. "And what are you bringing me along for?" The image that appears is Lakeisha quickly sitting in Kieran's lap. He was still happily working as if nothing had happened, and the little girl was always angrily staring at this foster father. "I want to escape from this body as soon as possible. Because of him, I can't do anything. Do not even mention investigating." Thinking of this, the little girl thought a bit angrily. Could it be that he has recognized my identity and is playing me? The little girl unconsciously remembered the comic book that she had once read. The image that appears is a wolf aiming at Little Red Riding Hood. The wolf saw Little Red Riding Hood as very delicious, and the little girl was still reaching out to it and shouting, "Stop!" Kieran's warm voice slowly rang out asking the little girl, "Interesting, right, Chaisha?" The little girl continued to look at his happy face while he was putting her to sleep. Even so, surely he is hiding something. A thought appeared in the little girl's head. Because Kieran is a black magician, in the little girl's head she quickly thought of a noble symbol, in the Great Lock where religion has a great influence. Hack magic is strictly controlled because of the holy nation Hildred. In Lakeisha's head, she thought of the scene of a man standing in the middle of a flock of crows constantly flying in the air. The Great Empire is also a place under the strong control of the holy nation. Any hack magician who uses power contrary to God's will, and what must come will come, they will receive the death penalty as soon as they are discovered. The image of the guillotine quickly appeared. But not only Kieran, there are still two dangerous characters who have not yet revealed themselves, even if it is Kieran, a master with the ability to control the mind. Thinking of this, the little girl's face became very serious. She quickly glanced at Kieran's face. "When life is threatened." He smiled softly at the little girl. It seemed that he wanted to coax the little girl to sleep, and the little girl was still immersed in her own thoughts. Ordinary people would have no reason to use black magic. This made Lakeisha even more determined. She clenched her hand and decided, "I have to find out what his plan is." Seeing that the little girl was still unable to sleep, Kieran laughed softly and asked the little girl, "Are you still not asleep, or should I sing a lullaby?" The little girl stared at him angrily and thought, "Quickly reveal your inner self. What is the point of acting like a father?" His songs kept ringing out. The small room was filled with gentle songs, but this did not calm Lakeisha down. She was even more angry, really singing heaven. "It is so bad. If you're going to sing, sing well, this tone-deaf guy." The little girl gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. If only this was my mother's lullaby. The little girl quickly fell asleep. A person quickly appeared in her dream. It can be guessed that her mother appeared. "I have no memory of the time before I was admitted to the orphanage. I have no memory of the time before I was admitted to the orphanage." Kieran smiled softly when he saw that the little girl had fallen asleep. The little girl was still a bit confused. This chaotic rhythm can't be a lullaby. Even though she thought like that, she finally fell into a deep sleep. "But I do not know why my eyes slowly." After a long period of time, a gentle voice rang out. "Did you sleep well, Chaisha?" The little girl heard her name being called and quickly woke up. "When did I fall asleep?" The little girl surprisingly and confusedly thought, "Damn it, because I am in this small body, my physical strength is the same." Seeing that the little girl had woken up, Kieran smiled and announced to the little girl, "Just in time, there is something very interesting outside." While Lakeisha was still not understanding what was going on, he quickly picked up the little girl and went outside. "Look," the little girl surprisingly looked outside in the direction he was pointing. The little girl continued to look at the fountain in front of her. He smiled and announced, "Your brothers have returned." The image of 3 young masters quickly appeared, slowly entering the palace. Lakeisha looked closely at the faces of these 3 people. She looked at them in surprise and thought, "Those are the 3 Basilian brothers." The image of the oldest boy among them quickly appeared in her head. "I know very little information about these 3 brothers. The eldest son is 13 years old this year. Next is a boy with different golden hair along with a boy who seems smaller. And I only just learned that the twins under the eldest son are 11 years old." Kieran smiled and announced to the little girl, "Then let us go to work, Chaisha." The little girl reluctantly agreed, yes, although the little girl was a bit angry and thought, "Why does he keep taking me to work? I need time alone." After entering a large room filled with luxurious things, Kieran gently placed the little girl on the table and instructed, "You sit here." A strange smile bloomed on his face, then he slowly took the sword and went outside. He did not forget to announce, "I have to go out for a bit today. Chaisha, can you be alone?" Lakeisha was still sleepy. She was thinking about the words he had just said to her. She suddenly realized something. Immediately she was happy like a child. She quickly laughed and nodded in agreement, yes. At this time the little girl had become very happy. She kept happily sitting there and laughing loudly. "Finally I am alone." While the little girl was still happy, he quickly announced, "Come in." The door was slowly opened. A person quickly stepped forward. He continued to welcome back, Belzian." A boy with a cold face quickly stepped inside. This boy is none other than the eldest son of the Basilian family, Belzian Basilian. He continued to ask him, "Nothing special." Hearing this question, he quickly glanced at Lakeisha with surprised eyes. After seeing the little girl, his eyes quickly changed with a very cold and uncomfortable look. He did not care about the little girl. He coldly said to his father, "It seems it is time you need to go to the Black Forest." Hearing this, he seemed to nod in agreement with his eldest son. "Indeed, even if you did not say it, I was planning to." Seeing his judgmental look, Lakeisha was a little uncomfortable. She angrily looked at him with a disgusted face. "Why does he keep staring at me? Moreover, the Black Forest." In her head, she quickly thought of a very dangerous Black Forest. She suddenly understood everything. The Black Forest is rumored to be a place where sunlight cannot penetrate during the day and monsters live, and even many strange things happen, although no one enters or leaves. Thinking of this, she was immersed in her own thoughts. The fact that the Castle of Snakes is located in the middle of the Black Forest contributes to the mystery of the Basilian family. But this makes her even more confused. Why did Kieran come to such a place? After finishing talking, Belzian quickly turned around and left. He did not forget to say goodbye. "Then I will take my leave." Before he could step outside, Kieran laughed and continued to ask him, "Looks a lot like it, right?" Hearing this sentence, he was startled and confused. But he quickly fell silent and did not reply. Perhaps he was immersed in his own thoughts. Immediately after that, he turned back and coldly announced, "If you want to go crazy, then go crazy alone." His voice became very scary. "Do not drag innocent people into this." Witnessing this whole scene made Lakeisha become very confused. She could not believe this family was so strange. The atmosphere is so tense. Are they really father and son? Kieran saw that the eldest had left and laughed and explained to the little girl, "Because the eldest is a bit cold, so you are surprised, right?" Hearing this, the little girl quickly nodded in response. "It is okay." He saw that the little girl was so obedient. He smiled gently and stroked the little girl's head. "Then okay, I am leaving and coming back." The little girl quickly put on a bored face in front of him. He continued to step out of the door. He did not forget to remind, "Even if it is late, I will be back by tomorrow morning. You go to sleep first." The little girl quickly walked towards her bedroom. Yes, but in her head she had her own thoughts that she was about to say something, father, but the little girl laughed and continued to look up ahead and asked Kieran with an innocent look, "Who do I look like?" The little girl was immersed in her own thoughts. The words just now, anyone who hears it will find it suspicious. Immediately after hearing these questions from her, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Just looking at his face was enough to feel scared. He did not respond. The little girl continued to look at him with expectant eyes. This is the second time Kieran has said that I look like someone. He was still calmly immersed in his own thoughts. Looks like it, so she remembered everything at the orphanage. The scene just now when Kieran chatted with Belzian was all heard by her. Looks a lot like it, right, and in front of Belzian. This made Lakeisha quickly remember the time they chatted in the carriage. Speaking of which, Lakeisha has been quite quiet recently. He even made her a bit confused. He even directly mentioned her name. Thinking of this, Lakeisha's face quickly appeared with a very serious face with sharp eyes. Perhaps the adoption of me, a fairy, is not random, but under the guise of a scary enchantress. Lakeisha is currently still a lovely little girl. She asked herself, what is his purpose, Kieran? Lakeisha used an innocent face. She looked up ahead and smiled and asked, who do I look like? Kieran heard these words and quickly fell silent. After a long period of silence, he slowly spoke that thing. He smiled gently and leaned down to stroke the little girl's hair and instructed, I will let you know when I get back. Speaking of this, he immediately stood up and did not forget to scare the little girl. In return, you have to obediently wait for me to come back. Seeing that there was not much time left, Kieran quickly turned around and left. See you again. The little girl happily waved goodbye like a child, yes. Immediately after he left, Lakeisha's face quickly changed. A strange smile bloomed on her face. There is definitely something. Do you think I do not know? Thinking of this made her even happier. She continued to step forward and happily made a decision. Obediently wait. Not a chance. Today will be the day I mess up the Count's mansion. The more she thought about her purpose today, the more she liked it. She laughed loudly and ran forward. I will collect all the information and then I will say goodbye to this place. Realizing that there was a strange shadow behind her, she was startled and confused. She slowly turned her head back. There is someone. As soon as she turned her head back, a mysterious person quickly used his hand to cover her mouth, making her immediately panic. This person's eyes became very fierce. This strange person kept loudly teaching, you better obediently follow me. If you make a sound, you will die on the spot. Lakeisha met this kidnapping scene for the first time and was speechless. She did not know what to say in this case. Why now? Very quickly, time shifted to the morning of the next day. A kidnapper quickly stood at the carriage waiting. He surprisingly praised, faster than I thought. The one who had just kidnapped the little girl smiled and announced, damn it, let us quickly leave this spooky place. Hearing this, his teammate looked confused. He surprisingly turned his head and asked, is the target still all right? Hearing this, the green-haired guy quickly laughed confusingly. Of course, why would Basilian ask to kidnap this brat? They continued to look at Lakeisha, who was lying there quietly, and sighed in frustration. Their voices kept ringing out. I heard that they are searching everywhere to find her. I thought she would be special, but she looks very normal. The little girl on the side lay quietly and thought in frustration, these two guys are not scary at all. Should I just kill them? These two robbers kept talking to each other happily. But does not she look like someone? The guy laughed and replied, yeah, it seems I have seen her somewhere before. These two guys continued to look at the little girl's angry face. Red eyes, golden hair. Oh my god, I feel like I am about to remember but I can't. At this time, the scarred-faced guy looked at the little girl. He quickly recognized the little girl, Enchantress Lakeisha. The other guy quickly looked at the little girl. But the little girl's face at this time had become very calm. She acted as if nothing had happened. What is it? More perceptive than I thought, because I have been everywhere. Even if I turn into a child, there are still people who can recognize me. The little girl prepared to use her power to destroy these two guys. Indeed, these two can't be allowed to live. The little girl was still planning to step forward to destroy these two guys. Farewell. Before the little girl could take action, a voice slowly rang out, hey. You guys. Hearing this, the little girl quickly startled and stopped. A boy with golden hair holding an umbrella slowly stepped forward and smiled and asked, what are you doing? The boy quickly held the umbrella and stepped forward with a very gloomy face. It seems that this person is the second son of the Basilian family. Possessing the same appearance as his brother, he smiled and asked, this is the first time I have seen you guys. He is the third son of the Basilian family, Ishul Basilian. The two kidnappers heard this and quickly shielded Lakeisha's face and hurriedly explained, Master, we came to deliver flowers. One of the other guys also laughed and said, Yes, we are about to leave now. The little girl looked at the guy who was still standing in front of her. That child is the third child in this house. The kidnapper worriedly asked again, do you need anything? The scarred-faced guy saw Ishul walk past him and became even more confused and shouted you before he could finish his sentence. He coldly ordered, shut up. He continued to use scary eyes to look at Lakeisha right in front of him. It is not delivering flowers. It is my adopted younger sister, moreover. He quickly moved closer to the little girl's face and assessed. Pretty. This is the first time I have seen someone as beautiful as me. The little girl heard this and was speechless and looked at him. Narcissistic. Seeing that the little girl was still stubborn and did not shed a tear, he was quite surprised and continued to pinch the little girl's cheek. Amazing, kidnapped but not crying. Is she stupid? The little girl was even more angry when she heard these things. This bastard. The two kidnappers quickly looked at each other. A plan was hatched in their heads. One of them hurriedly turned around and informed his comrade, "Hey." There was no other way. They quickly took their swords and rushed straight towards the two people. Their desperate voices rang out, "You two die." Ishul heard these noises and calmly stood holding the umbrella there as if nothing had happened. A loud noise rang out. All the bouquets of flowers around here quickly flew up. Only the sound of their screams became very desperate and they kept screaming. One of the kidnappers was preparing to die under his hands. He was still calmly speaking. "I was going to wait for this child to cry and call for help." His power has to be said to be not to be trifled with. He quickly flew into the air and loudly taught these two kidnappers, "You guys want to die too much, then I can't help it." After a loud noise rang out, he coldly announced, "Farrell." These two guys quickly logged out. Ishul quickly held her and walked towards Lakeisha, who was sitting in the middle of the flowers shielding her. The scene at this time had become very grotesque. His voice slowly rang out asking the little girl, "Still not crying, huh?" However, there was a bit of blood on his face, but he did not care about these things. He gently used the umbrella to shield the little girl. "Still not crying, huh?" Until now, when he was examining, he gave a very strange smile. His eyes were red and he asked Lakeisha again, "When will you cry, little sister?" But the little girl was still very calm. She looked up at him and could not say a word. Then she quickly was immersed in her own thoughts. Really, this family is full of crazy people. Time very quickly shifted to another luxurious room. Belzian was still seriously working in his room. Hearing a strange movement outside the door, he quickly looked up ahead and announced, "Come in." At this moment, a boy slowly stepped inside. Ishul's joyful voice rang out loudly, "Brother." He continued to carry Lakeisha in his arms and happily asked again, "Have you ever seen this cute thing?" Hearing this, he surprisingly looked up at him. "You mean?" He laughed and happily pointed at the little girl's face, then happily announced, "I want this thing." Contrary to his excited attitude, Belzian had become very serious. He coldly asked him, "Did you find it and bring it back? Why are you doing something pointless?" The little girl surprisingly looked up at him. The little girl was a bit angry. "What? This kid knows I was kidnapped. I did not expect anything from this family. But it is too heartless." Ishul continued to move closer and pressed his hand on Lakeisha's cheek and teased, "Is not it better to have this cute and beautiful thing in our house? The kid is even fearless. Too suitable for the Basilian family." This time the boy continued to move towards the little girl, right? This made the little girl very uncomfortable, but she could not do anything other than angrily biting her teeth and cursing secretly. In her heart, want to die. He heard this and sighed in response to the little girl. The problem is not about adopting a daughter. He heard this and laughed and nodded as if he had anticipated these things. "I know, but it is also interesting." Thinking of this, he became very serious and looked up ahead and asked again, "The Count's eccentricity, are you planning to participate too?" Ishul heard this and laughed. He did not seem to be afraid of Belzian's questions. He continued to announce, "I did not think to that extent." He quickly reached out to stroke this little sister's head, but having a sister like this is also not bad. This made the little girl very angry. "Who are you talking about?" He kept the same cold face. He sighed in frustration. "You are also crazy." He continued to look at Lakeisha and instructed, "And you kid, I will help, leave this mansion." Hearing this, the little girl looked confused. "What?" The little girl tried to force a smile. She quickly explained, "I like it here." In other words, she wanted to be here. Although the little girl was a bit angry and thought, "What are you talking about? How can I leave if I have not started yet?" Hearing this answer of hers, Belzian became very confused. He surprisingly asked the little girl again, "Like being here, why?" The little girl quickly looked up at him. At this time the little girl was a bit confused and did not know how to explain it reasonably to this demanding and strange brother. "I have never thought about it." There was no other way. Lakeisha transformed like a child. She laughed and hurriedly explained to the two people, "I like father, although this reason is a bit cheesy." But the little girl had no other way but, "It is okay to make up a reason." He heard this reason from her and surprisingly sighed in response. "What else is this? Is this kid also crazy?" Ishul changed his attitude after hearing this. He looked at her with a judgmental look. "That is right, likes father, huh? Looks pretty but her brain has problems." The little girl heard this and angrily bit her teeth and thought, "Leave me alone, you are their father." Hearing this confirmation from the little girl, Belzian became very calm. He spoke and asked the little girl again, "You do not know what will happen to you when you stay here. That is what you mean, right?" Then he continued to look at Ishul and then informed him, "Ishul, you also know, right, about the Count's plan?" He quickly nodded in agreement, yes. His voice became very angry and announced, "Reviving the dead, that disgusting act." The little girl heard this and was startled and confused and could not believe her ears. What, revive the dead? Right at the moment the little girl did not understand what was happening, but in her head a thought appeared. Life and death belong to God's power. The image of a coffin appeared in a very dark scene as a strange ritual. In other words, rejecting death is an act against God, so the performer must pay a heavy price. Thinking of this made Lakeisha become very surprised when she thought of the image of a man who had done all these things. So resurrection magic is forbidden magic in the black magician world. A high-level hack magician like the Count can't not know this. The more she thought, the more confused she became and asked, "What the hell is he thinking?" While the little girl was still thinking, Ishuel's voice slowly rang out. "But brother." He laughed happily and continued to move towards Lakeisha to inform Belzian, "I am not planning to offer this child as a sacrifice." Hearing this, the little girl immediately became confused, and thought, "Could it be, I am actually a sacrifice?" Speechless really. His eyes became very pensive, he did not know what to do. "Right, that is right, I also do not agree with that disgusting act." While the two people were still talking, a voice slowly rang out, "That is bad." Hearing this voice, Belzian opened his eyes in fear. Kieran slowly stepped inside the room, he smiled and chatted, "My lovely children, when father is not here." All three people quickly looked back. He looked very scary at this time with a smile on his face. "What are you guys talking about?" Kieran slowly stepped inside the room, he smiled and chatted, "My lovely children, when father is not here." All three people quickly looked back. He looked very scary at this time with a smile on his face. "What are you guys talking about?" His voice kept ringing out asking his three children, "If only you had told father." Lakeisha looked at his face and immediately became serious. She was immersed in her own thoughts. Kieran is planning to use resurrection magic. Could it be? It is because of that. Time has shifted back a long time. About 15 years ago, two beautiful people met in the forest. It is said that Count Basilian accidentally met a woman in the Black Forest and fell in love with her. This girl was also pampered by him and brought back to his palace. The Count loved her intensely, even though he did not know why she was in the Black Forest, or what her identity was. The Count must have loved her so much that he personally went to the Emperor and ennobled her so he could marry her. Next is the image of the two people living happily together inside the castle. They lived in harmony and had 3 sons together. It was thought that that happy life would last forever, but all good things must come to an end. One day the Countess suddenly passed away. She completely left this world. Standing in front of the coffin of his deceased wife, Kieran became very desperate and sat there quietly for a long time. The cause of death was not revealed. However, after the death of his wife, the Count, a person who already rarely interacted with the outside world, he did not step outside, but isolated himself in the castle even more. His eyes became very scary to the point of being red. A very strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That was before adopting a child. He continued to look at Lakeisha's lovely face right in front of him, and the little girl was still immersed in her own thoughts, and to revive the Countess. "He needs me as a sacrifice." The Count is famous for loving his wife very much. Since I knew he was a black magician, I should have guessed it right away. But there was one thing that made her very confused. But if it was simply for a sacrifice, why was he so picky? As soon as she saw Kieran come back, Belzian very seriously clenched his hand and spoke. "You have lost your mind because of the Black Forest's magic. Hurry in." Kieran heard this and smiled, took the handkerchief on his son's hand and left. He walked back to his room and smiled as if nothing had happened. "My sons are already close to their younger sister. This father is so happy." He continued to look at Lakeisha, who was still standing quietly there. He smiled and chatted with the little girl. "My condition is a bit strange. Are you surprised?" "Because I missed Chaisha so much. I immediately came back from the Black Forest." The little girl seriously stared at him and then was immersed in her own thoughts. "The smell of blood seems mentally unstable." While the little girl had not understood what was going on, Kieran quickly picked up the little girl high, making the little girl a bit startled and confused. He continued to call, Chaisha, my daughter." His face had become very strange. He quickly moved closer to the little girl's face. "How could I use Chaisha as a sacrifice? It is absurd. You do not need to listen to the nonsense from your brothers. I only want one thing from Chaisha." Lakeisha heard this and was a bit surprised and looked up at him. "What is it?" Hearing this, the little girl was a bit confused and thought, "Once one thing, finally I get to hear the real reason." He whispered a sentence in the little girl's ear, "Bring." His next sentence seemed to freeze the little girl in place. "The crown of the fairy queen here for me." That was the first time she heard such strange words. Kieran smiled very scarily on his face. He announced, "Let us go to the holy nation together, Chaisha." The story is gradually being told. The crown of the fairy queen. The image of a very beautiful flower crown is revealed, the item that the fairy queen offered to the holy king when praising God. This crown is the sacred object of the holy nation Hildred. There is very little information about its use or power. But a child was quickly revealed on the screen. Only a pure child under 5 years old, the holy king of the empire and the Tin clan can touch the crown. At that time many priests kept arguing with each other, but because this item was created by fairies, an existence of heresy, there was a fierce debate about whether the crown of the fairy queen was worth preserving as a sacred object. And the story has gradually come to an end. After a long period of struggle, it was finally removed from the sacred object. The image of the crown woven with flowers quickly appeared for everyone to see. She announced that this crown will be given to the child who proves their loyalty during the prayer. Thinking of this, Lakeisha lay on the bed. She quickly was immersed in her own thoughts. It is the prayer for the little saint that will be held in a few months. So the count is looking for a child to participate. At this time, the little girl became very serious and was immersed in her own thoughts. Is it to get the crown of the fairy queen? Although I know about it thanks to rumors from the underworld. But I do not want it at all. What is Kieran planning to do with that crown? The little girl quickly remembered the words that Kieran had said to her earlier. Do not worry, I will do everything I can to get it for Chaisha. Remembering this made her even more surprised. It seems he will do anything to own that crown. The image of herself when she grew up was revealed, making the little girl a bit embarrassed, but the little girl's face became very confused. She did not know what to do right. I do not want to, I won't pray even if I die terrible. Lakeisha thought of this and hesitated. The little girl did not know what to do in this case. She quickly was immersed in her own thoughts. Moreover, the Holy Knight and the Inquisitor are also stationed in the Holy Nation. Between the image of the full moon night, she remembered the shape of Hylon appearing. This made her a bit thoughtful. If I go there and bump into that man. His eyes became very sharp and stared ahead. This made the little girl even more scared. There is a high chance I will die. The more she thought, the more helpless she became. At this time the situation was hanging by a thread. The little girl could only lie and roll from side to side and frustratedly cry out. A person from the underworld and a fairy who are treated as heretics, are enemies who can't coexist with the holy nation. Kieran is a black magician, he must be the same as me. So why does he keep mentioning the holy nation? This made the little girl very angry. She quickly jumped out of bed and immediately made a decision. I must escape from here. I would rather he threaten me like before. So a plan to escape was hatched in Lakeisha's head. She opened the door and stepped outside to check if anyone was guarding or not. Then she scouted the situation. Knowing the count's purpose, there was no reason to stay here anymore. If the adoption of me is for the prayer, then it must have nothing to do with the fairy experiment. The goal is an item of the fairy clan. I am a bit uncomfortable, but life is more important. The little girl quickly bit a rose in her mouth and made a decision. I have to run away from here before something happens. I have prepared an invisibility flower for times like this. And so Lakeisha quickly became invisible and ran forward quickly. She did not forget to pray, stay healthy, Basilian. The invisibility rose that the little girl did not notice had fallen to the ground below. At the same time at this moment, a foot quickly touched the rose with surprise. A person in the back noticed a strange smell and surprisingly spoke to himself. The scent of flowers. Lakeisha was running away and heard these words. She was startled. The little girl could not foresee these things. He slowly leaned down to pick up the petals that were falling on the ground below. His face at this time had become very surprised. He observed this flower and asked himself, why are there flowers in the mansion? He is the second son of the Basilian family, Karha Basilian. Lakeisha was holding the invisibility flower in her mouth. She was very angry and did not know what to say in this case. She tried to instruct herself, damn it. Why now, run quickly before I am discovered. A long time passed. After periods of trying, Lakeisha finally came out of the mansion. The little girl was panting very tired and thought, finally escaped. She had become very desperate when she remembered the scene of her holding the rose and escaping in front of Karha. How is that kid's intuition so sharp? Even on the way to escape, the little girl stumbled and dropped the invisibility rose in her mouth. She even lost the galing between her teeth. It almost became a big deal. The little girl quickly made a decision. I have to get out quickly. As soon as the little girl turned her head back, she was startled to see Karha standing there looking at her with strange eyes. This made the little girl become very scared and think, when did this kid catch up? There was no other way. The little girl could only happily wave her hand towards Karha and smile and greet. Hi, no matter how happily she was greeting. He seemed very suspicious and glanced at the little girl. What is it? The new little sister. It is strange, following the flower petal trail. Then he continued to look at the little girl and asked again. Never mind, it is late. Why are you still outside? The little girl heard this and hurriedly explained to him. I am going for a walk. He quickly hesitated to think about something. Then he continued to hold the invisibility rose that the little girl had used. His face had become very serious and he asked again, is this flower yours? I picked it up on the way here. The little girl heard this and was still about to say something but did not know how to explain. Karha continued to look at the rose on his hand. I seem to smell a similar scent. He continued to move closer to the little girl to sniff. You stand still a bit. The little girl saw this and immediately became scared and worried that everything would be revealed. Yes. Karha quickly bowed his head and continuously sniffed his nose towards Lakisha's hair to see if there was anything suspicious. This made the little girl very confused and thought, What are you doing? The little girl's face became very worried and was constantly sweating. How could this be happening? While the two people were still silent and no one spoke to anyone, it seemed that there was a strange movement around here that startled both of them. Looking at the doorbell that was still constantly ringing, Karha sighed and announced, "It seems to be an uninvited guest." Lakisha was still not understanding what had happened. She continued to look up ahead. Suddenly she was picked up in a strange way. He quickly used his hand to carry the little girl out of the gate. "Now let us go check the city gate, you hold the flower." Time very quickly shifted to late at night outside the city gate. Everything here was very deserted. A man angrily yelled to the point of being crazy, "Where did you get that arrogant habit?" It seemed that he could not stand this anger and kept screaming, "A noble receives an order and has this attitude." Kieran became very tired and used his hand to stroke his hair and replied to him, "Count Rudin, why did not you come here during the day?" Then he continued to announce, "Please read the imperial order." He heard this and gritted his teeth very angrily. There was no other way. He stood there madly cursing. "Count Basilian must come to the palace immediately after receiving the request. This is the emperor's order. Disobedience will be considered treason." This time the two people Karha along with Lakisha were gradually moving out to observe the situation, and also, Count Rudin's voice angrily announced loudly, "The newly adopted daughter of the family, Chusha Basilian, must also come to the palace." The little girl was moving forward and heard these words and was startled in surprise. Even me. Hearing these requests made Kieran completely angry and stared at him. The little girl felt a bad premonition. "I have a bad feeling about this." Count Rudin's voice kept ringing out as if he was giving orders, and also the adopted daughter of the family, Chesha Basilian, must also enter the palace. Kieran heard these words and immediately became serious and stared ahead. Lakisha on the side listened to all these things. She had become very confused and angrily thought, "What illogical imperial order? Immediately leave for the capital in the middle of the night. And even take me along." Speaking of this, he quickly turned around and climbed into the carriage and did not forget to teach, "Do not leave late." After seeing him leave, Kieran laughed surprisingly and mocked, "At midnight like this is really rude." There was no other way. Kieran quickly turned around and went inside. He slowly asked, "Anyway, because someone disappeared, this father is very worried." He continued to look at Lakisha, who was still sitting obediently on Karha's hand. "Right, Chesha." The little girl heard this and was startled in fear. "He knows I disappeared." He gently moved closer and picked up the little girl high, making the little girl surprised. His face had become very sulky. He moved closer to the little girl and announced, "I was very surprised when I did not see Chesha in the bedroom. I even thought someone had kidnapped Chesha. I was even planning to release the hunting dogs to find you." Hearing this, she became very confused and did not understand what this man was. "Why is he so attached to me?" He continued to look at Karha standing there. "So you went for a walk with your brother?" The little girl quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes." He bowed and greeted his father. Then he sighed and suddenly said some very confusing words, "Too ashamed to act." His face had become very ugly. He kept pointing at his father, "The same way you treated mother." His voice kept ringing out asking his father, "Because that child looks like mother. Is that why you are like this?" Lakisha heard these words and surprisingly thought, "Mother, so all along he said I look like." Thinking of this made her even more confused. She surprisingly thought, "Is it like the dead countess?" This made the little girl become very confused. She remembered Belzian's cold eyes when he looked at her. Is there a need to be this extra? Then she continued to look at Karha, who was still looking at his father with disgusted eyes. "Even if it is like it is only like the hair color." The little girl quickly thought back to her beauty, her face like a flower and her charming beauty, because the beauty of fairies is created from illusions. In reality, humans can't do this. After hearing these words, Kieran was not angry. On the contrary, a very strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently held Lakisha and turned around to go inside. He did not forget to announce, "I have found Chesha, everyone prepare." Suddenly his face became serious to the point of being very strange. He continued to hold the little girl in his arms and turned his back to walk away. He slowly declared, "To the royal palace." Very quickly the scene shifted to the afternoon of the next day. The place filled with luxurious lights and extravagance is the royal palace. Kieran sat on the long chair. He looked at the surrounding situation and surprisingly assessed, the royal palace is still the same. Lakisha sat on the side and had become very bored and did not know what to talk to this foster father. "Why am I always caught up in strange things like this? If this continues, escaping from the count's family in a short time is impossible." Remembering something important, he surprisingly asked Count Rudin, "So when will we be able to meet His Majesty?" He heard this and coldly declared, Please wait patiently. Then he continued to announce before meeting His Majesty. There is one. Before he could finish his sentence, the door slowly opened, along with a voice slowly ringing out. You have come at the right time. Lakeisha heard this voice and was a bit startled. She realized that something was not right. The door was gradually opening to reveal a man with white hair and a face like a flower. Count Ruden's voice quickly rang out. Let me introduce. This person is a knight of the holy nation Hildred. His voice was full of pride, Lord Hylon. He slowly stepped inside with a very cold and calm face. After seeing this familiar face, the little girl had become very confused and scared. She did not know what to say in this case. Hylon, why is he here? A thought appeared in the little girl's head. The leader of the heretical inquisitor, Hylon. She knows this person better than anyone else. The heretical inquisitor is directly under the holy nation. Hildred. The image of a royal palace symbol quickly appeared. Only 13 people are qualified to become inquisitors. They are a powerful group, holding the power of immediate trial and the power of amnesty. Next is the image of the residence of all of them inside the large and magnificent royal palace, as the highest-ranking clergymen, second only to the Holy King and the cardinals. They are secretly operating in many places to restore the order of the continent. Appearing along with it is Halen's very cold appearance and expression. Among them, only Hylon is able to handle the chain of condemnation in Hildred. He is praised as the proof of God. Lakeisha became extremely serious, staring at him as she delved into her own past thoughts. Before becoming a child, she was always chased by Hylon. She continued to look at him, who was still talking to Count Ruden. The Inquisitor of Heretics is a secret identity. She knew that he usually disguised himself as a holy knight, but she did not expect to meet him here. This made her extremely worried. Could it be that he recognized that she had become small as soon as he turned his head to look at Lakeisha? His eyes became very strange. Catching his gaze, she hurriedly looked away in fear. He quickly became serious, continuing to look at the two of them as if thinking about something. This time he went straight towards the two of them, causing her to be startled and afraid, not knowing what to do. His hand slowly reached forward, which made her even more panicked as she thought, What is it? Why is he suddenly coming towards me? Do not come here, you crazy person. Just as he was reaching out to touch Lakeisha, a hand stopped him in time. Fortunately, Kieran quickly stopped this in time. He smiled and spoke to him, Noble Holy Knight. His face suddenly became strangely cold, and he questioned him again. What is your business with my daughter? Hearing this, he hurriedly retracted his hand and bowed his head, apologizing. This child looks like someone I know. Hearing this, he became even more upset, and he kept asking him, looks like a child who is only 5 years old. I am curious to know who that person is. Hearing his words, Count Ruden became extremely angry. He rushed forward and kept shouting warnings. Be careful with your words and actions, Count Basilian. This is a holy knight of the First Order. Kieran chuckled upon hearing this, turned his head and looked at him. Is that so? Why do not you introduce yourself? He quickly introduced his name. I am Kieran Basilian. But his face did not have many words like that. He stared coldly ahead. I am Hylon. Hearing him introduce himself so briefly, he nodded in understanding. Then he quickly looked at him and asked, What brings the Holy Knight to the royal palace? I thought I would have time to get close to His Majesty. His face became very calm as he glanced in another direction and announced everything. I am the one who requested His Majesty to summon you here, Count, to determine the identity of the child participating in the minor coming-of-age prayer. Then he continued to look at Lakeisha, who was still sitting obediently there. So, I would appreciate it if you could excuse us for a moment. Hearing that these people were going to touch the little girl, he became even colder. His eyes seemed to want to devour him alive, and he questioned him, determine the identity. Does the city-state also suddenly conduct identity verification like this? His eyes became extremely sharp, and he did not seem afraid of his attitude at all. He also did not forget to announce, to ensure that there is no interference from external factors. This is unavoidable. An image of a flower crown of the elf race quickly appeared, and Hylon continued to announce, in particular, the gift for this prayer ceremony is a sacred object. The Count also knows that we need to be careful. The two used each other's attitudes to create pressure for each other. Please cooperate. Hearing these words, Kieran could only sigh in frustration. But his eyes were still as terrifying as ever. He coldly glanced at Hylon and did not forget to threaten him, having said that, there is nothing I can do, but do not let anything like what happened just now happen again. Seeing Lakeisha still sitting on the side listening to the entire story of the two, he smiled and approached the little girl and rubbed her head. Chesha, call Dad if anything happens. And call me if you miss Dad too. The little girl quickly nodded in understanding yes. Seeing that he was about to leave made her even more desperate as she thought continuously, "No, do not go, I do not like being alone with Hylon." Before he left, he did not forget to whisper a few words into her ear. "And do you remember what Dad told you?" The image of the elf's flower crown quickly appeared, and his voice became very scary. "Just do one thing right today, Chaesha must not make a mistake." After finishing the necessary instructions, Kieran slowly turned around and left. He also did not forget to say goodbye. "Okay, Dad's going and we'll be back." The door closed, and at this moment, there were only 2 people inside the room. Everything here became terrifyingly silent. After seeing her adoptive father leave, Lakeisha became very scared. She was confused and sank into her own thoughts. "In the end, only the 2 of us are left." She continued to look at Hylon standing right in front of her and then sank into her own thoughts. "What does he want to determine? If he recognizes me, how should I answer?" Seeing him still approaching her, this made her extremely confused. She tried to appear calm. Coming. After looking closely at Lakeisha's face, Hylon slowly spoke to her. "No matter how I look at it, you look very similar." Hearing this, the little girl was startled and turned her head to look at him. He bent down and knelt on one knee in front of her. "Perhaps a man appeared while I did not know." Hearing these words from him, the little girl became very confused. "What?" His face became very suspicious and asked again, "Are you Lakeisha's daughter?" Hearing these words, the little girl was speechless and did not know how to explain to this crazy person. The little girl angrily stared at his face, thinking, "What the hell are you talking about?" He still looked at her with a silent, contemplative expression. His face became very suspicious and asked again, "Are you Lakeisha's daughter?" Hearing these words, the little girl was speechless and did not know how to explain to this crazy person. Lakeisha continued to look at Hylon and was very speechless, not knowing what to say in this situation. What is he asking about anyway? The little girl angrily looked at his calm face, which was still waiting for her answer. "What crazy things are you saying?" The story gradually unfolded. The harsh fate between me and Hylon had lasted for a long time. The image appeared when Lakeisha encountered him standing there in a dark forest. She raised her head to look at him with an innocent face. At that time she was too naive to know anything. The first time they met was when the fate of both of them was changing dramatically. I was too tired of running away. Hylon at that time was just a young man with many prospects in the future. Hylon was expected to become a knight trainee of the Empire. In the pitch-black scene, Lakeisha spoke a few words to him. I asked him for something. Her voice kept echoing in the pitch-black scene. "Please kill me." A gust of wind quickly blew through here. But of course if he really did it, there would be no Lakeisha of the present. Of course he did not listen to my request. After the short meeting, time passed. We walked on our own paths. Lakeisha, after succeeding, became an extremely beautiful and powerful witch. Don't die in vain. But things got worse and worse now. We fell into an awkward relationship. The pursuer and the pursued. The image of Hylon slowly took step by step forward, and she also went on a path opposite to his. But if we die, both of them thought that they had to die at the hands of the other. Between us there was still an indefinable relationship. Returning to reality, Lakeisha became extremely angry when she stared at Hylon right in front of her. But meeting some man, this guy who understands my situation better than anyone else, actually thinks that I have been in love. Seeing that the little girl did not answer, Hylon could only reluctantly stand up and say some incomprehensible words. "It seems it is still too early for you to answer this question." Then he gently sat next to the little girl. "Then I will ask your name." The little girl calmly read her name, Chaesha. He continued to ask her different questions. "Chaesha, were you forced to participate in the prayer?" Hearing this, the little girl was surprised to look at him. Puppy. Then she slowly replied no. His face became very serious, and he continued to speak to the little girl. "I am asking if you were forced to participate in the prayer. If so, I can help you." Lakeisha heard these words from him and sighed a little bored. The little girl quickly replied, "No need." Hearing the little girl's refusal, Hylon could only nod in agreement. "Okay, that is good then." Suddenly he became strangely silent. Then he slowly spoke, "I will ask again." His face became very serious. It seemed that he only cared about Lakeisha, your biological mother. Does she have bright blonde hair and red eyes, or have you ever seen butterflies or flowers? The little girl was surprised and turned her head to look at him with a confused look. "Anything is fine. Tell me what you remember about your biological mother." Lakeisha's face became more unpleasant, and the little girl quickly replied to him, "I do not know," although the little girl became extremely angry and thought, "What is this? You are talking about me again." Quickly finish asking about the prayer. Seeing that the little girl refused to speak, he could only sigh and quickly make a decision, if that is the case. Seeing him unbutton his shirt, Lakeisha immediately looked panicked and hurriedly backed away. The little girl blushed and thought, What is it?" The little girl became very confused with this man. She did not understand what Hylon intended to do with her. What is wrong with him? Is his brain not working properly? Why is he suddenly taking off his clothes? But he was still very calm doing his actions. He completely took off his shirt and bared his chest right in front of the little girl. Seeing this scene made the little girl very confused. Crazy, really crazy. The little girl hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands and kept screaming. Hylon slowly spoke to the little girl. At this time the little girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. His face became very calm. He showed the little girl an image of a rose mark on his chest. Have you ever seen this pattern before? The little girl stared at this strange rose pattern. Immediately after, she quickly recognized her own pattern. Because of that thing, it is what I used to engrave on him. While the little girl did not know how to explain, Kieran at this time slowly walked in. He coldly asked, "What is this?" His face at this time became very scary. He continued to step forward and kept questioning angrily. "Are you courting death, Hylon?" He continued to put his hands in his pockets and step forward, mocking. "What despicable tricks is the Holy Knight playing in front of a 5-year-old child?" Hylon sighed and quickly explained. "I'm just asking." Hearing this, he became even more angry and questioned him. "Taking off your shirt to ask?" He did not know how to answer these words. With just a glance, Kieran quickly recognized the pattern on his body. He surprisingly asked, "That pattern is the mark of a witch. Why do not you remove it? Is not it normal for the Holy Knight to cut off the flesh to remove the heretical symbol?" He quickly put on his shirt, then he looked up at Kieran Lakeisha. He did not answer Halen's words, he just continued to look at him. "You doing this kind of thing with my daughter just to ask about the whereabouts of the witch?" This made him very angry, and he quickly grabbed the candle on the table angrily. He raised it straight towards him and kept shouting threats. "Chaisha has nothing to do with the witch. Do not challenge my patience, and it is better not to meet again." Right next to her, Lakeisha became very confused. She did not know what to do in this situation. She just knew how to sit there quietly and think. The atmosphere is too tense. Are they really going to fight? Seeing the situation going too far from the original data, Hylon just sighed and quickly explained everything to him again so that he could understand better. Each child participating in the prayer ceremony will be arranged for a knight to escort. His voice kept echoing, "And I was assigned to become a knight to escort the Count Basilian's family." Kieran chuckled disdainfully upon hearing him say that. Then he continued to announce to the two of them, "I will escort the two of you to the Holy Nation safely." Hearing this, he immediately asked him again, "Escort, not supervise." He quickly stepped forward and announced to him, "Whatever you think." But it seemed that Hylon was not a pushover either. He used his cold eyes to glance at him and announce, "Also, I think you should pay attention to your behavior. Count, are not there people watching?" The two quickly passed each other with an appearance that no one liked. "Well, we will meet again on the day we go to the Holy Nation." Witnessing all these scenes, Lakeisha sighed in relief after seeing that everything was over. Thanks to Kieran's intervention, things ended quickly. But Kieran not only knows me, but also knows about my mark. The little girl quickly glanced at Kieran, who was sitting there contemplating, and she called out, "Dad." Hearing this call, he turned his head to look at the little girl with a surprised and somewhat confused look. The little girl quickly ran over and slowly reached out her hand towards him. "Carry me." Although the little girl had her own calculations in her head at this moment. "I can't escape anyway. I will temporarily cooperate and see how it goes." Kieran heard the little girl say that and just smiled gently, slowly lowering himself to pick her up. After getting into her father's arms, the little girl was a little confused and surprised to ask again, "But where did Dad go?" He was surprised to hear that and looked at the little girl. Then he chuckled and slowly recounted, "Dad went to see the Emperor, Your Majesty." Time had shifted to a few minutes ago inside the luxurious royal room. A voice slowly echoed, "Thank you for coming, Count Basilian." This man was the Emperor of the Palan Empire. He smiled and announced, "I apologize for suddenly summoning you like this." Remembering something, he continued to turn his head to look at Kieran and asked again, "That is right. Have you greeted the Holy Knight Hildred yet?" He was a little surprised to hear that, and suddenly his facial muscles became serious, and he asked him again, "Holy Knight?" His face became eerily silent. Just looking at his eyes was enough to feel haunted. Seeing that his eyes were a little scary, the Emperor surprisingly asked him again, "Count, is there a problem?" He silently continued to look at him and asked again, "Your Majesty must be clear." This time he slowly took a step forward, and his hands quickly reached out towards the Emperor and grabbed his collar tightly. Kieran was not afraid when he was the Emperor, the king of an empire, but his eyes became very angry and questioned him. "That bastard is an inquisitor of heretics." The more he said, the angrier he became, and he kept questioning him. "What is Your Majesty's intention in giving my daughter to an inquisitor of heretics?" Returning to reality after closing his story, Kieran smiled and spoke to the little girl. "It has been a long time since we met, so we had a very pleasant conversation. But I was afraid that Chaisha was waiting, so Dad quickly came back to see you." Hearing this, the little girl was a little scared and hurriedly asked again, "So, do I have to meet His Majesty too?" He chuckled upon hearing that and gently announced to the little girl, "No need, why would Chaisha go to see that old pig?" The little girl was immediately speechless after hearing these words. He quickly carried Lakeisha out the door and talked, "Since we are here, let us take a walk around the royal palace with Dad." The little girl hugged her father's neck and thought, "I think I just heard something terrible." Very quickly, the two father and daughter strolled to the outside. The scenery here became very beautiful with long roads built very luxuriously. Kieran smiled with interest and spoke to Lakeisha. "If you like something, tell Dad. Dad will do the same at home for you." The little girl quickly nodded in understanding yes. Suddenly at this moment, he suddenly became strange. He continued to turn his head to look at the little girl. "But, my Chaisha, what did you talk about with the knight?" The little girl chuckled and recounted everything to him. "The knight asked me if I had a puppy." He was startled and surprised to hear that. Then the little girl continued to ask again. "And I said I did not. Did I do well, Dad?" He was speechless at the sight of this and thought, being too honest does not help. He nodded in praise. "Yes, you did very well." He continued to ask the little girl again, "Did the knight not say anything strange?" The little girl looked at his expression, then she quickly sank into her own thoughts. He is still worried about that. Lakeisha quickly brought her little hands gradually forward. She sank into her own thoughts. "It has to be like that. He is afraid that because of Hylon, I won't be able to participate in the prayer, and is anxious whether the Count family will be viewed in a negative light, or take this opportunity to try to be closer to him." Thinking of this, she gently used her small hands to touch Kieran's hair, causing him to be a little surprised. The little girl continued to call out, "Dad." In a certain moment, a gentle breeze quickly blew past. It seemed that he was frozen by this scene. The little girl smiled gently and announced, "Chaisha stands by Dad's side." She also did not forget to comfort her father's mood. "So, do not worry, Dad." Kieran suddenly became silent and could not say a word in front of this scene. The two continued to move forward. The two of them walked in the royal courtyard for a long time. After that, his next words surprised Lakeisha and widened her eyes. He smiled and continued to look at the little girl. "You do not have to resemble everything." Saying this, he raised his head and looked in another direction. His voice had some intention like that. This made the little girl very confused. Very quickly, time had shifted to a few days later in an extremely large palace. That was the mansion of the Basilian family. Lakeisha took step by step forward and kept strolling in the large garden. There are still 3 months until the youth prayer, so we decided to stay in the capital until then. Walking in the heart of the palace made the little girl even more happy. It is so peaceful. The little girl's face became very happy. She sank into her own thoughts. After returning from the royal palace, Kieran is often away from home. Maybe it is because of the matter in the garden. The little girl remembered the scene that day. Kieran smiled and spoke to the little girl in a very sentimental tone. "Even this matter, you do not have to resemble so much." The little girl looked surprisingly at the smile on his face. It is the first time I have seen that look of Kieran. Returning to reality, the little girl continued to walk forward and then turned her head to look back. In her head different thoughts kept emerging. "I am curious to know what the Countess is like. And in order to investigate more about Kieran, who knows too much about me, I decided to postpone escaping from here. However, we left the Count's territory for a while. So it is not easy, at least here I can find out something." While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, Ishul quickly appeared behind her. He smiled and greeted, "Hello, little sister." The little girl was startled and surprised to turn her head back. Seeing that the little girl looked so surprised, Karha slowly stepped forward and asked the little girl, "How was the royal palace?" Ishul also seemed curious. Was the prayer safe? Seeing both of them quickly appear, the little girl was very bored, but on the outside she always had to show happiness. Yes, yes, although in her head hateful thoughts had emerged. "This house does not help me at all." Lakeisha continued to look at her two twin brothers. After Kieran, now the twins, both of them kept talking to the little girl, making the little girl even more desperate and turned away. "Please leave me alone." Time very quickly shifted to the evening. The voices of the two older brothers kept echoing in the little girl's ears. "Little one, have you eaten yet? If you are bored, we can play with you." All of this was observed by Belzian from above. His face became very contemplative. He quickly sank into his own thoughts. In the end, that child was allowed to participate in the prayer. This made him very embarrassed. He sighed and did not know what to do. What should I do now? His helpless voice kept echoing as if he was looking for a way out for himself. "Mother." The story also gradually unfolded. My peaceful family collapsed along with my mother's sudden illness. Inside the warm little house, a voice slowly echoed, "Belzian." A pair of slender hands gently placed their hands on his face. A gentle voice echoed, "Mother has something to ask of you." The girl lying on the sick bed had become very tired, but she still spoke to instruct her eldest son. Kieran, your father is very sad. She gently put her hand on the cheek of this poor son and announced, you must protect your siblings and Basilian. Although he did not want to, he had no other choice. He quickly agreed with his mother. Yes, I will definitely protect everyone. Seeing that her eldest son obediently listened like this, she became even happier. Inside the warm little room, her voice echoed with emotion. I am sorry for placing the responsibility on your shoulders. Her voice was gradually becoming smaller at such a young age, and this made him even more desperate after these instructions. His mother took her last breath. This made the family that was already happy even more desperate. His mother's death changed a lot of things. At that time, Belzian's two twin younger brothers were too small. A small hand quickly pulled his shirt. Brother Ishuel hurriedly followed his side. He sadly spoke to his older brother. I do not see mother. He felt very painful when he heard these words. He continued to use his eyes as if he was trying to suppress his tears. The little boy recounted everything. Karha can't smell mother's scent, and can't smell the scent of the younger sibling inside mother's womb. Belzian was immediately silent when he heard that and could not say a word, not daring to tell his younger siblings the truth. He quickly turned away with a desperate look. My two younger siblings searched for mother everywhere because they were too young to understand what death is. Seeing that his older brother was acting like this, Ishuel was very confused and hurriedly called after him, brother. Living without a mother for a long time. His eyes seemed to have changed. He became even more determined and looked forward. I can't tell them. The image of black roses quickly appeared before his eyes, and more importantly, father's condition is worse than what mother said. Belzian every night caught the scene of Kieran kneeling down below the tree in extreme despair and suffering. His eyes became very desperate as if he did not need everything in this life. Father not only ignored Basilian's work, but also was indifferent to us, sitting slumped beside his dead mother. He quickly grabbed an umbrella and held it over his father. He announced to him, Father, wake up, how long are you going to sit like that? He still sat quietly beside his wife's grave. He did not reply. He only wanted to sit next to his wife until he died. Belzian kept comforting his spirit. Mother also would not want to see father in this state. Father, stop and go back. Kieran at that time was only silently cold and did not say a word. Just looking at his eyes was enough to see how desperate he was. Seeing that his father had lost all his life like this, Belzian was very helpless but could not do anything. He tightly held the umbrella in his hand. He quickly made a decision. No, it can't be like this forever. He tried to turn to another direction and shouted loudly as if he was signaling something. His voice kept echoing in the pouring rain. It is Count Basilian. The more he said, the more Belzian exploded. He angrily did not dare to believe these things. As the snake that manages the Black Forest, you still have responsibilities and obligations to do. When he finished speaking these words, suddenly Kieran had a change. He chuckled strangely, making Belzian very confused and silent. Between his wife's coffin, he chuckled loudly, very incomprehensibly. This strange laughter seemed to tear apart the silent night. It seemed that he had completely turned into a madman. He kept laughing loudly with delight when he heard the story just now. He still stood there laughing as if he did not care what was happening. Only Belzian stood there quietly looking at him, still laughing with very strange eyes. He slowly put his umbrella down. At this time he slowly stood up. He hugged his forehead and sighed as if he had realized something. Basilian, that is right. His attitude made him even more confused and did not know what to do. On the day that father remembered that he was Basilian, he slowly picked up the black roses in his hand and announced, Father is Count Basilian after all. His eyes became very strange. He gently hugged all these flowers into his body and smiled and asked again, can't father revive the dead? This made him even more afraid when he realized it was the moment that marked his fall, starting his madness. A long time passed. Belzian always stood on high and observed everything. His face became very calm. After his mother's death, the count had completely become a madman. He caught the scene of Kieran constantly hugging the bouquets of roses into his body to the point of despair, being by his side. So I understand clearly, on the outside he looks fine. But no one knows how broken his soul is inside. This made him very confused. Why do you have to touch such forbidden things? The image that appeared was the image of Kieran with his face covered in blood. He slowly turned his head and called his eldest son's name, Belzian. His face became very scary when his blood had been constantly sticking on his body. Finally, father has found a way to revive your mother. This made him even more panicked. And I witnessed the whole process. Returning to reality, Belzian was trying to soothe his disturbed mood. I have to be really awake. He intends to use the crown, the sacred object of the holy nation, as a sacrifice at the moment the plan to use black magic is discovered. A very scary thought appeared in his head. Then it will also be the day of doom for the Basilian family. The image of the innocent Lakesia very quickly appeared. But for him, she was just a tool for Kieran to carry out his purpose. That innocent child would also be executed for the reason of cooperating. With him, Mother would not want something like this to happen either. This made him very determined to the point of clenching his fist and making a decision, but I still have not thought of a way to stop the Count. He continued to look at the two twin brothers who were still continuing to talk to Lakeisha. Even the twins agree with this crazy action. He continued to look at Lakeisha's flowing golden hair and red eyes, and the new younger sister. This made him very surprised. She adapts better than I thought. She was still happily walking around the very large mansion. Belzian became very contemplative. He continued to look at the appearance of the little girl at the moment. He sank into his own regretful thoughts. If the younger sibling in Mother's womb was born, at that time it would have looked like this, right? He unconsciously remembered the scene that the little girl had once told him, "I like this place, I like Dad." This made the little boy very confused and thought, what should I do to be good? His face suddenly became strangely contemplative. I hate everything. While he was still sinking into his own thoughts, a voice came from behind. What is with that stare, Belzian? At this moment Kieran slowly stepped behind him. Now you also have the heart to care about your younger siblings. He was startled when he heard that and realized that his father was behind him. His face suddenly became angry. He turned his head and criticized him again. Stop sneaking around like a thief and speak up, Count. Kieran chuckled when his son said that. His expression was not angry but more like a madman. The more he thought, the more angry he became. He kept teaching him in the end because of that despicable greed. You raised such a child into your plan. He chuckled and slowly stepped towards his eldest son. Really, why do not you think that is pure love? Hearing this, Belzian became even more confused and asked again, what are you planning to do later? He chuckled when he heard that and continued to look down below. After thinking very seriously for a while, Kieran slowly announced, because Father has announced to everyone about his intention to participate in the minor coming-of-age prayer. Later, all attention will be focused on our Basilian. A very mysterious black snake image quickly appeared before Belzian's eyes through his story. At that time, Basilian, who was hiding in the dark, would have to step out into the light. Hearing this, he understood his purpose. He sighed and praised, so, from now on, expanding power to the outside is a wise choice. Hearing this, a strange smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Standing on the top observing the entire story down below the grounds, he smiled and announced to his eldest son, Father will think about it. Belzian felt quite uncomfortable when he heard these words. He sighed helplessly and did not know what to do. Hopeless. From the beginning he did not bother listening to me. He continued to turn his eyes to his eyes. He quickly recognized these eyes. These eyes clearly did not look towards the future of Basilian. He understood all of this better than anyone else, but about that dead past, on another side down below the mansion, Karha walked while talking. Little one, look. This beautiful flower. Ishuel beside him smiled and asked Lakeisha, should I carry you? The little girl wearily took step by step forward and sighed, annoying. Belzian quickly remembered the scene of his mother's dead coffin. He sank into his own thoughts, but I can't sacrifice the future for the past. He quickly remembered the words that he had promised his mother, because of the promise with Mother. At this time he slowly called out to his father, Count. Kieran quickly turned his head to look at him when his son called out. He continued to call out, I will protect this family. His eyes were very certain. He continued to raise his head to look at his father with very determined eyes, like the way that you disregard everything to do forbidden things. A determined thought as well as a purpose had been set in his head, also will disregard everything to stop Father. Inside the large room, very happy voices were constantly echoing. Little one, try eating this. Another older brother also happily spoke. No, eat this first. Lakeisha helplessly looked at her two adoptive older brothers. It has been a few weeks since I came to the townhouse in the capital. Karha's face became very happy and brought a cookie towards the little girl. Eat the cookie first. Even Ishuel also fed her a piece of cake. Cake is more delicious. The little girl did not know what to say in this situation. Now I am used to the care of these twins. She quickly enjoyed all the flavors of the pastries that her two close older brothers brought. These two were originally the youngest. Now they have become older brothers. So they are excited to the point of seeing me as an interesting existence. For now, I want to get their help whenever needed, so I'm trying to get their goodwill. But the little girl at this time became very confused and did not know what to do next. But if it continues like this, when will I be able to investigate? While the little girl was still thinking, the servants in the back chuckled with interest and talked together. So cute. Since the young lady came, the atmosphere in the house has gradually become happy. While the three people were still very happily laughing and joking with each other, the steward quickly stepped forward and announced to the three people, young lady, young masters. He continued to announce to the three brothers, young Master Belzian is calling everyone. The three people were surprised and turned their heads back with a confused look. The steward's voice smiled and announced, Count and Countess Rudin are visiting. Very quickly the three people caught sight of Countess Rudin. She smiled and praised, "Young lady and young masters are so cute," while Rudin on the side angrily looked with not very friendly eyes towards the three people. Lakeisha was being carried by her older brother. She looked towards him and realized something, that person. She looked closely at his stern face and judgmental eyes. Isn't he the noble who came to convey the emperor's decree last time? What is he looking for today? Countess Rudin smiled and greeted the three people. "Very happy to meet you, I am Countess Rudin. We came here because we received the imperial mandate to teach everyone etiquette." But he right next to her sighed with annoyance. It seemed that he did not want to care about these things so much. His Majesty personally welcomed the new child of the Count's family and sent us here. So think of this as an honor. Immediately after that, he immediately looked disdainful. This education should have been received by the Count's family early on. Hearing these words from him, Belzian sitting opposite him holding a cup of tea in his hand coldly looked at him with disgusted eyes. Lakeisha sitting on the side quickly observed this entire emotion. The little girl surprisingly sank into her own thoughts. From the last matter, it seems that the relationship between the Emperor and Kiran is not good. Indeed, the purpose is to supervise. That expression of Belzian's is probably right. They continued to look at the little girl and announced, "Then let us start with young lady Chaisha, shall we?" Then he said with a grating voice, "From now on, young lady must study hard." At this moment, a very scary smile bloomed on the corner of her mouth. The young lady of the Count family. Her mocking voice kept echoing, "Can't act like when you were in the orphanage." The little girl immediately fell silent and looked at her after hearing these words. Contrary to her provocations, the little girl became extremely calm. She sank into her own thoughts. Just started and already criticizing so childishly. Not even worth it for me to react. Suddenly she was startled and realized something. At this moment Karha made a move. He smiled and threatened these two illiterate people. "Hey, watch your words." He pointed his weapon at their necks and scolded loudly. "We have ears too." This made both of them very confused and scared. Witnessing these things, Ishuel became extremely calm. He sighed in boredom and carried Lakeisha in his arms. "These words are hard to hear, I am thinking." At this moment, a very scary smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth and declared, whether to kill or spare her life. While both of them were still causing trouble, suddenly Belzian angrily shouted and ordered his two younger brothers, Karha, Ishuel. He became very angry with the previous actions of his two younger brothers. His eyes seemed to want to devour both of them alive. Seeing his older brother reacting so fiercely, the two quickly returned to normal. The two quickly glanced at each other signaling. Following that, he continued to look at the Count Rudin family. He announced to these two people, "I apologize, the two of them are still young, they do not understand things." He tried to apologize to him to let the matter go. "Please be generous and forgive this rudeness." Rudin at this time became so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was still about to mutter something, this. At this time he could not bear it anymore and loudly scolded Belzian right in front of him. In the end, both the son and the father are equally rude. Is this the family tradition of the Basilian family? He just silently listened to these words. After that, he still did not want to let it go. He continued to loudly scold, "Is Count Basilian here?" and letting a kid be the representative. This made him startled and raised his head to look forward. With an unbelievable look, Count Basilian. After that, he suddenly became silent and slowly bowed his head as if confirming this again. Rudin became very disdainful of the previous actions. He slowly stood up and announced, "Now I understand how the city of snakes is run." This time he became more and more excessive. Too clear, this action is from those who grew up without a mother. Belzian could not bear it anymore after hearing these words. He quickly widened his eyes and looked forward with an unbelievable look. He and his wife quickly left this place. His scolding voice kept loudly cursing the three brothers. "I will absolutely not let this matter go. Remember to pass the word to the Count." The door quickly slammed shut before the surprised eyes of everyone. Inside the house at this time, only the four brothers stood there quietly. No one said a word to anyone. Remembering something, Ishuel immediately turned to Belzian and was still about to say something more. "Brother, I will immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, he calmly instructed him, "Stop." It seemed that he had suffered a great shock. He looked very desperate at this time. He spoke to his younger siblings who did not understand things. "Please." His voice became more and more desperate. "Stop it." He slowly turned around and walked towards the back before the surprised eyes of the three brothers. The door closed. The three brothers stood there and watched Belzian's back leaving with a very sad face, not knowing what more to say. Thinking of this made Ishuel very self-blaming. He suddenly became strangely contemplative. Older brother was insulted, so he feels hurt in his self-esteem. Lakeisha also confusedly sank into her own thoughts. The atmosphere is all ruined. Right at this moment, the two quickly spoke to each other, angrily recalling everything that had happened. It was that woman, she caused trouble with little one first. Ishul became very angry and sighed, asking again, "Let us just write them off." Karha quickly shook his head and replied, "But if older brother finds out, he will be very angry." The little girl on this side was still sinking into her own thoughts. Why did this situation happen while Kiran was away? The little girl at this time became very confused. She remembered the scene of Count Rudin and his wife constantly covering their faces, crying just now with this matter. Basilian has inadvertently created an excuse for the emperor. That is also a problem, but more importantly, she quickly remembered his words that he had criticized those who grew up without a mother. She quickly noticed Belzian's desperate appearance after hearing that sentence. She surprisingly thought, there is no way that kid can calm down after hearing words like that. The little girl quickly remembered her unpleasant memories. Words kept echoing and made her cover her ears. That thing is like that because it has no mother. What do you know, as an orphan, get lost. Thinking of this made Lakisha very contemplative and fell into her own thoughts. Because of that tragic mood, I understand better than anyone else. She quickly waved her hand to signal her two older brothers. Let me down. This time the little girl made a decision. I have to go see Belzian. A thought appeared in her head. I am already infiltrating secretly anyway. Treating him well won't hurt. Thinking of this, the little girl quickly took step by step towards Belzian's room. Looking at the door of the room being opened, the little girl was very surprised and slowly stepped inside. Is it here? The door was opened. The little girl quickly pulled the door open with force. The little girl's small figure quickly stepped inside this large room. Noticing a strange scent, the little girl quickly glanced in another direction. This time the little girl caught Belzian bowing his head. He sat curled up in a corner with very desperate eyes. It seemed that he was enduring a sadness of his own. It seemed that he did not care what was happening. He only knew how to cover his face and sink into his own sadness. The little girl thought surprisingly, is he crying? Lakisha slowly stepped towards him. She gently spoke, "I." The little girl was like sunlight shining on his sad soul. She sat right next to him and said to him, "I will sit here for a while too." He did not react to this image. He still only curled up and sank into his own sadness. He did not want to care about anything else. I feel like I should comfort that kid. The little girl's face still sat there quietly. This time she chose to be silent and did not say a word to him, but that was also a respect of her. But honestly, I do not know how to do it. The little girl just sat there quietly and calmly. A long time passed. Well, I will just sit next to him like this. Maybe it will work like it did with Hada. Right at this moment, a voice slowly echoed, Karha and Ishul. The little girl heard him speak and slowly turned her head to look at him. His face became very sad, but he still slowly announced, taking action for kid carrying the name Basilian, not for you. After that, he quickly said what he was thinking in his heart to the little girl, and I do not want you to become a Basilian. It is useless to act spoiled with me. The little girl was a little confused after hearing this. She quickly pretended to be stupid and asked again, what is acting spoiled? Belzian did not know what to say after hearing this sentence. Seeing that his mood was gradually getting better, Lakisha quickly gave him a flower that she had picked herself. She smiled and said, please accept it. A bright smile bloomed on the little girl's face. She smiled expectantly, hoping that he could accept this flower in her hand. He looked at the flower in the little girl's hand and was a little surprised. This is. The little girl continued to smile, looking at him. If you smell the fragrance of the flower, your mood will get better. Hearing these words, he immediately froze and widened his eyes in disbelief. He quickly remembered a memory. His mother had once given him a rose and instructed, Belzian. She smiled gently and gave the flower to him and comforted, if you smell the fragrance of the flower, your mood will get better. The little girl continued to speak, don't be sad now. Belzian was startled and could not believe it after hearing these words. Strange tears unconsciously fell on his cheeks. He sat curled up in a corner. The tears on his red eyes constantly fell, making him tremble and weaker than ever. He quickly sat curled up in a corner, constantly crying right in front of Lakisha. After a long time of enduring grievances, he became calm again. He slowly used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears on his face and recounted to the little girl. I only want to keep my promise with my mother. The Count and the two younger siblings are all doing as I please. His desperate voice slowly echoed, if it continues like this, Basilian will collapse. He unconsciously remembered the image of his gentle mother. It was also the first time he confided in Belzian. But I have to protect this family, because this is the only place that preserves the memories of mother. His voice constantly echoed, I want to protect the important things, therefore, I won't let you become a Basilian. The little girl still silently listened to him say everything. He quickly looked at the flower that the little girl had given him. If you participate in the Count's crazy plan, the family will definitely collapse. Moreover, I do not want to take advantage of an innocent child. Inside the large room, his desperate voice constantly echoed, so young, I do not know if you understand. The little girl was speechless and did not know what to say in this situation and thought, he is crying like that and still pretending to be an adult. He is still just a kid. Saying this, he slowly turned his head to look at the little girl and announced, "So do not rush to become attached, I will quickly take you away from here." He also did not forget to instruct the little girl, "From now on, do not do useless things anymore." The little girl quickly nodded in understanding, yes. Right as Lakeisha was preparing to leave, Belzian was still about to say something more. "Flower." The little girl surprisingly turned her head to look at him with a confused look. He became very calm. He continued to speak to the little girl, "Thank you." The little girl saw that he had let down his guard with her. She slowly stepped to the outside before leaving. She also did not forget to nod in understanding with him. Lakeisha at this time had gone outside his large room. Suddenly she became unusually contemplative. She became strangely silent. It seemed that she was remembering something. She remembered the scene just now. "That was not enough to insult me." The words of Countess Rudin kept echoing in her ears. "Can't act like when you were in the orphanage." Following that were the mocking words of Rudin for Belzian. Letting a kid be the representative, the little girl unconsciously remembered the sad scene of him wiping away the tears on his face. "Again taking action against a child much younger than myself." Thinking of this made the little girl immediately become strange. She slowly spoke that. At this moment, she was completely driven crazy. She angrily clenched her fist looking at the front and loudly asked again, "What an annoying situation because of this." A thought appeared in the little girl's head, making her even more determined. "It has been a long time. I have to act like a witch once to be proper." Very quickly the scene had shifted to that night. The moon was gradually rising high. The scene had shifted to the Rudin Count's mansion. He raised a glass of red wine in his hand and chuckled loudly with delight accompanied by excitement. "It is so satisfying." He remembered the scene in the afternoon after mocking the people in the Basilian family. This made him even happier and excitedly raised the glass of wine in his hand. "Seeing that Basilian did not dare to do anything in front of me." The more he thought, the happier he became. He chuckled loudly with delight. "With receiving the imperial mandate like this, I will get a new position and territory." He quickly sank into his own delusional thoughts, thinking about the Count Basilian having to apologize to him. He chuckled excitedly and slowly raised the glass of red wine in his hand. "It is enough to feel full." Very quickly the time had shifted to the late night. The table was full of luxurious wine glasses along with different sets of documents. Rudin at this time was fast asleep, not knowing what was about to happen to him. A small step quickly came. Looking at this step, it could be easily recognized that it was Lakeisha. Her long golden hair quickly appeared inside this place. She looked at him still sleeping soundly lying on the chair. She excitedly thought, "So Count Rudin is here." A very strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, daring to take advantage of us to play around. A decision was quickly set in her head. "Now it is your turn." In his stupor, feeling that something was wrong, Rudin slowly woke up with a surprised face. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Before him at this time was a blood-soaked bear looking very strange. He surprisingly asked, "Who is there?" Feeling that something was painful on his body, he widened his eyes and looked forward desperately. His face clearly revealed fear and he screamed in despair. His piercing screams constantly appeared as he sank into his own illusions. Before his eyes were very scary scenes, making him even think he was doing drugs. What is going on?" Right as he was still dizzy and not understanding what the hell was going on, Lakeisha very quickly appeared out of here. She smiled and greeted him again. "Hello." She continued to announce, "Welcome to my illusionary region. Let us have a brief introduction. The illusionary region is a special illusionary territory that only the fairy race can create." Hearing these things made Rudin even more confused and constantly shouted with a desperate look, You. He very quickly recognized the figure of the beautiful Lakeisha. He screamed in fear, which Lakeisha, she chuckled with delight when she heard him recognize her. A loud sound echoed. It seemed that something was being slammed down on the bottom of the table. Inside the illusionary space, Rudin became very desperate. He constantly screamed in fear helplessly. His face became very scared. He did not know what more to do in this situation. He quickly sank into his own thoughts. What the hell is going on here? The disappeared witch. Why did she appear here? No, more importantly, a desperate thought appeared in his head. Why did she come looking for me? Lakeisha still sat there very calmly looking at the scene of him constantly being tortured in despair. Witnessing his pathetic appearance, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth at this moment. She excitedly thought, "What a pathetic appearance, Count." Just as I thought, playing with others in the illusionary region is the most interesting. Moreover, at least I can return to my true form in the illusionary region. Thinking of this made her a little regretful and slowly raised her hand to check the situation. But I can't maintain it for long. This made her very annoyed. It is a pity, but it has to end. Feeling that there was not much time left, Lakeisha quickly extended a finger forward as if signaling something. This time something quickly fell heavily to the ground. Before Count Rudin at this time appeared the chess pieces on the chessboard, making him even more scared to the extreme. Seeing him so pathetic, she was satisfied to the point of chuckling. She surprisingly asked him again, "Oh my, you have already been caught, how boring." Her husband at this time became very cowardly. He constantly bowed down right in front of her and kept pleading, "Spare my life, I still have a wife and young children to take care of." Lakeisha did not seem to care about his words. She calmly asked him again, "Is that so?" After that, she continued to control her illusionary world. What a coincidence, I also have a scary father and older brothers. The strings constantly rushed straight towards him, attacking. This time the strings had wrapped tightly around his neck, making him even more desperate and unable to resist. His piercing screams constantly echoed, "Please, please spare my life. Why are you doing this to me?" Ignoring him struggling desperately, she slowly stood up. Why? Her voice constantly echoed, questioning him. What will the Count think when killing a troublesome bug? He trembled after hearing this question. He hurriedly explained, "No, I would not think anything." Lakeisha heard this question and quickly took step by step towards Count Rudin. She nodded in confirmation, yes, with the same thought. Her face now became very scary. She gradually approached him and continued to ask again, "Do I need a reason to kill the Count?" He immediately became very scared. Her eyes quickly scanned over his body. She was very hesitant and asked again, "Where should I start before?" She quickly remembered his words when he had mocked her. That thing that grew up without a mother makes actions like that. Remembering this made Lakeisha even more angry, but she still tried to regain her composure. She slowly raised her weapon high behind her and smiled, making a decision, indeed from the tongue. Suddenly a loud sound echoed. She heard this sound and was startled and realized that something was wrong. She noticed that the illusionary region in this place was gradually encountering strange problems. She immediately became confused. I can feel the source of power outside the illusionary region. Thinking about not being able to kill Count Rudin made her even more angry. She clenched her weapon in her hand, full of anger. Damn it, still could not kill him. Everything in the illusion seemed to shatter. The fragments constantly shot out in the air. At the same time small butterflies appeared. Although she could not complete her original purpose, but even so Lakeisha had no choice but to slowly take step by step forward. The more she thought about him still living leisurely made her even more angry, and she gritted her teeth. A thought appeared in her head, "Quick, hide." She quickly hid in a very large bookshelf, even though she had used the stealth technique at this time. A footstep quickly appeared outside the door of the mansion here. The door slowly opened. A strange person stepped inside. Looking at the strange person right in front of her made Lakeisha immediately freeze to the point of confusion and disbelief. She continued to look at the scene before her and confusedly thought, Kieran. He was slowly stepping inside with very cold eyes. She quickly stood in the distance observing everything. She looked at him preparing to take action against him while he was sitting on the chair. Could it be? The matter this morning has reached Kieran's ears. Even so, because he is my father, he came running. He looked at Count Rudin with very cold eyes. Suddenly he trembled strangely and kept pleading in despair, "Spare my life." Seeing him in so much pain, he quickly reached out his hand and snapped his fingers, causing him to escape the illusion. Immediately after escaping the illusion, Rudin was able to return to reality. He became very scared and hurriedly gasped, not caring what was happening. Noticing that someone was standing right in front of him, he slowly raised his head to look forward. His eyes became even more scared. This time the person standing before him was not the witch Lakeisha. The person standing before him was Kieran. He became very panicked and hurriedly stammered, asking him, Count Basilian." The more he thought, the angrier he became. He loudly scolded him. Is it you who did this, playing with me in the illusion in the middle of the night like this? You are too arrogant." He chuckled seeing him so scared and sighed. After that he slowly spoke to ask him, "What are you saying? Did you encounter a nightmare?" His eyes became very scary and slowly glanced at him, like you wanted I. His next words became very cold and announced again to him, "Came here to apologize to you." He was startled and very scared after hearing this. It seemed that his body had a change to the point of being very strange. One of the black dark powers wrapped tightly around his hand, causing him to kneel down below the ground. His entire body was completely controlled. This made it impossible for him to move. He confusedly shouted, not understanding what was happening. This black magic. Why is there such an evil power? He quickly knelt down below the ground and screamed, "God will punish you." Before he could finish his sentence, Kieran quickly controlled him and slammed his head hard against the ground. He quickly used his foot to step on his head. He chuckled and mocked, "The tongue of yours truly does not stop talking." He was constantly attacked, making him even more painful and constantly shout. He felt that the situation was not good and hurriedly pleaded in despair. You misunderstood," he chuckled after hearing this. He continued to ask him again, "Where did I misunderstand?" His face became very scary and continued to press his head hard against the bottom of the ground, "Abusing the imperial mandate to snoop around my house while I was away." He hurriedly, still wanting to explain something, that matter. He firmly held his cane in his hand. His voice constantly echoed, asking him again, criticizing my child for having a background from an orphanage and looking down on my children for not having a mother. At this time, Kieran looked very scary with a smile on his face. He continued to ask him again one more time, wanting Count Basilian to come here to apologize to you. At this time he realized that the coffin was about to fall. He helplessly trembled and constantly pleaded, Please spare my life. If you spare my life, I won't talk about this with anyone. He chuckled after hearing this. He nodded in understanding. Let us see. He quickly sat down on the long chair and announced again to him, like declaring a death sentence, I do not like letting you live. His eyes became very scary and announced again to him, in return I will do it quickly, because my little daughter is at home waiting for me. A loud sound echoed. Count Rudin had completely logged out of the server. Kieran raised his scary eyes to look ahead. He slowly announced, I will do it quickly, because my little daughter is at home waiting for me. The chair down below Count Rudin's room suddenly became strangely shaky. His hands unconsciously trembled and firmly held the rope above. Seeing him tremble like that, he calmly announced, don't be too nervous. He had completely used his magic power to control Count Rudin to hang himself. He also gave a very perverted smile, come on. Hearing this order from him, a very scary smile bloomed on his face at this time. His voice slowly echoed and called out, Count. After a loud sound echoed, the chair had fallen to the bottom of the ground. His legs quickly hovered in the air. All of these things were witnessed by Lakeisha. The little girl confusedly thought, Kieran, this guy is crazier than I thought. This made her very surprised. She continued to turn her head and look in another direction. I thought he would only warn him. I did not expect him to actually kill him. At this time, the little girl had become very shaky to the point of fear. In her head different thoughts kept appearing. If there is a problem, Count Rudin would have reported the events that happened today at the Basilian mansion to the Emperor. If the next day they discover the death of the Count, Basilian will be suspected first. She continued to turn her head to peek at Kieran, who was still sitting there quietly. He was fiddling, looking at an item in his hand. I had intended to end with him being caught up in the witch's unpredictable temper, but he suddenly intervened, making everything complicated. What should I do? While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, suddenly Kieran firmly held the new item in his hand. He slowly spoke, full of boredom. Time really flies fast. He continued to speak with a look full of anticipation. Chaisha is waiting for me. Lakeisha heard her name and immediately became scared to the point of turning pale. The little girl just realized that now was not the time for her to sit there tensely. She confusedly ran forward very fast. This is not the time for this. The little girl quickly made a decision. I have to go back too. Very quickly the scene had shifted to a while later. The moon had risen high. The scene shifted to the Basilian family mansion. After running continuously for a long time, Lakeisha quickly took each step and ran forward very fast with a hasty look. She continued to run away very fast. While running she kept turning her head to look behind her. Seeing that no one was chasing after her, she sighed with relief very lightly. The little girl told herself, I have to quickly get back to my room. While she was still thinking about what to do next, suddenly a sound echoed, Chaisha, hearing her name called. The little girl was startled and turned her head back. When the little girl turned her head back, she caught sight of Kieran slowly taking step by step towards her. The little girl turned her head to look back with a surprised look. After that she slowly spoke to ask, Dad. He quickly picked Lakeisha up into his arms. At this time the little girl became very worried. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. He probably did not see me using the fairy race's power. Right. Suddenly he became strangely silent. It seemed that he was becoming more and more mysterious. Seeing that his face looked strange, the little girl surprisingly asked again, Dad, when did you come back? Right when the little girl did not understand what was happening, he quickly pressed his cheek against the little girl's cheek, making the little girl a little confused. His appearance became very excited and constantly rubbed his cheek against the little girl. He happily called out loudly, Chaisha. The little girl at this time became very confused. It was the first time she had encountered this scene. The little girl stammered and thought, wait a minute. What is going on again? That strong smell from just now, could it be that he? Lakeisha looked at him with unbelievable eyes. He is drunk. He smiled and blushed, saying to the little girl, Dad's lovely Chaisha, Dad has cookies for you. He continued to press those delicious bags of cookies against her face. Don't you like it? The little girl's face became very calm. The little girl continued to look at him and speechlessly thought, he is definitely drunk. The little girl did not know how to react in this situation, because Count Rudin also had the smell of alcohol, so I did not know. Kieran can also get drunk. His actions were so obvious that I did not realize it. The little girl quickly remembered the scene when Kieran forced Count Rudin to hang himself. This made the little girl also surprisingly thought, looking at not killing Count Rudin immediately and Disguising it as a suicide, it seems that he also has his own ability to judge. Thinking of this made the little girl even more worried. Is it because I'm always on guard and when I get home I unconsciously relax so it turns out like this? Lakeisha smiled and quickly said to him, I like cookies. He chuckled and nodded in understanding after hearing her say this. That is right, I thought of Chaisha so I brought it home. He became very happy and said to the little girl, I am glad that you like it. Hearing this sentence, the little girl surprisingly raised her head to look at him with a confused look. The little girl unconsciously remembered the words that Kieran had said to Count Rudin back then. My little daughter is waiting for me at home. Thinking of this made the little girl very surprised. She slowly reached her hand forward to receive the bag of cookies in his hand, even when I am not there. He still cares about me like his daughter. He even brought cookies home in a drunken state. Thinking of this made Lakeisha a little contemplative. She quickly held the bag of cookies in her hand and then sank into her own thoughts. It has been a long time since I had the feeling of being taken care of by someone. While the little girl was still happily thinking, suddenly Kieran reached his hand towards her. He smiled and announced, Chaisha has also been found, now let us go to sleep. He gently snapped his fingers. The space here seemed to have a rotation. At this time the room had shifted to the little girl's large room. He smiled gently and announced to Lakeisha, who was obediently sitting in his arms, done. Immediately after that was an appearance like a little puppy when lying next to the little girl. Dad will sleep with Chaisha. Hearing this made the little girl immediately disgusted. The little girl angrily thought, he is not changing his clothes and just going to sleep like this. He suddenly reached his hand forward and gently rubbed her head, making the little girl a little confused. His face suddenly became strangely contemplative. His eyes could captivate countless young women. Suddenly he spoke very unpleasant words. Dad should not have dealt with the one who insulted Basilian so lightly. The little girl was surprised and raised her head to look at him with a confused look. After hearing this, Kieran chuckled when standing before the little girl. Perhaps no one could understand him. He slowly sank into his own sleep. Dad is a little strange today, right? His voice constantly echoed, talking to the little girl. Sorry, I should have drank moderately, but I got completely drunk when I got home. The little girl heard this and widened her eyes, staring at him with a surprised look. The little girl continued to look at him, still sleeping soundly. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Kieran violently executed Count Rudin like that, but when he is in front of me, he acts so gently. Lakeisha's eyes clearly looked at this very incomprehensible man. Kieran's eyes wanted to be always sharp when lit with malice. The little girl remembered the scene when she caught Belzian crying in the afternoon. The little girl quickly understood some problem. Now it looks like the eyes of that boy who was crying because of the innocent comfort of a child. The little girl became very pensive. It seemed that the little girl was thinking with the image of a witch. Or am I imagining things? Kieran saw the little girl constantly looking at him and was a little confused. He gently reached his hand towards the little girl's face. Chaisha. After that he continued to speak. Chaisha Basilian. His voice constantly echoed, looking at Chaisha. That image appears in Dad's mind again. So Dad is both tired and happy. Suddenly he became strangely silent. After that he uttered only 3 words, I miss you. Immediately after this sentence, Kieran quickly sank into a deep sleep. He did not even know what he had just said. Seeing that he had sunk into a deep sleep, the little girl looked surprised. She continued to look at his appearance of sleeping soundly to the point of exhaustion. He fell asleep. The little girl's face seemed to have something calm. The little girl surprisingly sank into her thoughts. So, he has always remembered the Countess. In Lakeisha's head at this time she remembered an important person to Kieran, the Countess of the Basilian family. An image quickly appeared in the little girl's head. It was the coffin of the woman with the unfortunate disease. I can't find her relics or portraits in the mansion. The servants absolutely do not reveal half a word. This made the little girl very confused, mixed with a little curiosity. As if mentioning her is taboo, the little girl continued to think about a large coffin. But every time the Countess is mentioned, the little girl suddenly understood the problem. The Basilian family had a completely different attitude than usual. The little girl quickly thought of the image of Karha. He had once told his 2 brothers that child looks like mother, so father is like that. The little girl remembered Belzian's words that he had told her this afternoon. The Count's mansion is the only place that preserves the memories of mother. The image of Kieran being very happy when standing next to his beautiful and thrifty wife. Even in this matter, you do not have to resemble so much. Lakeisha could not fall asleep. She constantly sank into her own thoughts confusedly. Do I resemble her that much? Her eyes gradually glanced ahead. Even so, honestly I do not hate that matter. It turned out that all of these things were easily accepted by the little girl. On the contrary, when she was called Basilian, the little girl remembered the call of her name by Kieran just now. Chaisha Basilian. This made her a little happy in her heart. I really feel like I am a family member of theirs. Thinking of this, Lakeisha was startled and realized something. She thought that she was thinking too much. The little girl shook her head quickly. No, now's not the time to indulge in emotions. The little girl continued to look at Kieran still sleeping soundly there. She quickly sat up preparing to act. Probably because I have been in contact with the Basilians often lately. So I forgot that this is just a temporary job. It seems that Kieran is very drunk today and won't wake up. The little girl quickly summoned space to go to another place and made a decision. Let us go back to investigating. The little girl took step by step forward very determinedly. Today I will find accurate information. The scene had shifted to another place. At the same time in the underworld, a tattered place was also displayed on the screen. Immediately after that, the door outside the bar was quickly opened. Seeing a guest enter, Hata smiled and quickly greeted, "Welcome, the item you want to find." Looking at the person coming right in front of him made him immediately become confused to the point of turning pale in fear. Immediately after that, desperate screams constantly echoed inside the bar. "Let me go if you touch me. Do you think Master Lakeisha will let you off on the outside?" The people walking around had become very scared. But it seemed that Hylon was not very scared by these things. He only coldly asked again, "Is that so?" After that, he continued to speak. "Then, when will that master come to save you?" His face had become very cold and announced, "Let us wait and see, you dog of the witch." Everything around this place had become very chaotic and tragic. The scene had shifted to another place inside the library. The space door was gradually being opened. Lakeisha quickly ran forward. The little girl, while walking forward, sank into her own thoughts. This place is Kieran's reading room. The little girl continued to put her hands forward, preparing to perform her own magic tricks. After arriving in the capital, he spends most of his time here. I have been very careful with entering and exiting this place, because who knows when Kieran will appear. The little girl's face became very determined and reached her hand forward. This time I have to find something. The little girl quickly used her magic to control the butterflies to constantly fly up into the air. These butterflies quickly searched for all information related to the library here. Very quickly her minions had found a very strange book and brought it before her. The little girl surprisingly looked at the white paper clipped in this book. The little girl asked again, full of confusion, "There is a piece of paper between the book." Immediately after looking inside the paper, the little girl's eyes suddenly changed. The little girl's face had become confused, not understanding what was happening. This is. Before the little girl was a report related to the witch Lakeisha. This made the little girl very confused and thought, "A report about me?" The light very quickly shone straight towards the mansion of the Basilian family. The window was opened wide as if welcoming the sunlight. At this time it was the morning of the next day. Only Kieran was sitting there at the dining table with Chaisha, making the little girl very pressured. He smiled gently and spoke to the little girl. "Chaisha, eat this too. Do not you like vegetables? Even so, you have to eat enough nutrients." He quickly picked carrots for the little girl. But even so, the little girl still sadly nodded in understanding, yes. Right next to them, Karha became very confused. He surprisingly spoke to Ishwal. Why are they suddenly eating breakfast together? He also shook his head, showing that he was confused after hearing that. Who knows? Everyone kept speaking and discussing. It is not like we have not seen father's strange behavior before. On another side, Belzian still calmly sat and ate as usual. Lakeisha also tried to pretend that nothing had happened. The little girl, while eating, wearily thought, "I am so worried to the point of going crazy." The little girl quickly remembered the scene last night when she had read the reports about herself. The information about me in the report I found last night was written quite detailed. An image of Lakeisha when she was young quickly appeared, from the secret about her birth. Until the image of Lakeisha witnessed the entire orphanage being completely burned right before her eyes, the events during her growth. And then she was very helpless when looking at the flames burning everything, to the path that I chose. Finally, Lakeisha went to seek justice with her own axe, torturing all the elf hunters. Thinking of this, the little girl cautiously glanced at him. The little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. Why is Kieran investigating me? This is very difficult to obtain information without having a deep relationship in the underworld. The little girl quickly looked at the delicious food placed on the table. I searched all night but did not get anything more. I am already uneasy and now I have to sit at the dining table. It is so uncomfortable. While the little girl was still struggling with this food, suddenly Kieran spoke, wanting to say something. He continued to announce to his children, "Have you posted the obituary for Count Rudin yet? I heard that he died of a heart attack. What a pity." Lakeisha, sitting right next to him, was speechless after hearing these words. The little girl surprisingly thought, a heart attack. After that, the little girl remembered each piece of information on the published newspaper. People say that for the nobility, suicide is considered a disgraceful error. On the newspaper was the obituary of Count Rudin, the one who serves the son of the great Palan Empire. And the little girl also understood everything, so they will cover up the death in this way. While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, Kieran had predicted this matter when he killed Count Rudin. Suddenly Belzian slammed his fork hard against the table, making everyone freeze. Everyone on the table immediately did not understand what was happening and raised their heads to look at him. But his face had become very calm. He gently wiped the food off his mouth. Immediately after wiping, Belzian's face changed very quickly. He used scary red eyes to look at Kieran and questioned, "Why did you kill him?" Lakeisha was speechless after hearing these words. She also had to praise and thought, "Indeed, that kid is sensitive." His angry voice echoed, warning him again, "I can handle it myself." He smiled strangely on the corner of his mouth after hearing him say that. But his face had become very serious. He continued to raise his head to look forward and said loudly, "Even if you do not directly intervene, I can still solve him in the Basilian way." Saying this made him even more angry and questioned, "Or did you have a heart to shoulder the responsibility of the family?" Kieran was very calm when hearing these words. He gently held the cup of tea in his hand. "I did not." His face had become very domineering. He smiled calmly and said to him, "I killed him because I liked it." He was speechless after hearing these words. He did not know what to say to this father of his. Feeling that he could not talk to his father anymore, he sighed and spoke, "Then have you settled the funeral properly?" Kieran chuckled and nodded slowly, holding the newspaper in his hand. "Of course, do you need me to read it again for you to hear?" He smiled strangely and slowly read the information from the newspaper in his hand quickly. "And killing in secret like this, I feel a little sorry. I should have taken his head and hung it at the where." Hearing him say words like that, Belzian unconsciously remembered the scene of the words that Count Rudin had mocked him and his younger siblings, that thing that grew up without a mother. That feeling of being like that was not easy at all. While he was still thinking, suddenly he remembered something also. He surprisingly looked towards him after hearing that. He with a happy smile continued to look towards the little girl Lakeisha and announced to his sons, "From now on, our family has a lovely little one." His face had become very strange. He continued to ask his three beloved sons, "I am thinking if I should bring Basilian out into the light like you said or not." His voice constantly echoed, "What do you think?" Hearing these words, Belzian immediately turned pale to the point of confusion and disbelief and looked forward. Immediately after that, he sighed and shook his head, replying, "That is what I want." He continued to raise his head to look at his father and loudly declared, "But please remember, once you bring Basilian out into the light, you need to stop actions like this." The image of a snake covered in blood quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. "If not then." Before he could finish his sentence, Kieran chuckled and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. He continued to turn away after that and announced to his two second sons, "We will start with a banquet organized by the Duke of Royal Family. I have hired a new tutor. You guys participate in class diligently." Remembering something important, he continued to look towards his youngest son. "What about the outfits, Ishuel?" He quickly smiled and replied, "This week I will go to the clothing store." Kieran quickly nodded in understanding when his son said that. He then slowly stood up. "Good, at that time I will free up time." He held his coat and walked out the door. He did not forget to instruct his four beloved children, "You guys take good care of Chaisha and do not cause trouble." Seeing that he had left, Lakeisha surprisingly thought, "It seems that Kieran is also going out today." She quickly put down the plate of food in her hand and announced to her older brothers, "I am done eating." She quickly jumped down from below the chair and announced to her brothers, "I will be in my room alone." The two older brothers were startled and confused and looked at the little girl. Why? She did not turn her head back and acted angry. She quickly explained and slowly walked forward, "Because I am in a turbulent mood." Karha and Ishuel were confused after hearing these words from the little girl and looked at the little girl with an unbelievable look. What? Immediately after returning to her beloved room, Lakeisha wearily gasped. She boredly stood there quietly. The little girl's face at this time became very contemplative. The little girl quickly fell into her own thoughts. Occasionally, the nobility wants to express themselves by deliberately participating in the underworld, but Kieran's scary image quickly appeared in the little girl's head. At this time the little girl had become very confused. But I think the fact that Kieran has a relationship with the underworld is not as simple as that. At that time he pretended to be pensive and spoke, "A witch, speaking of which it has been quiet lately." He continued to smile and look ahead and ask Hylon, "That pattern is the mark of the witch." After that was the information that the little girl had found inside the library that he often went to, related to the witch Lakeisha. This made the little girl even more confused. Moreover, he is very interested in me, an elf. This thought had appeared in the little girl's head, making the little girl even more sure. Kieran's purpose is to revive the Countess. Because of that, he has used black magic, but the little girl knew that everything was still not enough time. That was not enough. The image of the fairy race's fairy crown quickly appeared, to make up for the lacking power. He has chosen the power of the fairy race, and in the process of learning about it, the image of a pair of very scary hands quickly reached forward. There is a high chance that he has done experiments on the fairy race. Thinking of this made Lakeisha very serious. The little girl quickly clenched her palm. the little girl surprisingly thought. Have I been too lenient because I have been immersed in this family game? Thinking that Kieran's purpose is only magic revival, this made the little girl a little angry. How can I affirm that it is not related to the elf experiment? That is a problem that needs to be considered. Throughout the process, the little girl quickly summoned a butterfly to fly quickly forward as if searching for information. I need help, if I want to find the connection between Kieran and the underworld. First, I will contact Hata. The image of a butterfly quickly flew very high up into the air, as if understanding the little girl's orders. Looking at the flight path of this little butterfly made the little girl very surprised. The little girl's face widened, looking forward with a confused look. Seeing the butterfly on her hand quickly replied back towards her hand. This made the little girl even more surprised. Why can't I determine the direction? Thinking that something bad was happening, Lakeisha's face suddenly became strangely serious. Could it be? She continued to look at the little butterfly constantly flying on her hand. This butterfly is created from the fairy race's power. It can track the location of the designated target. For the case that it can't track, the little girl quickly sank into her own worries. It can only be that the target has died, or has been sensed by other magic. This made the little girl even more worried and widened her eyes looking forward in the current situation. A very strange thought quickly ran through the little girl's head. Someone has touched Hata. Thinking of this made the little girl angrily grit her teeth. The little girl angrily thought, who dares? The scene that appeared was a heavy rain pouring like a downpour. The story gradually unfolded. The first time I met Hata was on a rainy day like a downpour. The image of a very scary little boy lying rolling on the road. At the same time, Lakeisha passed by and caught this scene. Hata was abandoned in an alley and was on the verge of life and death. The raindrops constantly fell to the bottom of the ground. The little girl quickly noticed his face. That child, after undergoing the process of experimenting to create a forever puppy, was abandoned because of side effects. He could not hide his ears and tail like other beast men. At that time, Lakeisha coldly looked at him. In her head, thoughts quickly appeared. A beast man belonging to the mysterious species. Looking at this appearance, it seems that someone did an experiment on him and abandoned him. She continued to look at the very pitiful Hata lying rolling on the ground. Is this matter related to the elf experiment? She very quickly sank into her own contemplative thoughts. She did not know what she should do to be right. Normally I would ignore it, but this time she chose to save Hata's life. She used her power to summon the little butterflies to fly towards him, saving his life on that day. My temper became erratic again. After a long time of treatment, Hata had become very grateful and spoke to Lakeisha. Thank you for treating me, he worriedly spoke. I do not know how to repay this favor. She surprisingly looked at his embarrassed face. A few days later, I almost could not keep Hata's life. He was very embarrassed and hurriedly scratched his head, explaining to her. Sorry, because I could not help with anything. I do not remember what happened to me anymore. This made her very surprised and made a guess, perhaps due to the sequelae of the experiment. His memories were still incomplete. She quickly brought the bowl of porridge to his face and nodded in understanding. Okay. Her face at that time had become very cold, looking at him as if judging. Unfortunately, he is not useful to me. She slowly released her hand to let the little butterfly fly quickly forward. Even so, her kindness still appeared. She smiled gently and said to Hata, if you want to live here, hiding your ears and tail will be better for you. This little butterfly quickly touched his ears. His ears quickly disappeared, making him surprised to the point of disbelief. While he still had not understood the intention, Lakeisha slowly turned around and left and thought, in the underworld, this is enough, I have hidden my identity. He will live well on his own. She slowly turned around and left. She also did not forget to announce, come back when you recover. Of course, everything was always outside of her data, but Hata blushed, looking towards her, slowly spoke I. He had become very embarrassed and hurriedly said to her, can I continue to stay here with the elf young lady? She then slowly turned her head to look towards him with a strange look. This beast man wants to swear loyalty to me. But very quickly Lakeisha's face revealed a disgusted face. She angrily asked Hata again, what? This made her a little uncomfortable and thought, living alone is already hard enough. What is he saying? She coldly turned around and left and did not forget to announce, I do not intend to raise a puppy. He still quickly ran towards her to beg. After hearing that, young lady asked about the experiment. Right after that, he quickly went straight to the point. I will help the elf young lady. I do not have information at the moment, but as soon as he touched her, she became very angry and shrugged his hand off, making him a little startled. Lakeisha's face became very angry. She turned her head back and criticized him. Just because I helped you once, do you think I will continue to treat you well? I am not free enough to bring someone like you along. Saying this made her eyes become very angry. She turned her head back and loudly announced, you have mistaken the person. Get out of here quickly. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. He will probably retreat at this point, right? Hearing these very scary words from her, he suddenly became scared and slowly took step by step backwards. Hata's face clearly revealed sadness, but he had no choice but to understand her intentions. But things did not end as simply as that. Even so, Hata kept following me. Hata smiled like a little puppy, bringing a jar of herbs before Lakeisha and introduced again. Look, I made this for the fairy young lady. On other days, he became even more excited, holding a jar of herbs in his hand, and announced again to her, I have found information, young lady Lakeisha. This made her very annoyed and thought, as if he wants to prove his worth and does not want to be abandoned again. A long time after that, Hata brought before Lakeisha a very precious and beautiful piece of jewelry. He smiled and announced, fairy young lady, I made jewelry that suits young lady. She was surprised but did not know what to say when looking at the gift in his hand. Is this the nature of dogs? I will accept it and tell him straight up that he should stop. With no other choice, Lakeisha had to accept the gift in his hand. She nodded and announced, I will accept this, so from now on do not follow me. Before she could finish her sentence, he had become very happy. He excitedly cheered, you have accepted it. Hearing his voice being so strange, she surprisingly raised her head to look at him. But this time he was truly touched to the point of crying. He clenched his palm and was as obedient as a little puppy. Finally, the fairy young lady has also accepted the things I made. His voice had become very happy and announced, I am really very happy. She immediately fell silent and thought something after hearing these words. After that, she slowly bowed her head, looking at the gift in her hand very confusedly. She suddenly realized that this was the feeling that she had not seen in a long time after becoming a witch. It was the first time. She remembered that people constantly pointed fingers at her and cursed, evil witch, this damned witch. They did not care about their own mistakes. They only constantly pointed fingers at her and loudly questioned, is she the daughter of the mad fairy? What crazy things is she planning to do again? But as soon as she met Hata, she realized one thing, someone is happy for me. She also could not have expected this path. After that, Hata still wholeheartedly followed me. He still pursued her like a loyal little dog, fairy young lady. His face had become very happy, holding the jar of medicine in his arms, and ran towards her announcing, this time I have created a new type of medicine. She was a little confused and turned her head to look at him after hearing this. What, although in her heart she had satisfaction with him, it is not bad to have a puppy by my side. She quickly made a decision that she could not regret. Finally, I decided to take in Hata. Returning to reality, Lakeisha remembered all the memories with Hata. Just thinking about him being in danger, the little girl had become very angry and clenched her hand, thinking, if it is the people in the underworld, there is no way they do not know what Hata means to me. Who dares to do this kind of thing? This made the little girl very angry. She quickly remembered a potion that could bring her back to her original form. If I want to save Hata, I have to return to my true form first. The problem was that the potion was in Hata's store. The little girl immediately turned her head to look outside. Thinking about the plan to escape made the little girl very hesitant and thought, if they know I disappeared, it will be a big deal for sure. I will check the situation first. Suddenly looking at the scene before her made Lakeisha, a little surprised, not understanding what was happening. Seeing everyone wearing cloaks walking forward, the little girl became very surprised and called out, brothers. The people saw that the little girl had appeared and also surprisingly called her name, Risha. Immediately after that, Ishuel gently sat down right next to the little girl. He smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, because there is an urgent matter, we have to go out. When we get back we will play together, okay? Seeing that time was getting more and more urgent, Karha quickly announced to him, hurry up, we have to go now. He quickly nodded in understanding after hearing that, I know. He also did not forget to rub the little girl's head and then slowly stood up, okay, we are leaving and we'll be back. Hearing this made the little girl a little happy in her heart. This made the little girl very excited, it is perfect. Immediately after that, she used her invisibility magic to go to Hata's store to check the situation. Witnessing the scene right before her, the little girl became very surprised and confused and looked forward. What is this? Everything around this place had become very chaotic. The little girl still did not understand what was happening and worriedly thought, why is Hata's store so messy? The first thing the little girl did was check everything around this place. The money and items were still intact, it was not a robbery. Thinking of this made the little girl's eyes become even more worried and looked forward. The little girl angrily thought, damn it. The little girl quickly remembered the beautiful memory between the two people, standing inside the large store. Hata surprisingly shouted with an unbelievable look, a store for me. Seeing that he looked so surprised, Lakeisha chuckled and continued to hold the flower and approached him and announced, yes, you are so skilled, do not waste it. If you are going to do it, then do it properly. He was immediately touched to the point of trembling after hearing that. This time he was so touched that he cried and constantly hugged her hand full of emotion. Young lady Lakeisha, I will turn it into the best hat store. Saying this made him become very determined and announced, from now on, this store is Hata's #1 treasure. Returning to reality, Lakeisha had become very sad looking at the hat right in front of her. The little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. The store that Hata cherished has now turned into this. This made the little girl very hesitant and sighed, I will definitely make them die very miserably. The little girl quickly held the hat and went in another direction. The little girl's small hands gradually reached towards the cabinet. The little girl thought to herself in her heart, "Wait for me, Hata, I will come to save you right away." This time the door was opened. Lakeisha had gone to another place in the scene here. The little girl quickly looked at the medicines placed differently on the cabinet. The medicine to become big. The countless medicine made it even more difficult for the little girl to struggle to find these medicines. The little girl tried to reach for the medicines placed on the cabinet. The medicine that helps the body grow in the true sense of the word. The little girl continued to take a bright red medicine right in front of her. Is it this one? This time before the little girl had pulled out a medicine with very beautiful decorative patterns. It also clearly stated the explanation about this medicine. Medicine for the little fairy young lady. But it seemed that Lakeisha did not care much about this medicine. The little girl speechlessly thought, "What is with the heart?" Suddenly on the outside there was a strange sound making the little girl startled and surprised and turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. A familiar voice of Karha slowly echoed inside this place. What is this? He had become very surprised and slowly took step by step inside observing the situation and asked again, the store was robbed. Hearing the voice that was a little familiar, the little girl immediately became confused and thought, this voice is Karha. He continued to look towards the surroundings and then sighed and spoke. What can you get at this time? The little girl immediately became panicked. Why is he here? In the little girl's head at this time, thoughts were constantly appearing. The urgent matter that he said was something in the underworld. Could it be that not only Kieran, but all Basilian members have connections with the underworld? Thinking of this made the little girl even more worried and hurriedly removed the cap of the medicine, preparing to drink this medicine. To return to her true form, wake up. Now's not the time to stand here guessing, with Karha's beast-like sensitive instincts. He will definitely discover me. She quickly made a decision. I will drink it first. This time, Lakeisha had returned to her true form. She gradually opened her eyes looking at everything around her. At this time she had become a witch just like the rumor said. She quickly turned her head to look behind her. She sighed because she felt that she was a little lucky. It is good that I took the right medicine. Feeling that she could not waste time anymore in this place, she quickly disappeared from this place and made a decision. I have to quickly run away from this place. Suddenly right at this moment there was a very strange change. Karha quickly used his weapon to slash straight forward, breaking the entire door of the secret entrance in this place. Looking at everything around, he had become very surprised. He continued to step forward and examine the situation around this place. A clothing store, but there is also a secret space. His sensitive nose seemed to be very useful. He quickly sniffed everything around this place and then surprisingly asked himself, why do I smell the same scent as little one? He quickly stepped forward. He caught sight of the empty medicine bottle on the floor, making him very confused. He quickly picked up the medicine bottle and read the label on the bottle with a confused look. Medicine for the little fairy young lady. The scene shifted to another chaotic place. A very angry voice echoed, come out now. The scene here had become very chaotic. The people around were constantly covering their heads, screaming and then shouting full of fear, a day demon. Lakeisha angrily held her weapon in her hand and continued to take steps. The people around had become very scared with this appearance of her. Lakeisha, was not she dead already? Her eyes had become very angry. She raised her head to look forward and shouted loudly at these guys who touched Hata. Her angry voice constantly echoed, come out now. Time gradually shifted back to the past. Lakeisha had gone to gather information in many places, the result of investigating Hata's whereabouts in the underworld. I found out that, while I infiltrated Basilian, at the same time 3 people wearing very strange cloaks slowly took step by step forward, causing trouble in this place. The Holy Night has come, causing trouble in the underworld. And things were not just that. And the actions of the Holy Night coincided with the time that Hata disappeared. The chaotic image on his hat shop quickly appeared in her head. There is a high chance that the Holy Night captured Hata as a hostage, to lure me, who is missing, to show myself. Just thinking of this made Lakeisha very angry to the point of destroying everything in this place. If that is the case, I only have the way to throw bait and make them crawl out themselves. The innocent people constantly fearfully ran very fast forward and screamed. Right at this moment, a voice slowly echoed from behind, wait. Lakeisha turned her head back to look with a confused look. A knight quickly used his rope to suppress the weapon in her hand. He continued to take steps forward and announced, please stop. She became even more angry seeing him daring to openly block her attack. She stared at him. She quickly snatched her weapon out of his thing. Immediately after that she asked again, what are you? He calmly put his hand on his chest and slowly announced, first, I apologize for being impolite. He quickly put his hand on his chest and smiled, introducing, I am Jahan, a subordinate of the master. I received orders from the master to escort young lady Lakeisha here. Hearing his introduction like this, she was a little surprised. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Jahan, the master's executioner. Damn it, why is that master intervening at this time? The two words master quickly appeared in her head. The image of a group of people appeared leading was Jahan. Few people knew about the identity of that person. This person had a very dangerous background, possessing strength comparable to the Holy Knight, and calling the executioner his subordinate, and hand symbolizing power quickly appeared. The true master of the underworld. The image of a very peaceful place with warmth brought by the sunlight quickly appeared. The underworld was originally the territory of the great Palan Empire. But an accident unfortunately happened. The vines constantly grew to the point of being suffocating, however, because it accidentally caught a curse. The black roses quickly appeared growing all over this place. The event was also gradually being revealed, turning this land barren without a single life. This place became more and more tragic. During this time a group of people very quickly formed in this place. After that, people who could not integrate into normal society gathered in this abandoned land. With the intervention from the master through generations. The story was also gradually being told more clearly. A giant economy had quickly been formed. Following that was in hand that seemed to be taking over the entire market in this place. Finally, the underworld became a neutral land, a place of trade for dark forces throughout the continent. And only the master could maintain order in this place. Lakeisha became very serious after hearing this. She continued to use her ice-cold eyes and raised her head to look forward. That is what I know. Why is the master always standing on the side observing? Looking for me. While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, not understanding what was happening, Jahan at this time slowly spoke to her. Well, if you would like, I will show you the way now. Hearing him say these words, she became very cold and announced, no, finding my puppy is the top priority. Jahan had become very calm after hearing these words from her. He slowly put his hand on his chest and announced, that is a related matter. Her face had become very serious. She continued to stare at him and asked again, you are saying the master knows Hotta's whereabouts? It seemed that all of these things had been guessed by him. He still maintained his cold face. Here all have the master's eyes and ears. After that he quickly announced, so please come with me. With no other choice, Lakeisha had to follow Jahan. While following him, she sank into her own thoughts. No one knows the master's official residence, but all speculate about a place. The image of a ball along with a large palace quickly appeared before her eyes. The place with the most lush greenery. Along with that were the trees constantly being grown, absorbing all the sunlight in this place. On the barren land, dust flew around all year round. The image of a sword along with a symbol of power quickly appeared. And as soon as you approached without permission, a scary thing was still happening right before everyone's eyes. The thing that welcomed right before your eyes was death. Lakeisha, while walking, observed the situation of this place. She raised her head to look at the long corridor with both sides being flowers competing to bloom. Her face had become very calm. Looking towards the front, she surprisingly thought, on the land where even weeds can't grow, there is a garden like this. Just how rich is that master? Immediately after that, Jahan led her inside a room with a table and a chair readily available right there. He continued to announce to her, young lady, please talk to him. Lakeisha fell silent and thought something after seeing this scene. She quickly noticed the black curtain right before her. This made her a little curious and thought, the master is behind that curtain. While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, a voice slowly echoed, which Lakeisha, she heard that and seriously stared ahead. This strange person continued to greet. This is the first time we have met directly. Hearing that this conversation seemed like it would take a long time, she calmly walked towards the chair and her table. She quickly worriedly thought, I have only been in the same place. And I already feel heavy pressure, but I can't waver. She was still trying to reassure herself. The master continued to speak and ask her, do you know that your actions give everyone a headache? Seeing that this strange person seemed to be speaking roundaboutly, she coldly went straight to the main issue. Forget the introduction, get to the main issue. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the master chuckled with satisfaction. After that, this person slowly spoke and asked again, you also know that the Holy Knight has been causing trouble in the Underworld recently, right? The image of the Holy Knight army quickly appeared in her head. The master continued to speak and recount, as you have seen, if it is a heretic, not even the holy nation will intervene. It is an unwritten principle. The strange person's voice constantly echoed in her ears, but the current situation is something that has never happened before. She coldly crossed her arms and looked up at this strange person and asked again, so. His next words made her directly freeze for a moment. Among the holy knights causing trouble here, there is a high-ranking knight related to you. She was startled and could not believe it after hearing that. What? The figure of a man familiar to her more than anyone else quickly appeared in her head. Among the high-ranking holy knights, there is only one person related to me. Very quickly she thought of the figure of the man with white hair and ice-cold eyes, Hylon. The master continued to look at her, but she was still sinking into her own thoughts. I wondered which reckless guy dared to break the principles of the underworld. Why is it Hylon? This made her feel even more confused. Even so, I will try to probe the master, maybe I will get more useful information. Lakeisha chuckled and continued to look at the person in the curtain opposite. Is that so? I have not heard the details, so I do not know. This person chuckled full of delight after hearing that. The image of a little butterfly quickly appeared, accompanied by the image of the roses that were appeared. Don't tell me you also do not know about the mark you left in a discreet place on that holy knight's body. Hearing these words from the master, Lakeisha immediately became speechless. It is definitely Hylon, she hurriedly spoke to explain. It is just that I am not sure. After that she gave a playful smile and smiled, raising her head to look forward, and announced. But, you know the exact location of the mark. It seems that this master has a hobby of undressing holy knights. Before she could finish her sentence, the master's angry voice echoed, which the master continued to praise. I quite like you. She immediately became serious and looked at the strange person who was inside the curtain. I want you to live a long life and cause many interesting things for the underworld. The master also did not forget to announce, so do not be too curious about me. She coldly stood there and gave an order. Don't give me orders. The master sighed and replied, not an order, just advice. She also sighed and replied to him, yes, I suppose. Feeling that she had wasted too much time on this, she quickly turned around and left. She also did not forget to say again to the master, well, as long as I deal with that holy knight. That is fine, right? If the talk is over, I am going to find my puppy. Seeing her turn around and leave, the master also did not hold her back. He nodded in understanding. Okay. He also did not forget to talk to her. I hope you will resolve it well, so that I do not have to call you a second time. Immediately after Lakeisha stepped outside, Jahan quickly approached her and announced, I will lead you outside. She coldly walked past him. No need, I do not have time. The image of a flower quickly appeared in her head. With this matter, the culprit who kidnapped Hata, there is a high chance that it is Hylon. She quickly used her ability and made a decision because I left a mark on Hylon. She quickly went to another place. I can use it to go find him immediately. This time she had gone to another place to search for Halen's shadow. Looking at the scene before her made her immediately startled. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Lakeisha had caught the scene of Hata being tied on the ground. She worriedly called him Hata. On another side, Hylon had also witnessed this entire scene. He surprisingly sighed and spoke to her. Just for a beastman puppy, you are digging your own grave. This time both of them had quickly officially met each other. Lakeisha had become very angry. She quickly spoke to warn him. This time you have crossed the line. What is the reason you are doing this? He suddenly became strangely contemplative after hearing that. The reason. He continued to raise his head to look at the full moon and spoke. That night the full moon was high just like today. He continued to stare at her and asked again. You still remember, right? Which? Halen's face had become very expectant and looked at Lakeisha. Today you must answer me. His voice slowly echoed, mixed with a little despair. That night, why did you abandon me? Halen's face had become very expectant and looked at Lakeisha. Today you must tell me, why did you leave me that night? Lakeisha immediately became silent and stared at him after hearing that. That night. She quickly remembered everything more clearly. 5 years ago, not long after I awakened the fairy race's power, in the middle of a quiet night, tired gasps echoed. Lakeisha at that time had become very weak and ran forward very fast, gasping for breath. In the end, how long do I have to run away like this? She constantly ran very fast forward with a desperate look. On the night that I was chased by hunters like usual, behind her at this time, those scumbags constantly chased after and shouted, signaling each other. She is almost cornered, do not be afraid. She is just a kid who can't control her power. And she also slowly recounted the story. On that day, I had a strange and strong premonition that she was very desperate. In her head at this time there was only one thought. Maybe today is the day of my death. She gasped and ran very fast forward and sank into her own thoughts. I did not want to be born as an elf. I just wanted to live a normal life. While running very fast forward, Lakeisha unfortunately tripped. She helplessly shouted. Immediately after that she had fallen to the bottom of the ground. The voices of the evil hunters constantly echoed. Right now, catch her. Her whole body had become trembling to the point of despair. Her eyes trembled and raised her head to look forward. She thought that this was the end of her life. Will I die meaninglessly like this? While she was still thinking that she was about to die, a movement right in front of her appeared, making her startled. Before her at this time was a guy Hylon holding a sword in his hand. He looked at her with very strange eyes. Right when she first met him, she was fascinated by his appearance. Pure eyes like the sea and the sky. This made it impossible for her to take her eyes off him. She surprisingly thought, looking at him, I suddenly thought that he exuded an incomprehensible divine look. In the most desperate moment, Lakeisha had thought of a very scary thought. If dying is my fate, I would rather die at the hands of this person. At least, my body won't be defiled. Thinking of this made Lakeisha very weak. She trembled and raised her head to look forward, slowly speaking to beg, please. Standing right before Hylon, she repeated her request to him, kill me. A long time passed. Lakeisha started and widened her eyes, waking up from a long dream. She had become very haunted by this dream. She confusedly looked at her hands that were still constantly trembling. Unconsciously she shed desperate tears. When did I faint? I am still alive. She continued to flip the blanket and saw that her feet had also been bandaged very quickly. Her eyes clearly revealed fear. My feet have also been bandaged. I thought I was definitely going to die. The negative thoughts in her head constantly appeared, making her helplessly shed tears on her face. Or have I been captured alive? The more she thought, the more desperate she became and curled up and constantly cried. If it is like that, is not it the same as dying? Lakeisha thought of the scene of dirty black hands constantly reaching towards her. Of course, death is very scary, but this life does not belong anywhere, and always has to run away to survive. She did not know if her choice was right or not, whether it still had meaning or not. She still bowed her head, hugging her face and crying, I would rather. She quickly remembered Halen's face looking at her at that time. It would have been better to die right at that time. While she was still sinking into her own negative thoughts, the door suddenly opened, making her startled, a little scared. She hurriedly raised her head to look forward with desperate eyes. She can completely control to make herself die by the hands of those who can harm her, hunters. While she was still shedding helpless tears, Hylon at this time held a bowl of porridge and slowly stepped inside, looking at her with a surprised face. She held the weapon in her hand, trembling, and pointed it straight at him to the point of fear. Looking at his face calmly, bringing the bowl of porridge towards her, she had become very confused. Why is that person here? Her eyes were still full of anger, but the tears on her dry face constantly fell. She trembled, looking at him. Could it be, you are in the same group as the hunters? Seeing that she was still guarding like that, with no other choice, he only put the bowl of porridge and medicine down below the bed and announced to her, you are probably hungry. Eat something. Your body is still trembling when looking towards him. She quickly looked at him with worried eyes. After that she slowly spoke to ask again, you are in the same group as those people? Hylon could only sigh and explain to her after hearing her say that, I am not. He quickly broke off a piece of bread and announced, here. He used his warm face along with his ice-cold eyes to put the piece of bread into his mouth. After that he quickly announced back to her, the food is safe. His voice constantly echoed inside the warm little room. You can be at ease. Lakeisha completely let down her guard and raised her head to look at him after hearing these words. He continued to comfort her. We have run quite far already, do not worry for now. Her eyes were very worried, but she still glanced at the pile of food that he had brought her. In her head at this time different thoughts constantly appeared. Can I trust him? My trust has always been betrayed, but... After a long time of letting down her guard, she quickly picked up a piece of bread and ate it deliciously. Hylon immediately looked worried and advised her, seeing her eating so well. Eat slowly. She quickly made a decision. Trusting him one more time probably won't hurt, right? While eating she shed very emotional tears. Perhaps it was the first time she had felt the trust that a human gave her. On the inside of the warm room, she while eating shed sad tears, and he was still sitting right next to her, not saying a word, but looking at his eyes was enough to see his sympathy for her. The time after that passed. Lakeisha quickly finished eating all the food that Hylon had brought her to enjoy. Seeing that she had finished eating, he slowly picked up the things preparing to leave, and she was still hugging her face and was very embarrassed, not knowing what to do. I cried unconsciously before someone I just met. She blamed herself. How embarrassing. At this time she had become very embarrassed and asked herself, how long do I have to repeat this tragic life? Looking at her very contemplative eyes, it seemed that Hylon also had something of sympathy. Immediately after that, he slowly started talking to her. Today, it is very suitable for watching the moon. She surprisingly noticed him after hearing him say that. He continued to turn around and look outside because it is the day of. Both of them looked towards the full moon on high that was constantly shining brightly. Full moon. Although these were simple words, they had completely touched the heart of Lakeisha sitting there quietly. She unconsciously raised her head to look towards the moon right before her. She had realized one thing. It has been a long time since I have looked up at the sky. She was quickly fascinated by the illusory full moon. The moon that day was so beautiful that it made me shiver. Lakeisha's eyes narrowed. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. I can watch and enjoy the beauty of the moon. All because I am still alive. She slowly turned around to look at Hylon. She surprisingly asked him, did you save me? He quickly nodded in confirmation to her. A gentle smile bloomed on her face at this time. She had completely treated him like a benefactor. She smiled and spoke, thank you for helping me. In a certain moment, Hylon was fascinated by her smile and fainted on the spot, unable to react at all. Feeling a little embarrassed, he hurriedly held the pile of things and hurriedly replied to her. I do not know what happened. I won't harm you, you can rest assured. After that he proudly announced to Lakeisha, because I am a knight trainee of the Holy Nation. Hearing these two words, her face suddenly became serious. She confusedly thought, the Holy Nation. At this time she had become very confused. She sank into her own thoughts. Isn't that the place that deals with heretics mercilessly? He still did not know that she was an elf. Seeing that she looked strange, Hylon also did not forget to instruct her worriedly. You should rest. Thinking of this made her very confused. She no longer had the mood to continue to stay here. She clenched her hand and made a decision. Yes, I have to run away before being discovered. If that person knows that I am an elf. The scary image in her head appeared. It was the image of a dagger stabbing straight into a little butterfly. This made her even more scared. I do not know, I might have to face something even worse. Halen's somewhat proud voice slowly echoed. Because I am a knight trainee of the Holy Nation. Lakeisha widened her eyes in confusion to the point of being startled after hearing this. The Holy Nation. She unconsciously clenched her palm. She only opened the wandering thoughts of her own. If that person finds out that I am an elf, I do not know, I might have to face something even worse. This made her very hesitant. She did not know what she should do to be right. I have to quickly run away, but my body has no strength anymore. While she was still sinking into her own rambling thoughts, Hylon quickly noticed her dazed attitude. He gently held the blanket and put it on her body. His eyes had now become very gentle. Seeing this scene made Lakeisha a little embarrassed. She blushed and spoke to ask him, "You, what are you doing?" He very calmly replied to her with a face that nothing had happened. "You should just sleep, I won't harm you. Your eyes can't even open anymore," she thoughtfully thought after hearing that. She quickly glanced at him with her red eyes. Thinking of the words he said, her eyes also slowly closed. Yes, running away in this state, sooner or later I will be caught. He still has not discovered it. I should rest and recover some strength. She quickly made a decision. I will sleep a little and then I will leave here tomorrow. Lakeisha quickly sank into a deep sleep after thinking of this. Right next to her, Hylon was still sitting there looking towards her. But things were not as good as she thought. Unfortunately, she had a very high fever, but the plan to run away before Hylon woke up had been cancelled because of my sudden fever. She lay in a stupor not knowing anything. He gently placed a wet towel on her forehead. His eyes had become very worried when looking at this poor girl. After a short time of care, finally everything was gradually getting better. After being taken care of for a whole day, I was finally able to regain my strength. On the inside of the small wooden house, Hylon spoke to ask Lakeisha, "Is your body better?" She was a little embarrassed and quickly nodded in confirmation again to him. Even though she had remembered the things that he had treated her with, in the end she still owed him. Let alone running away. The more she thought, the more she felt that something was not right. She spoke towards him. "But why did you help me?" Hearing this question, he turned his head to look at her with a surprised look. He sighed as if nothing had happened. Does helping others need a reason? She was a little confused after hearing this sentence. Suddenly he slowly spoke. Hylon, she was startled after hearing that. What? He continued to introduce his name again one more time. "My name is Hylon." He used his moonlit eyes to look up at her and announced, "Just knowing my name is enough." In this moment, Lakeisha had a little flutter with him. After that he turned his head to look at her again. "Your name." Hearing him ask her name, she was a little hesitant, not knowing what she should do. Should I let him know? He is someone who can become my enemy at some point. But the reassuring thoughts in her heart constantly appeared. Even so, this is the person who saved me. Letting him know my name probably won't hurt. She slowly spoke, wanting to introduce her name. "My name is..." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a commotion on the outside, making the two startled and surprised and turned their heads back. Both of them stood on the high window observing the situation below. Hearing the familiar commotion made Lakeisha have a fear and thought, this sound, could it be? She continued to look at the group of people constantly running very fast forward. They are chasing some kind of hunt. This made her very confused. Slave hunters. Lakeisha's eyes became more and more desperate. She could not believe that in this situation, they had found her tracks already. Damn it, why do I have a fever after times like this? Seeing that she looked so worried, Hylon surprisingly turned his head to look at him. He spoke to ask again, "Are those the people who made you like this?" She nodded in confirmation with a desperate look. "They are slave hunters. You should leave me and run quickly." While she was still disappointed because she could not escape these hunters, his voice echoed, asking again, "Why should I do that?" Her attitude quickly became surprised after hearing this sentence. She thought that Hylon had not thought carefully. She quickly turned her head and loudly announced to him, "Aren't you afraid? If they know you are hiding me, they won't let you off. And also, there are 10 of them. Even if we run away immediately, we will be in danger." His next words made her seem to have frozen in place, not daring to believe her ears. "There are not 10 of them anymore. I dealt with half of them yesterday." She was a little startled and surprisingly raised her head to look at him after hearing this. He dealt with the hunters. This made Lakeisha very touched. It was the first time she had felt warmth when looking at his face. "I am a person carrying the power of the fairy, and I am not an opponent of them. And he is a knight trainee who is facing them without any injuries." Seeing that she was still worried, he spoke again to comfort her mood, "So you do not need to worry." Her mood lightened after hearing this. She slowly turned to the window, observing the situation outside. If that is the case, that is great, but even if you help me, I have nothing to repay. He suddenly became strangely silent hearing these words. It seemed that he was still thinking about something. His next words made her seem to freeze. I do not need you to repay. She surprisingly turned her head to look at him after hearing that. In his hand at this time he was holding a weapon. He used his certain face to turn his head back and comforted her fearful mood. I will be right back, wait for me. Hylon slowly walked out, leaving only Lakeisha standing inside the room contemplating and observing. His face was very certain as he continued to take steps forward. It seemed that he could execute the hunters at any time. The door of the room was closed before her unbelievable eyes. She realized an important thing. Not only saving me, he is also risking his life. This made her very scared when thinking about the danger that he would have to face. She unconsciously looked at his back. Why can he say he does not need to be repaid? Is it okay to leave him like this? After seeing him go to the outside, she quickly opened her window wide. She sank into her own thoughts. But if I want to run away, now is the opportunity. If what Hylon said is true, he will survive. The image of Hylon carrying a sword slowly stepping towards the hunters, that was also when Lakeisha sank into her own thoughts. After all, he is someone who will become a holy knight. Getting involved with the fairy because we are two existences that can't be close. The thoughts kept appearing in her head. She felt like she was standing at the bottom of the abyss. Instead of bringing danger to each other, me leaving is the right decision. After thinking continuously for a long time, Lakeisha decided to get out of the window. She quickly lifted her foot and placed it above to run away. Remembering something, she also did not forget to turn her head back and look at this warm little room again one more time. A gentle smile bloomed on her face at this time. Her eyes could clearly see the sadness in those deep eyes. Yes, I am not wrong, that was what she told herself. She tried to comfort her worried mood. I am sorry, I hope you are safe. She completely disappeared from this place, returning peace to this place. The image of the moon appeared before Lakeisha's eyes. A beautiful but also full of sadness moon, after keeping her life thanks to Halen's help, ending the life of running away for many years. I was finally able to completely control my fairy power. She continued to look at the hunters constantly crawling on the ground begging for life. A ruthless fairy, but beautiful like a rose. My bad name was spread everywhere. Her red eyes raised her head to look behind. This time her expression had a bit of cruelty, and at some point the world called me with the name witch. But this name did not matter to her. She still only carried out her own purpose. She continued to walk forward on the high heels. I live freely, swinging my axe as I please. But occasionally I still wonder. The image of Hylon quickly appeared in her memory. This also made her struggle a lot. How is that boy that night? Is he still living well? Has he been officially ordained as a holy knight? After that, she sank into her own thoughts. She had become very hesitant, not knowing what had happened. Does he know I am an elf, assuming if he knows already? Does he regret saving me? Does he feel betrayed that I left him and ran away? Until recently, Lakeisha had become a witch holding an axe, slowly taking step by step forward. Would he want to kill me at this time? She walked aimlessly. The thoughts constantly appeared in her head. Would he want to kill me at this time? Those questions were always lingering in my mind. She raised her head to look forward. Her eyes had become very contemplative, and my curious nature makes me have the wish that. She raised her head to look at the full moon right before her again. Before I die, I can meet that teenager who once helped me. Even if it is just once, a gentle breeze blew making her hair fly. Until the next time the two met, the two had fallen into a hand-to-hand battle with each other, but the meeting of two people walking on opposite paths. The eyes of both people looked at each other like enemies. Lakeisha put in all her effort to be able to defeat the opponent, and Hylon was no exception, yet was not romantic at all. Both people at this time only shared one purpose, and only the appearance of eagerly wanting to kill each other was left. After a long time of fighting, the two once again met each other amidst the full moon scene. Hylon looked at her with very cold eyes, but you could clearly see the anticipation in his eyes. Why, do not answer, can't answer even this time. She calmly raised her head to look at him. After that she slowly spoke to announce, that is a matter of the past, no matter what I say, it won't change the fact that I ran away at that time. She continued to speak and ask him again. The noble inquisitor of heretics came to the underworld to cause trouble, just to provoke me. Hylon looked at her with very contemplative eyes. It seemed that he had something difficult to say. After thinking for a long time, at this time he slowly spoke to ask her then. He approached closer right before her eyes and asked again, why have you suddenly disappeared recently? Lakeisha was a little surprised after hearing this question, not understanding what his intention was. Her eyes had become very confused. She frowned looking at him, sinking into her own thoughts. Because of kidnapping Hata, I thought I would end everything this time. Why is he asking a question that is not related? She lowered her head and slowly spoke to explain to him. That is my matter. Suddenly she was startled and felt that something was not right in her body. She hurriedly hugged her hand and covered her mouth, trying not to vomit. She felt that her body was having a strange change. At this time she had become very worried. What is it? There is something wrong with my body, this itchy feeling of wanting to sneeze. It is similar to the first time I turned into a child. The more she thought, the more desperate she became and looked at her hands that were gradually glowing. What is suddenly happening? Lakeisha worriedly looked at her hands. The more she thought, the more scared she became. She confusedly thought, am I about to transform back into a child? I clearly drank the medicine to return to my old form already. Why is it suddenly? Thinking of this made her even more worried. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and could only make a decision. No, absolutely not at this time. If I turn back into a child right here. She quickly remembered the image of her as a child right before Helen's eyes. It was these things that made her even more scared. Hylon will discover that I am pretending to be a child. She angrily slowly reached her hand forward. Her eyes were full of hatred. This humiliation, I can't accept it. While she was still acting, Hata quickly felt her presence, making him startled. Her power made Hylon also startled and felt uncomfortable and could not move. She quickly created an illusionary circle and then slowly disappeared into this illusionary circle. I will retreat to the illusionary region first. Immediately after entering the illusionary circle, Hata worriedly took step by step towards her. He quickly shouted loudly, young lady Lakeisha. She was still on one side, gasping wearily. She had returned to her little girl form. She focused very hard trying to perform the fairy power. I almost caused a big problem. I have to quickly enter the illusionary region and return to my true form. Her steps quickly took step by step forward with a certain look. Her eyes were very cold. She had returned to the Lakeisha form from before. If the illusionary region disappears, I will transform back into the appearance of a child. I have to solve it in here at all costs. Suddenly the chains rushed through the roses here. Hylon had quickly appeared before her eyes. He slowly spoke, looking towards her, and announced again, I do not know what you are thinking. His certain voice constantly echoed, but today, do not even think about running away, which, seeing his attitude like this, made her have a speechless and worried thought. This is troublesome. While she was still sinking into her own worried thoughts, Hata suddenly appeared behind her. He angrily shouted very loudly, warning him, you annoying white hair, do not bully young lady Lakeisha. She saw that he came out to help her like this and gently rubbed his head. I am okay, Hata, I have my own way. He quickly looked at her with a worried look again after hearing these words. Young lady Lakeisha. This time she did not directly choose to fight. She quickly took step by step straight before him. She then slowly called his name, Hylon. After that she quickly summoned one of her things in her hand. He was a little surprised seeing that. She continued to speak and suggest, don't waste time uselessly. Let us make a deal, how about it? In her hand at this time she was holding a very enormous spear. She held this weapon in her hand. After that she continued to announce to him, I will return the sacred relic that you worked hard to find. Our matter will end here and we will go our separate ways. He clearly knew this spear better than anyone else. The image of the noble spear quickly appeared. The spear of Rubius. Before, I had defeated the leader of the Holy Knight Order and obtained the spear as a trophy. The Holy King found all sorts of ways to get back the sacred relic. But he could not find the spear, the thing that I had kept in my illusionary region. Occasionally, I used it to tease the Holy Knight. Lakeisha approached him even more. She quickly used this spear to press close to him and announced, take the spear and immediately leave the underworld, bring it back. At least you will have a reason to be pardoned. Her eyes immediately became sharp. On her face was a scary smile and announced, and if you do not want to, I will grind this sacred relic into dust. She continued to look at his face very hesitantly. She quickly understood the problem, not only pulling the Holy Knight into the matter of causing trouble in the underworld, but also letting the sacred relic be destroyed. Even if it is him, it will be difficult to escape punishment. This made her immediately become more certain of her suggestion. He was forced to accept this deal, Hylon, but he on one side was still silent, not replying. Time seemed to stop flowing. He seemed to be very hesitant, not knowing what he should do next. He wanted to catch her and wanted to get back this spear. Time continued to pass again. Lakeisha had become a little uneasy. She confusedly glanced at him. This gradually made her lose patience. Why are you so silent? After a long time of silence, he suddenly raised his head to look at her and said his thoughts. You always use force to solve everything. Now you are making an action that is not in line with your nature. Even the matter of rushing to deal with the problem is strange. She was startled when she realized that he had analyzed the problem. He continued to step towards her and asked again one more time. Someone else is chasing you, right? He used his sky-like eyes and gently lowered them and lifted her chin and declared, only I have the right to arrest you. Lakeisha saw that the situation was gradually going in the wrong direction. She hurriedly turned her head to look in another direction and spoke, it is just that I do not have time to care about things like this. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Pretending to be a child is already tiring. After that she continued to speak as if begging him. So, leave me alone for now. He immediately became strangely silent after hearing these words. At this time, he slowly spoke to her that matter. After that he continued to ask her one more time but wanted to confirm, is it related to your child? She was speechless to the point of being angry, not knowing what to say after hearing this. He is still mistaking it, huh? Lakeisha sighed, not knowing how to explain it correctly to Hylon. She then spoke to announce back to him, let us end the talk here, Hylon. She quickly threw the spear towards him and pushed him behind, making him a little startled. She gave a charming smile looking towards him and continued to announce, consider it that you have accepted the deal. The illusion was gradually disappearing. He once again felt the discomfort on his body and angrily called her name, Lee. Halen's desperate voice constantly echoed, Lakeisha. He had left the area of the illusion. Inside the area of the illusion at this time only Lakeisha and Hata were left. The scene shifted to a very large palace. The time at this time was the next day at the townhouse of the Basilian family. A voice slowly echoed, Captain, please drink your tea. Sitting on the sofa outside, Lakeisha immediately acted like a princess and crossed her arms and replied, give it here, I will drink. Hearing the little girl say that, Ishul quickly became happy and laughed and joked with the little girl. It is good that no one found out I went out last night and everything was resolved smoothly. The little girl drank the cup of tea in her hand and announced, it is delicious. He chuckled happily after hearing that, thank you, Captain. She continued to look at the image of three people still happily laughing and joking. The three brothers also returned safely this morning, and Hata's hat store was temporarily closed. Ishul quickly stuffed a cookie into the little girl's mouth. Please also eat a cookie, Captain, right next to them. Karha, while eating a cookie, surprisingly spoke to ask again. But why is it Captain? Isn't it usually Prince, Princess? The little girl quickly replied to him, I do not like it, I am the captain. He nodded in understanding after hearing these words. Okay, I obey. The little girl held the cup of tea in her hand and then sank into her own thoughts. Not being discovered and returning safely is a good thing, but I encountered a few problems. The little girl quickly remembered the strange antidote that made her return to her original form. First, I drank Hata's medicine but still returned to the appearance of a child. Hata said that it was a completely manufactured product, so why? The little girl quickly remembered everything. This problem will probably have to wait for Hata to manufacture it again before I know. Last night, Hata, while crying, hugged Lakeisha, explaining, Hata will make the medicine again, madam. She quickly nodded in understanding with him after hearing that, okay. Returning to reality, the little girl quickly glanced at Karha. Although Ishul on one side was very angry because he had eaten all the cookies. Hey, do not eat anymore. If you eat it all, what will the captain eat? The little girl quickly understood the problem. Second is Karha. The little girl remembered Karha that night when entering Hata's hat store to search. Karha, who suddenly went out, went to Hata's hat store. But the underworld is not a place that you can casually enter. This made the little girl very hesitant and thought, there must be some kind of purpose. A shadow of the snake symbol of power quickly appeared in the little girl's head. Indeed, it seems that the Basilian family is hiding more things than I thought. The little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. I can't be careless like last time. I will investigate as soon as I have the opportunity. Really, you have to wake up. Seeing the little girl's surprised attitude, Karha on the side was a little confused. He smelled a strange scent on the little girl's body and suddenly realized something. He quickly spoke to the little girl, the scent of a dog. The little girl was a little startled after hearing this. The little girl continued to look inside the bushes and thought, the scent of a dog. Immediately after thinking of Hata, Lakeisha's face suddenly became strangely worried, and she surprisingly thought, wait, could it be? A puppy suddenly appeared from inside the bushes at this time. This puppy quickly rolled straight towards the three people, making all three people immediately freeze. Before everyone was a very cute puppy. It looked towards the three people, radiating a sparkling light, and barked. Lakeisha was frozen on the spot by this scene. The little girl did not know what to do next and dropped the cup of tea in her hand. Why are you here? Thinking made the little girl even more desperate. Hata right next to them. Ishul also seemed confused and asked again. A puppy. At this time the little girl had become very panicked, not knowing what she should do. The little girl quickly remembered the evening yesterday. Yesterday when closing the store, I thought that kid was just joking. At that time Hata looked at her with very sparkling eyes and begged. The store is closed, I want to go with young lady Lakeisha. The little girl slowly stood up and replied to him after hearing that. Don't talk nonsense. This made her very confused and thought. But he actually came, what should I do? Thinking made the little girl even more confused. The little girl quickly hugged this little puppy and angrily wanted to scold but could not. What is this place that you dare to come to? This troublesome kid. She softly whispered into his ear. What are you planning to do? It seemed that he understood and constantly barked in reply to the little girl. Suddenly at this time, the little girl was startled and realized that something was not right. The little girl turned her head to look at her two older brothers. The little girl felt that something was not right. I can feel the eyes from somewhere. Both Ishwal and Karha looked at the little girl with very surprised eyes accompanied by judgment. This made the little girl very worried. This is not good. The little girl quickly signaled the little puppy, Hata, run quickly. Ishwal at this time also slowly spoke, that dog. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He smiled and looked towards the little girl. You seem to really like it, huh? Karha on the side also quickly turned his head to look towards him and taught him. After all, little kids like things like puppies. He also nodded in agreement. That is right, it looks dirty, but it will be fine if we wash it. Both people at this time had become very confused and discussed with each other about this little puppy. Should we raise that dog, or how about we do that? Lakeisha became confused after hearing the words the two were discussing. Wait. A scary thought appeared in the little girl's head. Could it be that they want to adopt Hata? Hata right next to her was still happily hugging the little girl and constantly barking. Hata at this time had become very happy and jumped up into the air full of excitement. Inside the room, he constantly ran around from the surroundings. While running he excitedly spoke, I am finally going to be together with young lady Lakeisha. On the other side she was very troubled, not knowing what more to think. Lakeisha sighed wearily. She boredly thought, in the end, Hata was able to enter this house. Time had shifted to a few minutes before. Kieran surprisingly looked at the little puppy in Lakeisha's arms. He surprisingly asked the little girl, Chesha, what is that? Ishwal also smiled and spoke, little one wants to adopt that dog, Dad. Karha also surprisingly spoke, they are already close so fast. The little girl hesitantly held the little puppy in her arms. Puppy. Although in her head at this time she had become more panicked than anyone else. Please say no, Kieran. His eyes seemed to be judging. He quickly glanced over this puppy to check the situation. His face immediately became happy. He quickly nodded in agreement and also did not forget to announce, if Chesha wants to raise it, then let us adopt it. However, you have to like Dad more than the dog. Hearing these things made the little girl very desperate. She did not expect that Kieran would allow it. She returned to reality and quickly glanced at Hata. It is like this anyway already. Let us just consider that I have one more ally. Right at this moment, suddenly Hata spoke to the little girl, but young lady Lakeisha. He continued to say his thoughts to the little girl. Have you prepared for the banquet yet? Hata also received an order for children's hats from the store that specializes in sewing for Basilian. Hearing this made the little girl remember something. Thinking back, the little girl remembered Kieran's cold face when he had instructed her. This made the little girl very hesitant. During the meal last time, Kieran said the upcoming banquet will be organized at the Underworld family. It is also time to try on the clothes, but I have not heard anything about it. So what happened? This made the little girl very confused. What happened? The scene shifted to another place. Ishwal angrily spoke in anger, Your Majesty. He had become very angry to the point of slamming his hand hard against the table and shouted, This is definitely looking down on our Basilian. Hearing him being so angry, Karha very calmly asked him again, What happened again? He continued to shout loudly in reply to his words, The outfits that were brought here today. You saw it too, right? He quickly explained again to him, I saw it and it was normal, just wear it and go. He became even more angry hearing this. He constantly shouted, What nonsense are you saying? You are telling me to wear those rags. He quickly realized that in the middle, someone had stolen our outfits. He sighed and spoke to soothe his mood after hearing that. You are exaggerating. But he was still very angry and constantly shouted, slamming the table in anger. How can you wear that thing? Lakeisha, sitting on one side, was still quietly eating and drinking and thought. There is also a problem like this, huh? The more he thought, the angrier he became. He threw the bowls and chopsticks around and loudly taught them. How can you wear that thing? Little sister has to wear a dress. He quickly then looked at him with a calm look. But until much later, he still could not calm down and loudly shouted, Do you want to see our little sister wear that cheap dress and be looked down on at the banquet? Thinking of this made his mood suddenly become worse and nodded in agreement. We can't let little one be looked down on. Karha continued to speak to Ishwal, but according to the schedule, we do not have time to sew new outfits. How about compensating with accessories then? I know a hat store that is quite good. He quickly became happy after hearing this and hurriedly spoke to ask again. What, where? He calmly explained to him, a store in the underworld. I went there last time. And it was a little messy. After that he continued to announce to the two people, that place is Hata's hat store. Lakeisha on one side immediately froze after hearing these words. The little girl had become very confused and sank into her own thoughts. Why is it that store? Moreover, he is talking calmly about the underworld with Ishwal. In the end, what is the connection between the underworld and Basilian? The little girl quickly continued to eat and drink with Hata and tried to reassure herself. Since the store is closed anyway, if he stays put then the matter will be resolved, right? With no other choice, Ishwal could only quickly sigh helplessly. There are only a few days left. Fixing it up a little will be fine. Tomorrow we just need to go find hats and accessories. Immediately after that his face had become very serious. He continued to announce, This is the first time Basilian will be debuting before high society. I do not want anyone to despise us. He quickly made a decision. I will definitely resolve this matter. Very quickly time had shifted to a few hours later. After going to several luxury stores, Ishul had become very bored and opened the door and walked out with Lakeisha and sighed. They are really unbelievably unsophisticated. It is good that I am the one who chose the fabric, if not I would have thrown it all in the trash. The little girl's eyes looked towards another direction and quickly realized something. This time the little girl had quickly noticed the beautiful outfits placed neatly inside the room. The little girl remembered everything. Like Karha said, the outfits are good, but not really satisfactory. It is the first time debuting before high society. Ishul wants to be perfect, so he got angry. The little girl quickly looked towards Ishul, who was struggling with a new outfit. Of course, it seemed that only Ishul in the house cared about this matter. He was still constantly struggling with the accessories on the dress. Adding lace to this place would be. The little girl unconsciously remembered the first time the two had met. From the first time we met, I had felt that Ishul liked beautiful things. At that time he had once told the little girl, "It is the first time I have seen something as beautiful as myself." After hearing that sentence, the little girl had become very surprised. The little girl remembered the smiles on his face. He also said that he has to use an umbrella every day because he is afraid that his skin will get sunburnt. How can a child who grew up in the gloomy Snake City without any aesthetics like to dress up? Thinking of this, Lakeisha slowly carried the little puppy Hata and stepped forward and called out, "Brother." He smiled and turned his head to look towards the little girl after hearing that. "Risha." After that she quickly said her thoughts to him. "Why do you like to dress up?" He quickly put on a contemplative face after hearing that. "Let us see." He recounted everything. "Now I find joy in dressing up." The little girl still quietly listened to all the words that he said, "But at first I did that." He smiled and pointed towards himself and smiled and announced, "Because I did not want to look like a child without a mother." After that his voice suddenly became sad. "Before, when my mother passed away, the image of the gloomy castle quickly appeared under a heavy rain. At that time, I did not understand what death meant." He slowly recounted the story. "So I thought that mother had just disappeared." Ishul at that time was very weak and found his eldest brother and spoke full of sadness. "Brother, I do not see mother." Karha said that he can't smell mother's scent. Belzian immediately became silent after hearing that and did not reply to him. He quickly turned away. This time he had noticed Kiran, who was standing outside the grave refusing to leave. Seeing his eldest brother leave, he had become very confused and hurriedly called out, "Brother, brother." The more he thought, the angrier he became. He frowned, trying to suppress himself from shedding tears. Mother suddenly disappeared. "You do not bother replying. And father is always sitting outside. What is everyone doing?" After that, he quickly looked towards another direction. "Why is not anyone going to find mother?" He quickly turned around and left. Karha was a little surprised seeing that. "Hey, where are you going?" he quickly explained. "To find mother." Hearing this, he quickly replied to his words happily confusedly. "I looked already, I did not see her." He angrily frowned. At this time he had become completely angry. He tried not to let himself shed tears and hurriedly turned his head and scolded, "Because I did not see her, I have to go find her, you idiot." Before Karha's surprised eyes, he quickly clenched his hand and slowly turned around and left. "I will go find her myself, do what you want." He on the side saw him acting like that and could only sigh, not knowing what to say. On the inside of the luxurious mansion, his voice echoed, "I am also going." On the outside it was still raining heavily non-stop. Like that, Karha and I went out every day to find mother. A long time passed under Ishul's witness. Not long after that, guests came to visit the snake mansion. He was still constantly looking for the shadow of his mother around the mansion. While searching he boredly thought, "Mother, I can't find you." A voice slowly echoed, "Did you see the clothes the children are wearing?" He quickly stopped and listened. After hearing that, the person on the other side quickly explained, "Oh well, do not mention it. The appearance of the Basilian young masters walking back and forth is really..." When he raised his head to secretly listen to the conversation, a young lady quickly whispered to her duke, "After all, they are a renowned family in the East." The man also quickly nodded and spoke, "It seems that they do not know what shame is." The woman chuckled and mocked after hearing this. "Well, there has been an event that happened recently. We should feel sorry for them." The man chuckled full of delight after hearing that. "That is right." Their next words made Ishul, who was standing on one side listening, seem to freeze in place. "Because they do not have a mother, that is why they turned out like that." He continued to go to a mirror and looked at himself. "Is it because I do not have a mother that is why I turned out like this?" At this time he was caught seeing his pitiful appearance inside the mirror, making him very confused. At this time he slowly spoke and realized that something was not right. While he was still dazedly standing there, Karha stepped towards him. He surprisingly spoke, "Hey, why are you acting like you have lost your soul?" He quickly turned his head to look at his brother. It turned out that it was not just him. The appearance of his brother at this time had also become very slovenly. He surprisingly asked him again, "Aren't you going to find mother?" This made Ishul even more helpless. He shed desperate tears. Standing right before him, he constantly covered his face with his hands and cried and screamed, "It is not that I do not have a mother, no." This made him on one side very surprised. He slowly reached his hand towards him, who was still trembling. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Suddenly, he tremblingly cried and recounted, "I have a mother." He still stood there shedding tears of despair. He constantly screamed in helplessness, "I hate you guys." Ishul sat slumped there constantly shedding tears of despair. He, while wiping away the tears, shouted, "I hate you guys," and that was also his story for that reason. Later, I never wanted to be despised by others, me and my entire family. Recounting up to here, Ishul had become very calm. He quickly spoke to ask Lakeisha, "So in general, it is because of that reason that I care about dressing up. It is simpler than you think, right?" After that, his voice constantly recounted, "Actually, at first it was a feeling of obligation, but it is not now." When he started paying attention to it, he found it interesting. The little girl was still quietly hugging Hata, sitting there quietly listening. Saying this, he smiled and turned his head to announce, "Now Chaisha is also my family." He quickly approached and reached his hand forward, teasing the little girl, "I want to make you wear the most beautiful dress." His slender fingers quickly poked Lakeisha's face, making the little girl a little surprised. He continued to speak to comfort, "So, do not worry and believe in brother." Hearing this, the little girl hugged the little puppy Hata even tighter in her arms. After that, Ishul quickly announced again to the little girl, "This is also the first time I have told this story. I have never even told Karha. This is our secret." The little girl quickly nodded and slowly turned around and left. "I am going back to my room." He was a little confused after seeing that and surprisingly asked, "Why are you not happy talking anymore?" The little girl shook her head, quickly replying, "It is just that I feel tired, so I am going to sleep early." He nodded in understanding after hearing that. "Okay, I will lead you back to your room." After leading the little girl inside the room, he quickly said goodbye. "Well, good night, little sister." Lakeisha at this time was lying on the bed. Hata was still happily jumping towards the little girl. Thinking about Ishul's sad story, the little girl sighed. Behind a hobby is a story. Why did I suddenly ask now? I feel so uneasy. While the little girl was still hesitating and thinking, suddenly Hata spoke to the little girl, "Young lady Lakeisha, something is very strange." Hearing that made the little girl a little surprised, and asked again, "What?" He quickly said his thoughts to the little girl. "The children's hat that I delivered is not there, because I knew who would be wearing it. I worked very hard to make that hat." This made the little girl quickly pay attention. The little girl remembered the words that Ishul had once told her. Clearly in the middle, someone had stolen our outfits. This made the little girl very hesitant. Could it be that Ishul's speculations are true? Hata's skills are so good that even the most high-end fashion stores in the capital come looking for him. There is no reason why Hata's product would be rejected due to quality or design. Thinking of this made the little girl very hesitant and sank into her own thoughts. "I had intended not to care about the banquet, but daring to steal my things, how insolent." After that, the little girl quickly sat up and spoke to him. "Hata, contact the Mia clothing store." And he was a little surprised and listened after hearing that. A very smug smile quickly bloomed on the little girl's face. It seemed that the little girl had a new plan in her head. "Let us reopen the store for a bit." Very quickly time had shifted to the evening the next day at the enormous mansion of the Basilian family. Ishul's voice slowly echoed, "Chaisha, we are leaving and we'll be back. I will choose a very beautiful hat and bring it back. You have to be good, okay?" Right when the two were preparing to leave, Lakeisha hurriedly reached her hand towards her two older brothers and spoke, "Wait, brothers." At this time the little girl's eyes had become very expectant and begged her two older brothers, "Can I go with you today?" Karha was a little surprised after hearing these words from the little girl. "Go." Ishul also confusedly spoke to ask again to the underworld. Feeling uneasy for the little girl, he hurriedly spoke to comfort her. "No, it is very dangerous there. Let us go somewhere else next time." The little girl quickly reached out her hand in response. "It is okay, I have you guys protecting me." Hearing that, he nodded understandingly. But bringing a baby to the underworld is a bit. The little girl's eyes became extremely expectant. She moved closer to him. "I really want to go." The little girl quickly put on a pitiful face, speaking to her two older brothers with pleading eyes. "I want to go with you guys too." Hearing these heart-fluttering words, the two older brothers' moods immediately changed. "Cute, so pretty." With no other choice, Karha quickly turned his head to look at Ishul and announced, "Take her along." Hearing that, he was startled and turned his head to look at his older brother. "Are you crazy?" His face became extremely worried as he voiced his thoughts. "We have never taken her out before. And letting her directly wear a hat will help her choose the right one." Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. "But the first time out we are taking her to the underworld." Seeing that her two older brothers seemed willing to let her go, Lakeisha's face immediately became happily smug as she thought, "Nice, strategy successful." The little girl continued to look at her two older brothers, who were still racking their brains. not knowing what to do. She quickly sank into her own thoughts and calculations. If I go to the underworld with these twins, maybe I can find out the connection between Basilian and the underworld. Karha on the other side was still discussing with Ishuel. See, that is the Basilian way. Hearing that, he hesitated and sighed. The little girl continued to watch the two older brothers, and a very smug smile bloomed on the little girl's face, as if she had calculated all of this beforehand. I must crush the arrogance of those who dare to steal my things. Very quickly, the scene shifted to below the underground city. Finally they went together. A luxurious carriage carried all three of them to this place. Ishuel sat in the carriage, constantly telling Lakeisha, "Going with us is a secret, understand?" Karha quickly announced, "Absolutely do not tell anyone." Lakeisha, sitting on one side, quickly nodded in understanding, yes. After a long journey, he quickly stepped down first. He announced to the two people in the back, "We are here." The scene here was extremely quiet and desolate. It seemed that no one in the underworld wanted to come to this place. The three people quickly walked into this place. Lakeisha was gradually carried in the arms by her brothers in a doting manner. The scene shifted back to Hotta's hat shop. The little girl raised her head and looked at the hat shop, asking her two older brothers in surprise, "This is the hat shop you were talking about?" Karha nodded in confirmation. Stepping inside, Ishuel looked at everything around the shop and said in surprise, "Looking at the outside, it looks like the most ordinary shop, especially in the underworld. But the accessories are quite beautiful." Karha continued to turn his head and look at everything in this place, as if trying to find the figure of the shop owner, but he did not see him. There is no one in the shop. He quickly stepped forward and then said in frustration, "Could it be that they are not open today?" At the same time, Hotta gradually walked to this place. He took off his hat and stood in front of the three people, greeting them, "Hello, welcome." The three people, seeing the appearance of the shop owner, were a little surprised and stood still. Immediately afterwards, Karha continued to approach him. "Are you the shop owner?" He was a little startled, but quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly announced to the three people, "Yes, yes, please feel free to browse." Lakeisha continued to look at Karha, who was trying to sniff out a scent, which made her a little worried. She thought he would not notice that Hotta is the puppy at home. Would he? To be safe, I used my fairy power to hide Hotta's scent, but he is still constantly using his nose to sniff something out. Immediately after sniffing out a strange scent, his eyes became extremely unsightly as he stared at Hotta. Then he quickly said to him, "Looks like a dog." All three people, hearing these words, were so shocked that they could not speak. He quickly said, "I do not know why, but he looks quite like the dog at home." Hearing these words, Ishuel quickly reprimanded him, "That is true, but it is weird if people hear that, so please shut up." Lakeisha, listening to these things, was so scared that she was speechless. As expected, these kids have sharp eyes. Ishuel coughed a few times. After that, he slowly asked, "Anyway, shop owner." This time, he noticed the very beautiful hats placed on the shelf above the shop. He quickly asked, "Do you have hats for mature gentlemen, teenagers, and hats, accessories for little children?" Hearing that, Hotta quickly replied, "Yes, of course. I have hats for babies and accessories too. Would you like to try them on directly?" Hearing that, he laughed and quickly glanced at the little girl. "That is right." This time, he quickly chose a wide-brimmed hat for the little girl, which made her even more elegant and noble. He continued to change to a different style of innocent hat, which also suited her very well, until a small hat right in front of her. Everything suited her. Immediately after seeing that the little girl looked good in all three hats, Ishuel immediately became happy and praised, "Beautiful, beautiful." Even Hotta and Karha, right next to him, blushed when they saw that the little girl looked so good in these beautiful hats. "Baby, it really suits you." Then Hotta quickly put on a happy and excited face, announcing to the two people, "So cute. Because the baby is already beautiful, everything suits her." Hearing that, he was very proud. Then he burst out laughing excitedly. "The shop owner has a good eye." He quickly acted domineeringly and declared, "I will buy them all." Lakeisha, hearing these words, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. These kids like it as if they themselves were praised. He quickly took a pile of money out in front of Hotta and announced to Hotta, "The craftsmanship here far surpasses the famous artisans in the capital. Include our portion too." Hotta hurriedly scratched his head and replied, "It is fortunate that our goods are to your liking. I will deliver the goods to your house." Even so, Karha still looked at Hotta with a judgmental eye. He slowly called out, "But this shop owner." He was startled and turned his head to pay attention. "Yes." Immediately afterwards, he quickly asked the question in his heart to him, "Does this hat shop also make medicine?" Hearing this, he was startled and confused. Yes, this made Lakeisha on one side immediately become scared and confused. Why suddenly? Next, his face was very calm as he recounted everything. Last time, I accidentally saw the inside of the shop and saw a bottle of medicine with something written on it about a fairy baby. The more he heard, the more confused Hotta became. He hurriedly explained, I do not know what you are talking about. Ishul could not stand it anymore. He quickly approached his older brother and questioned him. What is wrong with you since just now? Why are you suddenly looking for a fairy baby? There is one here already. The more he said, the more angry he became. He constantly taught his older brother, don't bother the shop owner with these nonsense words. From now on, he will be making hats for us. Karha, seeing this attitude, was a little startled and confused, not knowing how to explain. Likija at this time breathed a sigh of relief. She thought in surprise, at that time this kid even discovered the laboratory. I almost got exposed. It is lucky that there is Ishul. She glanced in another direction and thought, hats and accessories are done. Take action before I get questioned further. Hotta, seeing her signal to him, quickly nodded in understanding. Hotta continued to ask these two people in a happy manner. I do not know if the young masters are interested in clothing. Hearing this, the two people looked at him in surprise. He quickly pointed forward and announced, I know a pretty good clothing store. Ishul, hearing these words, immediately lit up clothing store. He quickly confirmed and announced to the two people, yes, it is called Mia's clothing store. If the young masters like it, I will show you the way. Hearing this, Ishul immediately revealed a happy expression. Great, of course we have to go if it is recommended by an owner with a good sense of style. Likija on one side smiled smugly. Among the stores I know, Mia's is the best. Then she quickly glanced in another direction, thinking the problem is. The time at this moment was gradually shifting towards morning because the three people had been out for quite a long time. An image of a precious carriage along with a signboard of Mia's clothing store quickly appeared. A woman with cat ears quickly came over. She smiled and greeted. Young nobles have appeared at the clothing store in the underworld. These innocent children probably do not know how scary this place. She quickly happily threatened the three people. In the name of the underworld, I won't let you kids off. This made the three people speechless, not knowing what to say. The shop owner Mia is not normal. The little girl helplessly glanced at her. She has always been such a weirdo whenever I see her. She on the other side kept laughing excitedly and announced, I will let you kids take on the cruel scent of the underworld. This made the little girl speechless, turning her head to look in another direction. She is an actual person acting like a beast man. I can't stand it. Seeing her acting strangely, Ishul and Karha quickly discussed with each other. Why does she look like she is mentally ill? Should we just go outside? Seeing the three people preparing to turn around and go out, at this time she shyly took off the equipment on her body and smiled to explain, that is too much. Before turning around and leaving, Ishul did not forget to observe all the clothes in Mia's store. He quickly praised, even so, the craftsmanship here looks pretty good. He smiled and looked up at Likija, asking her, what do you think? The little girl quickly replied to him, I like it. Hearing the little girl say that, with no other choice, Ishul could only turn his head back and announce to the shop owner, we want to order outfits for a party in 5 days. We do not have enough time to make new clothes. Can you alter old clothes? She, hearing that, immediately hesitated, quickly pondering and explaining, 5 days later is a bit difficult. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she glanced at the two people and suggested, however, young masters, let me see your faces. Hearing her suggest that, Ishul had no other choice but to slowly take off his cloak and nod. Suddenly like this, but it is okay. After all three people took off their clothes and looked at Mia, all three people looked at her with sparkling eyes. After witnessing the appearance of all three people, at this time she became very surprised. She opened her mouth wide and said, oh my God, what kind of crazy beauty is this? Mia's eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly clenched her hands and looked at the three people, asking again, so cute. Anyone taking them would be beautiful. I should have taken off the hoods earlier. At this rate, the will in my body is burning again. Her happy voice kept ringing out, although it is a bit rushed, I will definitely finish it by that morning. She quickly discussed the outfits with Ishul. The design will be like this. This young master will suit this style. Karha quickly noticed something. He glanced with cold eyes towards the back. Looking outside, it was still pitch black. He became very surprised and asked again, am I wrong? After a long time of discussing the outfits together, Mia smiled and said, goodbye, beautiful young masters, be careful on your way back. Ishul carried the little girl Likija in his arms. He smiled happily, what a great walk. Then the two people continued to speak, before older brother finds out, let us go back quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Karha on one side had noticed something unusual. He quickly used his sword to slash straight forward. Even Ishul hurriedly held the little girl Likija in his arms. He asked in surprise. This is. Looking at the net right in front of him that was falling to the ground below, this made him very surprised. Iron net. An angry voice shouted loudly, "What is this? That bastard cut the net with just a sword." The three people at this time were completely surrounded by a group of strange people. They kept signaling to each other, "What are you doing? Shoot the arrows already. No, if the arrows hit, the goods will be damaged." Lakeisha, hearing these things, immediately sighed. It seemed that she was too used to this. No wonder it was so quiet. She quickly looked at the robbers along the road right in front of her. This is what the underworld should be. In front of the three people was a group of thugs surrounding them. It seemed that she had predicted these things. Originally, the underworld is a gathering place for trash. The robbers, looking at the three people, immediately became happy. "We are in luck. It has been a long time since we had a big haul." This made her speechless because of her impulsive decision. It is only natural for children wandering around in a place like this to encounter. They kept discussing excitedly with each other. "Where did these cute young masters come from? If we sell them at the slave market, I will set a pretty high price." Lakeisha quickly recognized these scumbags, slave hunters. The image of the slave hunters approached the innocent children in this place. Notorious people specializing in hunting mysterious races. Those who target humans are just amateurs. She continued to look at Karha, who was holding his sword and standing still. Karha can definitely handle this. On the other side, Ishwal had become very angry with these scumbags. He quickly held the little girl tightly in his arms and said, "It has been so hard to come out with my younger sister, but we have encountered such troublesome things." Then he quickly instructed his older brother, Karha, "Do not let blood splatter on her. There is my younger sister here." He quickly nodded in understanding. "Okay." He held his sword firmly in his hand, preparing to face this group of hunters. His eyes were very cold as he raised his sword high in front of him and announced, "Baby, close your eyes." All the hunters were panicked by this gaze and stood still. One of them quickly pointed at him as he charged up and announced to his companions, "Wake up. The opponent is just a kid. What are you hesitating about?" He did not forget to shout to his teammates, "Charge." Before he could finish speaking, the blade quickly passed through his body. He was completely pressed by Karha's sword against his neck in panic. Then he slowly lowered the sword forcefully. At this moment, a voice slowly rang out, "Stop." Hearing this voice, Karha widened his eyes in disbelief. This time, another person slowly walked to this place to participate in this battle. It turned out that the person who appeared at this time was Jahan. He calmly looked forward and announced to everyone, "The master does not want any more chaos." Lakeisha looked up at him. She thought in surprise, why is Jahan here? It is just a trivial matter, yet a big shot like Jahan is getting involved. Seeing that he had appeared, these hunters immediately became panicked and scared. They hurriedly bowed their heads and apologized. "I did not know that Sir Jahan was supervising around here. We were a little greedy." They hurriedly turned around to look at the back, constantly begging, Perhaps we made too much noise, causing you discomfort. Let us go quickly." They did not forget to say loudly, "Please say a word to the master for us." After seeing these hunters turn around and leave, Jahan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to turn his head to look at Karha and instructed, "I said that if you cause a disturbance, you will get into trouble." He calmly put away his sword and nodded in reply, "Sorry." But his voice was a little angry as he announced, "But they attacked first." Hearing this, both Ishwal and Lakeisha glanced at each other. He continued his teachings, "If only the two of you came here it would not matter, but there is someone following along. This time, it won't be easily forgiven." Seeing the atmosphere being a little strange, Lakeisha panicked and suddenly realized that something was wrong. What is it, this atmosphere, could it be? She continued to look at all three people who were still standing still. Do all three of them know each other? The image of Jahan quickly appeared before her eyes. Jahan, the master's highest-ranking subordinate. Information about him was constantly displayed. This emotionless man like a doll is the executioner of the underworld, specializing in using a whip that can be transformed into a sharp hook. If something happens and you have to face him, the end is usually death. The image of the Grim Reaper holding a scythe quickly appeared, in the underworld. He is a symbol of disaster, the embodiment of misfortune and bad luck. Thinking of this, Lakeisha became very hesitant. Such a disturbance happening on the streets is common, yet the master sent Jahan to stop it. This made her even more surprised. Moreover, I have only met Jahan once, yet the two of them are so close. Jahan on this side was still constantly teaching Karha, "Please pay more attention next time." He quickly nodded in understanding, "I know." The little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts. Clearly, Basilian has a close connection with the underworld. This made her very hesitant and surprised. In the end, Basilian. Before she could finish her story, suddenly she realized that Jahan was staring at her with a surprised look. This made her a little panicked. Eyes met. With no other choice, she could only greet hello. Jahan was still just thoughtfully looking at her. Karha, seeing her greet him, immediately became surprised. He quickly taught her, younger sister just greeted him. You can't just greet a strange person casually. The little girl immediately turned her head to look at her older brother in surprise. Why can't I? This made her very hesitant. They have been talking comfortably with each other since just now. At this time, he slowly stepped in front of the little girl. He replied, being greeted by you is my honor. Standing in front of the little girl, Jahan bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest with a reverent expression. I am Jahan. His face became very calm as he listened to the words the little girl introduced. I am Chesha Basilian. Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. Then he did not forget to instruct, it is a pleasure to meet you, but next time I hope we do not meet again. This made the little girl a little surprised and confused. Normally people would say, see you again. Does the underworld have a different way of thinking too? The little girl surprisingly raised her head to look at him. Why do you hate to meet me? He shook his head to explain, it is not like that. He quickly spoke gently, because meeting someone like me will bring you bad luck. This made the little girl Lakeisha stand still in surprise. The little girl continued to look at his cold and emotionless face. Standing still, I do not know why, but I deeply feel that he hates himself. I did not expect Jahan to be this kind of person. The image of his lonely and dark figure quickly appeared before her eyes. That is right, Jahan is an outcast, even in the underworld. Therefore he is always alone. She unconsciously recalled the image of herself being shunned and criticized by people, like me, who was once ridiculed as the daughter of a crazy fairy. This made Lakeisha become more withdrawn and think because of that I became a loner. Thinking of this, she became even more pensive and once had thoughts of hating herself. But the little girl raised her head and said to Jahan, but I am okay. A warm smile quickly appeared on the little girl's face. She continued to announce, next time I still want to greet you. At this time she had her own sympathetic thoughts for him. Both I and you, it is unfortunate, is not it? He, hearing these words, immediately became silent and thoughtful. Jahan slowly turned around and left, under the surprised eyes of everyone. He had become extremely calm and speechless. Then he continued to walk forward, not forgetting to instruct, it is late, go back. He just kept walking forward under Lakeisha's surprised eyes. She still watched his lonely back as he stepped forward. The scene shifted to another place in the underworld at night that day. Desperate screams kept ringing out, and blood kept splattering on the walls. A slave hunter quickly trembled, clasping his hands together and loudly begging, please, please spare me. I was wrong. But no matter how he begged, Jahan did not care at all. He coldly killed this slave hunter in an instant. He held the whip in his hand, then he sank into his own thoughts for the first time. He recalled the happy face of Lakeisha who had greeted him then. Someone smiled at me like that. The corners of his mouth suddenly became strange. Perhaps he remembered unpleasant memories about himself, but the image that appeared was the image of him lying miserably on the ground, and the scolding words for him kept ringing out, get out you monster. People always shunned him and ran away. No, I do not like it. Don't come near me. He still held his blood-stained whip tightly in his hand, therefore it is not right. A lowly person like me, meeting such a noble young lady is already a terrible thing. But this time his thoughts had completely changed. He quickly stood still, even so, I want to see that smiling face again. This is indeed my greed. While Jahan was still sinking into his thoughts, a mysterious person slowly walked over and surprisingly asked, you greeted the baby. Hearing this voice, he was startled and turned around. He looked at this strange person and continued to speak, you have come, master. This person laughed and continued to ask, super cute, right? He quickly knelt down on the ground and nodded in response, yes, master. This strange master continued to step forward. I wondered who dared to make trouble. It is just those ordinary slave hunters. Hearing this, he just bowed his head, I apologize. This strange person quickly put his hand on his head and comforted, really, I am not blaming you. The figure of this master was a little familiar. The master slowly put his hand forward and announced, the finishing touch, let me do it. The slave hunter, witnessing this whole scene, had become so trembling that he was desperate. His eyes were full of fear. Immediately after the master snapped his fingers, a change immediately appeared. Screams rang out in the air along with drops of blood splattering on the walls. The master continued to ask, Have you found the whereabouts of the enchantress? Jahan shook his head and replied, after the time at the mansion, she disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, the master seemed surprised and thought, she is not the kind of person who lives a peaceful life. Thinking of this made the master laugh, turning his head in another direction and announcing, even the dignified high-ranking administrative officials have to personally welcome her. She is indeed an extraordinary fairy. I will soon use her. The master did not forget to order, investigate the details of the enchantress's movements for me. Jahan quickly nodded in understanding. It turned out that the person who controlled the entire underworld and was also the master was Kiran. He smiled and stepped forward. The scene shifted to the late evening at a large mansion at the same time, the Basilian townhouse. At this time, both Karha and Ishul had become very worried and shared the same thought, we are dead. Lakeisha stood below, unable to say a word. She sighed speechlessly, I knew this would happen. A very scary voice slowly rang out, Karha, Ishul. Hearing their names called, both of them had become very scared. Standing in front of his two ignorant younger brothers, Belzian had become very angry. He loudly questioned these two, what were you two thinking? With no other choice, Ishul could only quickly explain, it is just that I thought it would be good to go out with my younger sister, so that is why. We have never gone out together. Right next to him, Karha quickly nodded in agreement, that is right. Hearing that, he continued to glare at his two younger brothers with a judgmental gaze. You said you were going out, but you took her to the underworld. She is just a normal child. You have to be careful. Karha was very embarrassed and uncomfortable, immediately looking in another direction, but I am confident that I can protect her, so that is why I took her. Before he could finish speaking, Belzian interrupted him. That is not the point. With no other choice, Belzian could only sigh in frustration. Then he raised his head and announced, that child is not a Basilian. Hearing this sentence, Lakeisha was immediately startled and confused in disbelief. Even Karha had become very confused. Brother, what are you saying? Ishul also replied angrily. But now she is our younger sister. Moreover, our younger sister is listening. It could be clearly seen that Belzian did not say much more. He used his scary eyes to look forward and criticize. Enough. Am I wrong? His angry voice kept ringing out. That child has no blood relation. Immediately the two older brothers did not dare to say anything more. Feeling that it was not enough, he continued to speak, she is just an outsider. You two are talking nonsense. Lakeisha had been silently listening from just now, not replying to anything. She sank into her own thoughts. That is right, from the beginning, Belzian had the intention of kicking me out. Belzian's eyes had become very cold as he looked at her and announced, therefore, do not be too close because I will quickly take you out. It seemed that she had also predicted these things. Especially since this banquet is the first introduction of the members of the Basilian family, Belzian wants to kick me out before that happens. She unconsciously recalled the scene when she comforted him, even though I once cared. And she even cared and gave him a bouquet of white flowers in his hand. I will go and receive a little affection from each other. This made her a little disappointed, but we were never a real family with each other. Returning to reality, she still sat there without any movement. Lakeisha clenched her small palms, she was still sinking into her own thoughts. I told myself to leave immediately, yet I thought about attending the banquet like an idiot. She criticized herself, yes, I was too stupid. She quickly remembered the purpose she had done before, to kill Count Rudin because he humiliated the Basilian family. Then it was the scene when she looked at Ishul very angrily when she knew she was looked down on, preparing outfits for the banquet so that the Basilian family would not be looked down on. It seemed that Lakeisha was herself in the present. It is all not related to me. But while she was still sinking into her thoughts, she quickly remembered the scene of how sad Belzian was. When I saw Belzian's lamenting appearance, I thought that this kid was easily emotional. It was all just that she was wrong about these things. He is completely not like I thought, but it turns out that I am the child. Just because of a little affection, I am acting as if I am a member of the Basilian family. She still looked up at Belzian's cold eyes. She unconsciously recalled the scary memories in her heart, and the critical words for her kept appearing. What does an orphan like you know? Get out of here. Her eyes at that time had become very desperate. Lakeisha continued to look down at the front with a very thoughtful face. But instead of being sad, a very strange smile bloomed on her face at this time. No matter how lonely you are, you should not do that. You are acting too immersed in the role. She quickly looked at the shoes right below her feet. She quickly reassured herself, that is right, just follow the original plan. Wake up and prepare to leave. The image of a noble Basilian family symbol along with the snake symbols was displayed. Based on the current situation, Basilian is involved with the underworld. And there are too many suspicious points. Then Lakeisha linked everything together clearly. I must finish investigating the Count Basilian family before the banquet takes place. When I am kicked out by Belzian, I just need to disappear with Hata. She quickly made a decision which was also her goal. I will completely leave this family and return to my original form. An image of a gloomy castle quickly appeared. Time had passed to a few minutes later. After entering her room, Lakeisha sighed very tiredly. She had become very worried and sad. Looking down at the ground, I have become a child, and my thoughts have become immature too. I am in such a bad mood. She sighed and slowly stepped outside to receive the sunlight. She was slowly stepping forward amidst her very gloomy mood. Noticing something strange in the back, she surprisingly turned her head to look with a confused expression. After seeing the dark air rising, she had become very surprised. Her eyes had become very panicked when she saw this dark air, this magic. Immediately after that, Kieran appeared before her eyes, making her a little surprised. Kieran. He smiled and approached Lakeisha. His face was still gentle as ever. Hello, Chesha. He continued to bend down to look at her. My daughter, what are you doing? When she saw him approaching, she quickly smelled an unusual scent, the smell of blood. She did not say these things but just raised her head to look at him. I am not doing anything. Hearing that, he laughed and used his hand to press on her nose, teasing, what is with this expression of yours? Did Belzian scold you badly? She, hearing that, was startled. Lakeisha put her hand up to cover her nose. She shook her head and replied no. Although she had predicted this, so he knew that we went to the underworld. He continued to ask her again, was it fun going out to play today? She shook her head and sadly replied it was not fun. He, hearing that she was a little disappointed, smiled slightly. He then nodded in understanding. He gently picked her up high. Then he continued to comfort her mood. You were scolded by your older brother like this. How about your father tries to play the role of comforting you? Lakeisha, hearing that, was a little confused. Then he used his magic to move to another place. He smiled and chatted, let us go see the flowers with your father. Her eyes turned to look at the magic that was constantly covering her eyes. Immediately after Lakeisha opened her eyes, witnessing the scene in front of her made her a little surprised and confused. It turned out that Kieran had taken her to a garden full of roses. This made her seem surprised. This is a rose garden. She quickly looked at the roses right in front of her. Smelling the fragrance in this place, she quickly blended into the garden and then sank into her thoughts. This place is full of the scent of roses, so fragrant. While she was still blending into this place, Kieran's smiling voice slowly rang out. How is it? Do you feel better? She, hearing that, was startled. Then she realized that she had just been too negligent, unconsciously indulging in the scent of flowers until she was absent-minded. She quickly put on an innocent expression and surprisingly asked, again father, but where is this? He just smiled and looked at her. Then he continued to explain, the royal palace garden. Hearing these things, Lakeisha immediately froze. She could not believe it and stared forward. What, this is okay too? Kieran slowly put her down on the ground. He smiled, reached out and picked the roses, saying to her, to be exact, it is a detached palace. There are no guards now, you can be comfortable. She, hearing that, understood something. I see. She quickly looked at these roses. He gently tucked the roses into her hair. After seeing this scene, he had become very happy. He smiled and praised, just like your father thought, it really suits you, my daughter. She looked at this scene with a little emotion, but she still looked forward with that tired face. It could be clearly seen that Kieran was still worried about her. He surprisingly asked her, were you scolded by your older brother, so you feel heartbroken? His voice kept ringing out, comforting her mood, but your father also does not want Chesha to go to that place, because there are many bad people. Hearing this, she seemed surprised. She continued to ask her father, did father also go there? He, hearing this, immediately became startled and realized that she knew more than he thought. Do you mean the underworld? She quickly sadly nodded to confirm. Hearing that, he laughed. Why are you curious about that? She continued to speak to him. Everyone goes except for Chesha. He laughed and gently stroked her head. Seeing that he did not say anything, she was a little disappointed. She quickly clenched her hands, but it is okay if father does not say anything. Standing in front of him, Lakeisha immediately pretended to be spoiled. She quickly recounted everything because I am not a Basilian. He, hearing these words, immediately froze. The look in her eyes clearly showed unspeakable sadness. Looking into her deep eyes, he seemed to freeze for a moment, not knowing what to say in this situation. Although Lakeisha outwardly showed that, in her heart at this time, she had become very panicked. I just wanted to be a little sulky, but I accidentally said the truth. Kieran, hearing that, slowly picked her up and laughed teasingly. So you are very sad, huh? No wonder. She, hearing that, shyly shook her head and replied, "No, I am not." He continued to think for a moment and then told her the truth. "Then only Chaisha knows about this." "Okay." She, hearing that, was startled and silently waited. Then he whispered in her ear, saying very incomprehensible words, "Your brothers are helping father. Of course it is not anything dangerous, so do not worry." His next sentence made her seem to freeze on the spot. "Actually, father is doing some work in the underworld, to be exact, management work." Hearing this, she immediately fell silent, unable to speak. He did not forget to announce again, "Take care of the people there like you take care of Chaisha." She widened her eyes in disbelief at everything she had just heard. She suddenly realized that everything was gradually going off the normal track, and all the pieces fit together. The image of a letter quickly appeared. Kieran, who obtained a report about the enchantress, holds information that only people in the underworld know, and that was also the reason Lakeisha found her report in Kieran's library. "The master knows clearly about my mark." She recalled the words he once said to Hylon, the mark she left in a hidden place on that holy night. "You do not intend to say you do not know, do you?" And everything was very coincidental. The three siblings always went to the underworld to work. The day Kieran and the three siblings left the mansion because of something important was also when the underworld fell into a dangerous situation because of Hylon. Then there was the scene of the two older brothers sitting in the carriage with Lakeisha, exploring the underworld. When I went directly with them, I realized that this was not the first or second time they had come to the underworld. And next was the image of Jahan when he met the two siblings. Even Jahan, the master's subordinate, has a strangely respectful attitude towards the twins. This made Lakeisha tremble even more strangely. She did not know what to say in this situation. No way. A very scary thought appeared in her head. Is Kieran the master? The image of a chair and a table that had been prepared in a room she had entered appeared. Her face at this time had become very scared. She paled and thought, that means the person I have been deceiving all this time is the master of the underworld. I am doomed. The more she thought, the more scared she became. If the master wanted to, taking my life would be a small matter. She continued to look at Kieran's face, who was still smiling at her there. A thought quickly appeared in her head, urging her even more. Before I am discovered, I must escape from here immediately. Returning to her large room, Lakeisha had become very pensive. She did not know what to do in this situation. Sitting quietly on her bed, she quickly sank into her own thoughts. This is a big deal. The person I have been deceiving with this childish appearance is none other than the master. If I am discovered, I will definitely die. The more she thought, the more scared she became. She quickly thought of the scene of herself helplessly squatting in a corner. Moreover, the underworld is the only place I consider a safe haven. If even that place turns its back on me, I really have nowhere to go. Thinking of this, she quickly stepped outside and then sank into her thoughts. That is right. Belzian's plan is to kick me out before the banquet takes place. I will take advantage of it to escape. While she was still sinking into her thoughts, Hata happily ran in and called loudly, "Miss Lakeisha." He was still very happy to announce, "Hata has finished making the hat and is back." But the look in her eyes quickly changed. She looked at him and called his name, Uda. He, hearing that, immediately became scared. Her face at this time had become very worried. She quickly announced, "We have to run away." Hearing this made him immediately panic, as if he did not dare to believe his ears. What? The scene shifted to the morning of the next day at the large Basilian mansion. A voice of praise rang out, "Very good." The girl standing in front of the two twin brothers smiled and chatted, "Let us stop the dance practice here. Now we will start with the etiquette lesson." All of this was observed by Lakeisha. She happily thought, "Nice, it is in the middle of the lesson, the twins won't pay attention to me." She quickly hugged Hata, intending to quickly find information in this place. Even if I leave, I have to clean out the information. The look in her eyes had become very determined as she stared forward. "Last night, I searched the entire mansion and the tower, the remaining place." A very scary place quickly appeared in her head. Is the Basilian territory full of monsters? This dark place with no one passing by, full of danger, was the Black Forest. Everything in this place looked very scary and mysterious. Lakeisha quickly used her magic to appear inside the Black Forest. Appearing in the middle of the Black Forest, the first thing she did was observe the surrounding situation. She quickly hugged Hata and then surprisingly spoke to him. "This forest makes me feel creepy." He quickly nodded in agreement. "That is right." She gently put him down on the ground. Her eyes continued to search the forest. Not to mention the demonic energy that fills the place. We are more powerful imaginary creatures than humans, so there probably won't be any problems. If humans stay here for too long, they will hallucinate and become crazy. She quickly recalled the scene of Kieran when he lulled her to sleep. At that time, Kieran looked like he was losing consciousness after returning from the forest. Perhaps it was because of the demonic energy. While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, suddenly Hata noticed something strange and frantically spoke in panic. "Me, Miss Lakeisha, over there." Hearing that, surprisingly turned her head to look at him with a confused look. He at this time had become very scared, continuing to look at the mysterious animal that was looking at them with red eyes. "There is a monster over there." Lakeisha's face had become very calm, as if she had predicted this. She sighed and said, "The rumor that monsters appear is true." This made her very confused. "Kieran, what exactly are you doing in a place like this?" While she was still hesitating and thinking, a monster suddenly made a strange movement right next to her, making her a little surprised. Seeing this monster pass by her made her a little confused. It just passed by like that. It seems like it does not want to attack. Seeing that it did not want to attack her, she quickly winked and made a decision. "It is even better if no one bothers us." She quickly turned her head and signaled, "There is a lot of time, let us take the opportunity to investigate and then sneak away." She clasped her hands together. Her whole body emitted a strange light, as if she was concentrating on doing something. Butterflies quickly appeared and flew around the forest. She used her fairy power to summon the butterflies to fly away. Thinking of the butterfly as performing its mission, they kept flying into the middle of the forest as if searching for information. While she was still waiting for news, a small butterfly had found information, making her seem surprised. Lakeisha quickly turned her head and signaled with Hata, "I have already found something." She quickly went along. Both people quickly followed the big butterfly, leading them forward. This time the scene that appeared was a lush green forest with gentle breezes blowing through. Witnessing this scene made Lakeisha surprisingly raise her head to look forward. This place had become very beautiful with sunlight shining throughout the scene here. Seeing the sunlight shining into this place, Lakeisha revealed a clear surprise. She admired it to the point of disbelief and thought, "I did not expect there to be a place like this inside the black forest." Looking at the strange coffin lying in the middle of a beautiful place made her a little confused. And what is that thing lying in the middle, a coffin? Because she was too curious, she quickly approached the coffin to examine the situation. She looked in surprise at the inside. This is. Her eyes became even more surprised when she looked at the person inside the coffin. She suddenly realized something. "I see." She continued to look at the roses that were placed on the coffin. "This is the coffin of the late Countess." She looked at everything that was being taken care of in a precise and meticulous manner. This made her quite surprised. From fresh flowers to the landscape, everything is carefully taken care of. It seems that Kieran still takes care of this place very regularly. This made her very confused. She continued to glance at the butterflies that were flying around in this place. But why put the Countess's coffin here? Seeing the butterfly making strange movements, she seemed surprised. Lakeisha quickly realized something. She turned her head and asked the butterfly that was constantly flying in the air, "Is there something else in this space?" The small butterfly quickly flew to a tree. The strange thing was that on this tree were engraved very strange hidden words, as if reminding something. She looked in surprise at the trees that were all engraved with words in this place and was surprised. There are hidden notes in the trees around here. Because she was too curious, she quickly approached one of them and slowly thought, "What does it write?" Her eyes quickly scanned the tree. Illusion realm. An illusion space is a separate mind space that reflects the subconscious of the fairy race. After reading these lines, her eyes immediately became panicked and widened. This is. She had become very small when standing in front of the large tree that recorded very different information, experimental records about the fairy race. The more she thought, the more she felt that something was wrong. Her eyes widened with disbelief. There is no way to artificially create the illusion realm of the fairy race. Then she continued to read these lines. The dates are all from hundreds of years ago, from the ancient era. She read even more carefully about the words that were carefully written on these trees. "I tried injecting fairy blood into the bodies of men but failed. Injecting it into the bodies of women had a reaction but only lasted for a short time. It seems that the fairy race only exists in the bodies of women. More research is needed." After reading this information, she immediately became confused and quickly realized this is not Kieran. She quickly noticed a word that was engraved on the tree, "In the name of God." She quickly realized that everything was more serious than she thought. This is an experimental report written by the Holy Country. Her eyes suddenly became desperate. But there was still something that Lakeisha wondered about. She looked up and looked forward, but it is strange. She quickly remembered a very strange and vast empire. Everything in this place was very magnificent, although sometimes there were hypocritical acts, but the Holy Country was a place that valued order and justice. In their eyes, the fairy race is a condemned being that needs to be dealt with, not to be captured for experiments. This made her even more surprised when she thought of the ring that the fairy race had left behind. Moreover, they are planning to bring the crown of the fairy queen out. assuming just for the experiment. Surely the crown will be split into hundreds of pieces and used as materials. This made her quickly remember the image of Hylon. More important than everything, that perfectionist Hylon is the Heresy Inquisitor. With the position of Heresy Inquisitor, he can have in his hand almost all the information of the Holy Country. This also made her confused. If he knows about the fairy race experiment, he will definitely not stand by and watch. Then the person secretly directing this experiment. A thought quickly appeared in her head. The probability is a cardinal or a holy king. Just thinking of this, Lakeisha had completely become so angry that she clenched her palms. You disgusting bastards. Just thinking of the different fairy races constantly being tortured and tormented by them made her become increasingly angry. Illusion realm is the main ability of the fairy race. Relying on mental strength with a strong will, their spirits will not collapse. But everything was not that simple. The image of Lakeisha's mother when she was first born quickly appeared, but the fairy race that gave birth to me was completely insane. Perhaps because she had to endure all kinds of pain like an animal that was drained of blood, so her spirit collapsed. Thinking of this made her become very confused. Why can the gods do this kind of thing? Thinking of this was enough to make Lakeisha hate them more and more. She clenched her palms and made a decision. I will definitely take revenge. Her power quickly affected Hata. He was still about to say something to her, miss. His screams kept ringing out, Miss Lakeisha. Hearing this familiar call, she surprisingly realized that something was wrong. She quickly took a deep breath to regain her composure, then she hurriedly turned her head and explained, I am okay, I was just a little surprised. Her face now had become very serious when she looked at the tree that engraved all the information about the fairy race right in front of her. Basilian is not a family that experimented on the fairy race. On the contrary, it seems that Kieran's position is similar to mine. She quickly thought of the image of the 3 people who were likely to do this quickly appeared. The rumor is that 3 major families had conducted experiments on the fairy race. Perhaps while Kieran was collecting information about the fairy race, the rumor had been spread incorrectly. Thinking of this made her become very hesitant. She surprisingly asked herself, but what is Kieran collecting information about the fairy race for? Does it have anything to do with the crown of the fairy queen that he wants to have? While she was still sinking into her hesitant thoughts, Hata on one side quickly spoke to her. Miss Lakeisha, if this report is true, now we have to investigate the Holy Country. Right? She, hearing that, quickly nodded to confirm that is right because there is no other way. She sighed wearily. She had to go through too many things. A person who is considered a heretic like me is going to personally step into the Holy Country. It is really difficult. If I continue to attend the prayer meeting as an intruder, I will eventually be discovered by Kieran and the probability of my head being cut off is high. She quickly made a decision. First, let us go back to the mansion and think about it. Hata quickly nodded in understanding with her yes. Then she quickly used her fairy power to appear inside the room. She sank into her thoughts, but there is one thing for sure. At this time she had secretly made a decision. Now I have no reason to stay in Basilian anymore. It seemed that everything was having a big change in the mansion here. The scene shifted to a large room with all kinds of luxurious and magnificent things. That afternoon, in Belzian's study. He was still working when suddenly someone was knocking on the door outside. He quickly announced, come in. A small voice slowly rang out, hello. Lakeisha stepped inside the room. I have something to say. Belzian, hearing that, turned his head to look at her with a confused look, but he did not seem to care much about these things. He continued to step forward. What is wrong? She quickly followed behind, intending to say something. That thing. She looked down and asked him, when do I have to leave? Hearing this sentence, he froze a bit. Her eyes quickly widened, looking forward. She had secretly made a decision with this. Now that I know the person behind the fairy race experiment, I have no reason to stay in Basilian anymore. She continued to look at Belzian, who was still standing still. Anyway, Belzian has a plan to kick me out. I will follow it. But his face at this time had become a little strange. Then he quickly announced, 2 days later, early in the morning. She, hearing that, quickly looked down at the ground with a sad look. 2 days, that is fast. She quickly looked up forward and then sighed. Unconsciously, she sank into her own thoughts. That is right. What is the point of talking to a child that can't be convinced? Saying that I do not want to go will only cause more trouble. It is not worth it. This decision is reasonable. Seeing her disheartened face, Belzian quickly announced, you can take anything you want. She, hearing that, surprisingly raised her head to look at him. Money or gemstones, anything is fine. Then he continued to teach her, if your greed wants the whole fortune, I will give it to you. She quickly hesitated and thought, I do not need those things. After a long time of deciding, she quickly picked up Hata and then said to him, I want to take the puppy with me. He, hearing that, was a little surprised. Then he continued to ask Lakeisha, only it? She nodded in understanding and slowly replied, yes, having him is enough. I did not bring anything when I came here. She had become very happy, holding the puppy in her hands. On the contrary, the little girl's innocent voice kept ringing out, "Thank you, Earl, and young masters too. You treat me very well." Belzian, hearing these words, froze a little, unable to say anything more. He slowly clenched his palms. He slowly spoke to her, "Really?" He continued to repeat his question, "Is that really all?" Seeing that his attitude seemed strange, she quickly nodded in confirmation, "Yes." Hearing this, he became very confused. He continued to voice his thoughts. "Clearly you also have feelings for this place." His face had become very confused. He questioned her once again, "Why do not you ask me to stay in the Earl's family?" Speaking of this, Belzian quickly approached Lakesia. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If you think you have lived well in Basilian for the past time, you should at least feel regret or even cry, but why? He continued to look at her face. Why can you be so calm? Seeing that his attitude seemed strange, she quickly realized the problem. What, all this time this kid was pretending not to care? This made her quite surprised, so he also has feelings. She could see Belzian clearly revealing a reluctant expression when he heard her say that. She quickly stood in front of him and voiced her thoughts. "How would I know, because I can't just stay if I want to." She quickly picked up Hata and walked out of the room. "It is okay, I am used to it." Although these words were sincere. Hearing this, she also remembered a not-so-good memory of herself. Children who were adopted at the orphanage were expelled after only a few months, so returning is also common. The time had shifted to more than 10 years ago. Little Lakesia stood outside the door with a worried expression. She slowly reached out her small hands and kept knocking on the door as if begging for something. But waiting for her were only very desperate scolding words. The nobles constantly looked down on her and loudly taught her, "How dare you dirty my carpet? I should not have adopted garbage like you. Get out of here." At that time, she had become very desperate. She trembled and looked at her thin hands that were always trampled on. How can I say this to her? She bit her teeth and tried to endure this pain, not letting herself shed any tears, "Because I made a mistake, so I have to return." This made her very sad and sank into her own thoughts. The orphanage's situation is difficult. My return will definitely bring trouble to her. Immediately after opening the door and witnessing the scene of Lakesia trembling and standing outside the door, the headmistress had become very surprised and asked, "Chaisha." She slowly spoke in surprise. How? Before she could finish speaking, Lakesia had become so scared that she shrank back. But it turned out that she was just thinking too much. The headmistress had quickly hugged her in her arms as if trying to comfort her. The headmistress had become very touched and continued to ask her, "Why are you hurt like this? Why did not you come back sooner?" Hearing these words full of love, she immediately became touched. "Teacher." Lakesia became very sad and explained, I am sorry for coming back. It is just that I." Before she could finish speaking, the headmistress angrily asked her, "It is okay, do you think that I won't be able to raise you?" Before her surprised eyes, she had gently comforted her mood. "If you do not want to, you do not need to be adopted anymore. Continue to stay at the orphanage with me. If you still do not want to leave when you grow up, then become a teacher at the orphanage at that time." The next sentence of the headmistress immediately made Lakesia become touched. "Because this place is your home." She tried not to let herself shed any tears. After suppressing her emotions, she quickly helplessly bowed her head to the headmistress and kept shedding tears. The headmistress, seeing her crying, hurriedly approached and comforted her mood. "I at that time was a lucky child. But until the day that the slave hunters constantly targeted Lakesia, they had destroyed her peaceful life. They completely burned the orphanage. But now, I have become a person who can't meet her again." Returning to reality, Lakesia fidgeted and looked at her shoes at her feet. "Because the situation is the same. I remember the old days." Thinking of this, she quickly explained, "I am really okay." A smile quickly bloomed on her face, as if she was familiar with these things. She smiled and explained, "I am prepared." Belzian, seeing her behaving so well, also could not bear it, but there was no other way. He sighed and nodded in understanding. Then he quickly instructed her again, "I understand." Then 2 days later, early in the morning when the Earl and the twins are not home, go out through the main door. She quickly nodded in understanding. He continued to instruct, "Even if you go out, I will give you a prosperous life, so do not worry." Hearing him, she revealed a happy face in her heart. "Good, after going out, I will take the medicine and return to my adult form. The people in this mansion won't be able to find me." The next image that appeared was the image of a pitiful little girl kneeling on the ground and praying. Originally, Kieran adopted me to get the crown. I just need to manage until the prayer time ends. And it will be over. Surely he won't come looking for me again. Thinking of this, she smiled gently. She quickly stepped forward. Yes, it is good to end everything like this. Lakesia still did not know what was going to happen to her next. At this time, I still have not remembered that after coming to the Basilian mansion, my plans have always failed. Very quickly the time had shifted to the morning of the next day. The image of Lakeisha wearily greeting the dawn with the dog Hata appeared. She had become very expectant, looking down at the mansion here. Now I will really leave this place. She continued to sink into her thoughts, looking at the large garden right in front of her. Will I miss this garden? And she quickly caught sight of the twins right in front of her. The twins, no. Karha quickly recognized her. Baby. Ishual on one side quickly waved his hand to greet her. She, seeing this, was a little disappointed and sighed. It is a pity that I can't properly say goodbye. She quickly waved goodbye to the two twin brothers. Even so, if the three siblings continue to enter and exit the underworld, we will be able to meet again. Thinking of this made her become very uncomfortable. It is best not to meet the Master Kiran. Suddenly remembering something, Lakeisha raised her head to look at the sky. No matter what, a thought appeared in her head. Perhaps I want to confirm whether everyone is living well or not. Very quickly the time in front of her had passed. Finally, the time that she had promised with Belzian had arrived outside. The carriage had been waiting there. Lakeisha quickly stepped down here as if preparing to leave. After carefully dressing Lakeisha, Belzian quickly instructed, right now the three of them are not home. If you leave at this time, no one will notice. She, hearing that, nodded in understanding. She did not forget to say goodbye to her older brother. Yes, I am leaving. Thank you for everything. Seeing that he was still standing still without moving, she seemed surprised. Why do not you say anything? Seeing the look in her eyes, he calmly announced, I will also go with you. This made her very surprised. She had become very panicked, pointing at herself and asking again, what, you are running away from home with me? This was that she had become confused to the point of incomprehension. What is it? Why suddenly? He had become very pensive and silent, not replying to anything. He quickly remembered the bouquet that Lakeisha had once given to him, because I want to comfort you. Speaking of this, he calmly stepped into the carriage. I also want to try it once. She, hearing that, was startled and surprised. I am not crying, so what is there to comfort? This made her become very angry, she hurriedly explained. But you have work to do. He laughed as if nothing had happened. Let us see that thing. Belzian's face at this time had become exactly like his father. He smiled and announced, that damn old man knows how to deal with it himself. Witnessing this scene made Lakeisha unable to smile. She thought in confusion, what is wrong with this kid? It is almost the end, and he is still making people annoyed. In front of Lakeisha, he quickly announced, I will also go with you. She, hearing that, was startled and confused in disbelief. His face now had become very calm as he reached out his hand and announced once again, I have always been given all the work. It is time for him to do the work himself. Even though I am the successor, he himself is still an earl. Hearing this, Lakeisha understood something, thinking back, that is right, this kid has been holding back for a long time. She quickly raised her head to look at him. Then you will go with me. He quickly nodded to confirm and then explained, until the prayer of the little saint begins. His voice kept ringing out, voicing his plan. Eventually, the earl will find you, but if I go with you, he won't be able to catch you until the prayer. She, hearing these things, nodded in understanding. That is right, because Kiran is the master of the underworld. He will use all means to find me. She had quickly remembered her appearance when she returned to normal. Moreover, right now, I still have not found the reason why I still turn back into a child even though I have taken the medicine. To transform into an adult. The more she thought, the more hesitant she became. And Hata needs time to make the medicine again. There is no way I will be allies for now. She nodded in understanding. Then I am in your care. The carriage quickly led the two of them slowly away from the mansion here. Inside the carriage, looking at the mansion that was gradually disappearing from her eyes, Lakeisha thought with a little regret, I feel quite familiar with that townhouse. She continued to turn her head to look at Belzian. Leaving like this, I suddenly feel wistful. Seeing him a little strange made her surprised. It turned out that he was holding a round object that looked very strange in his hand. This made her a little curious. What is that? It looks like a magic device, it looks. A scary image appeared in her head. She thought of the scene of a large explosion taking her life. It is also like a detonating device. Thinking of this, she sighed and dismissed this thought. There is no way, right? She continued to hesitate and think, Belzian would not be that crazy. As soon as she thought that, this time he quickly decisively pressed hard on this strange object. A loud explosion rang out. This explosion clearly affected the entire place a lot. It turned out that the object in his hand was the detonator. The horse that was going forward, hearing this explosion, immediately became panicked and urgently roared. The carriage quickly had a shift. Lakeisha on one side was speechless, not knowing what to say in this situation. She helplessly looked at the scene of the thing in front constantly burning and immediately became speechless. It is a real bomb. While she was still stunned, Belzian became very calm, threw away the object in his hand, and then turned his head to explain, "It will be difficult for him to track us by tomorrow, because he has to worry about cleaning up the mess behind." She, seeing this, speechlessly looked at him. Can a person change to this extent? The more she thought, the more scared she became, hugging Hata tightly in her arms. After the carriage passed, completely everything had been erased. That is right, this kid is also a Basilian. After the carriage slowly left, at the same time, in another place in the forest, the sounds of battle kept ringing out. The corpses of innocent people were scattered on the ground. Kieran, after defeating this group of people, panted. He wearily smoothed his hair and then said in frustration, "This is really endless." Right next to him, Jahan slowly stepped forward and spoke to him, "Master, if you look at the assassins who have been coming all day today." Before he could finish speaking, he had quickly nodded in understanding. "That is right, perhaps those close to me have sold my information." Thinking of this made him become very angry, staring forward and thinking, who exactly is it? While he was still sinking into his own thoughts, a subordinate quickly appeared and hurriedly reported an important matter to Kieran. "Master, an emergency, the mansion in the west is on fire." Then this subordinate had become very anxious and recounted everything. Fortunately, all the servants had left that area and there were no casualties. However, the explosion caused a large fire. Seeing that this was not very important, Kieran quickly turned his head and ordered Jahan. He continued to step forward, "Bring the twins back." He in the back quickly nodded in understanding, yes. Very quickly Kieran had moved back to his burning mansion. The servants were constantly rushing to put out the fire. He looked at everything that was gradually burning with a very suspicious look. There were more and more people, making him only be able to helplessly stand still. He sank into his own thoughts. "There are too many people watching, I can't solve it with black magic. Even if the fire is extinguished, I have to go around the mansion to deal with the aftermath. It is very time-consuming." The more he thought, the more angry he became. He quickly thought, "Arson and assassins, who can hold me back skillfully like this?" He quickly raised his hand to smooth his hair. "It is Belzian." He turned his head and hurriedly asked the servant, "Where is Chaysha?" The servant, hearing these words, immediately became scared and hurriedly explained, "Earl. Earl, I have not seen the young lady since just now." Hearing this, he understood everything. He quickly turned around and left, not forgetting to order, "Just stay there and hope that I do not get too angry." The servant, hearing these words, immediately became so scared that he could not say anything more. Seeing him go deep inside the sea of fire, everyone had become very panicked and screamed, "Sir Earl." Kieran quickly went deep inside and opened the door to Lakisha's room to see if there were any strange situations. But it seemed that everything in this place was empty. No one was left. Suddenly he seemed to become very silent. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He quickly summoned his dark magic. His eyes had become very scary. He raised his head and looked forward, and then asked again, "Where have you gone, my daughter?" Very quickly the scene had shifted to a peaceful and beautiful city. The afternoon of the next day in the area near the capital square. Newspapers were constantly reporting and were placed on the table. Belzian's voice quickly rang out, "I hired children who look similar to us, put them in carriages and took them out of the capital. All of these things were calculated carefully." He quickly explained everything to her. "If it is the Earl, he will quickly catch up to us, so we do not leave the capital but stay right in the center of the capital. Tonight we stay at this inn and start moving early tomorrow morning." Lakeisha, hearing this, nodded to show that she understood what he said. "Yes, I understand, young master." He, hearing that, just silently thought about something. Belzian very quickly ordered her, "Call me brother." This made her a little surprised. Then he quickly explained to her, "It is not necessary to be a biological brother to call someone brother. Just call me that, it does not matter." She, hearing that, a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She quickly nodded in understanding, "Yes, brother." At this time, the light had shone into the warm room of both of them. Feeling hungry, both of them went to eat together. After enjoying the porridge here, Lakeisha happily announced, "I am full." After eating, she and Hata quickly lay around on the bed. She sank into comfort. "I am so full. This life on the run is not as bad as I thought. I am in a baby's body, so I do not have any strength." Her eyes quickly widened, glancing in another direction, "Because Belzian is taking care of me, that is why I feel this comfortable." She continued to look at Belzian, who was still carefully wiping his sword. He is always working. This is the first time I have seen Belzian holding a sword. He is so skilled in taking care of his sword. It seems that his skills are also very good. Thinking of this made her surprisingly recall the image of Kieran. Thinking back, Kieran's blade is quite special. She quickly approached her older brother and examined it. Because he is from the Basilian family, is his sword also made special? Seeing her being so curious, it seemed that Belzian had read her thoughts. He quickly explained, "This is a magic sword made by the heir to the Basilian Earl title." Hearing this made her seem surprised. A magic sword? He quickly nodded to confirm yes. Seeing that she still seemed confused, he patiently explained to her even more, to eliminate monsters in the Black Forest. This time, the scene that appeared was the Black Forest with full of dangers from different kinds of monsters. The Black Forest inside the Basilian territory covers the entire eastern continent. Although there are rumors that there are terrifying creatures inside the forest that are against the will of the gods, almost no one dares to go there, so these word-of-mouth stories are seen as a terrifying legend. And according to that, the story was slowly told more clearly, but the monsters living inside the Black Forest are a truth that very few people know. Creatures that are like beasts, humans, and legendary species that are now almost extinct. The image that appeared was a dark castle intertwined with moonlight. The holy country Hildred calls those monsters demonic beings. Living at the Holy Snake Tower, located inside the Black Forest and managing the demonic beings, is the long-standing task of the Basilian Earl family. This time, Belzian's image had become very strange. He calmly explained, "A lot of blood is needed to create a magic sword." Lakeisha, hearing that, continued to look at the sword with an ordinary appearance but was very dangerous. Let the sword drink the blood of the owner for 100 days. The blood of other creatures prepared by the servants for 100 days. And the blood of the demonic beings living inside the Black Forest for another 100 days. After letting the sword drink blood for 300 days, finally, stick it into the ground inside the Black Forest and let it stay for another 10 days. Finally, the blade will drip out blood-red colors. The blade will change color and be born as a magic sword. Speaking of this, Belzian quickly wiped his sword more carefully. Creating a magic sword and possessing it means having to take on the responsibility of eliminating the monsters living in that place. His face had become very serious, looking at this sword, because it constantly causes countless deaths, accepting that duty is no different from a curse being placed on the Basilian family. Lakeisha, hearing these words, focused and silently listened to him. She also had to be surprised and thought, so there is also this kind of thing. Speaking of this, he slowly turned around and left. He did not forget to instruct, "But do not worry about it, later you will be grateful to escape from Basilian." She, hearing that, thought in frustration, "Later I probably won't think about anything special." Remembering something that needed to be done, he quickly instructed her, "I have said too much, we have to leave early tomorrow, let us go to sleep." She quickly nodded in confirmation, yes. Just like that, both of them quickly fell into a deep sleep. Belzian did not forget to carefully put a blanket on Lakeisha. Looking at her who had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, this made him seem surprised and asked himself, is it because she is still young she fell asleep really quickly? His eyes had become very thoughtful looking at her. At this time he also intended to say something more. He gently approached her and then hugged her, falling asleep. "If you were my younger sister, how good would that be?" The scene shifted to a large mansion. This place was the Basilian family townhouse, Cheshire's room. The scenery here was very peaceful. Kieran was sitting there alone. He had become very pensive, sitting silently in this place with a very strange look. His eyes revealed a clear dark circle. It seemed that he had not slept for a long time. He raised his head to look forward at the bed. This time he unconsciously recognized the image of his wife still sitting quietly in that place. He panicked and reached out his hands, calling his wife's name, Rose. This girl also quickly reached out her hands to him. But until he clenched his hand at the same time, his wife's image also disappeared into the air. At this time, the room was only left with Kieran sitting quietly in that place with a desperate look, unable to say a word. In his despair, he quickly remembered the image of Lakeisha's face along with her smile. In some moment, he was clearly moved by his own adopted daughter. Thinking of this, Kieran's hand quickly clenched the armrest of the chair with anger. He hugged his face, sitting quietly in that place, looking at the empty bed, disappearing on her own. "Not saying a word is what I hate the most." He quickly looked outside with a thoughtful look, thinking about something. The sunlight outside gradually shone throughout the place. He sighed and spoke to himself, "I have to go see my teacher, it has been a while." Very quickly the image of a noble mage quickly appeared. Duke Syria Frunabroil, a great mage with top-tier strength on the continent, and also one of the 3 great nobles of the great empire Palin. But this person has a very large build. She has a height of exceeding the average and a body that is more solid than men, followed by long brown hair with a smile on her face. Is the owner of a special and attractive deep voice. These things make her even more prominent than anyone else. She clearly knows her appeal, making the upper class admire her, so she does not hesitate to organize or participate in balls or banquets. Everything about her is also being recounted. Thanks to cultivating magic, her body has stopped aging, and she has a youthful appearance, rich experience and great strength. But even a person like her has someone who makes her tremble with fear. Ebroil sighed very wearily, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. She glanced outside and then said in frustration, asking herself, am I hallucinating? Right when she was still sinking into her own worries, Kieran quickly appeared before her eyes. He smiled and greeted, Duchess, Your Highness. Seeing that he had appeared, she had become very desperate and screamed, not a hallucination. She kept screaming, scolding angrily, You devil, get out of here. Kieran calmly received her attacks. He laughed and replied, It has been a long time since we have met. But you are treating your son like this, that is really sad. Ebroil felt that she could not argue with him. She angrily looked at him and then asked, What exactly is it? Don't tell me you rushed in here and told me to go put out the fire. He, hearing her say that, laughed. It seemed that his smile had become very scary. His expression became strangely pensive. He quickly clenched his palms and then recounted everything to her. I have lost my youngest daughter, please help me. She, hearing that, was startled in surprise. He did not hesitate and knelt down on one knee in front of her. He did not forget to hold her hand and beg, Teacher. Seeing him being so humble, this made her a little surprised. She panicked in disbelief. Unconsciously remembering the time before, Kieran had once smiled and held Ebroil's hand, calling her name Teacher. Hearing this, she suddenly laughed strangely. It has been a long time, and you have come to ask me for help like this. Moreover, you are addressing me like in the old days. It is hard to refuse. She laughed and called, This cunning snake. Ebroil quickly pointed at Kieran and suggested, Okay, I will help. In exchange, give me your third child. He, hearing that, surprisingly raised his head to look at her. You mean Ishuel? She quickly pointed forward and spoke her thoughts to him. I have said it before, that kid has talent in magic. If he is born a gem, he must be honed to shine brightly. Hearing that, he laughed and quickly nodded in agreement. I have also said it to you. He still does not want to. If he wants to learn, I will immediately send him to you. Hearing this, she quickly sighed in frustration. Those with talent are often troublesome. It is too wasteful to let such talent rot. Remembering something, she quickly raised her head to look at him. She surprisingly asked again, Then, the missing daughter is the child you adopted? Kieran quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. His eyes revealed a clear disappointment, but a smile still appeared on the corners of his mouth. He smiled and recounted everything to her. You also know, the house was on fire. So I have to stay and deal with it. I can't go anywhere. Of course, I also intend to let people go find her, but if Teacher uses magic to help, would not it be easier? Hearing the story that he told, Ebroil quickly sighed as if she understood the story. She quickly glanced at him standing with his arms crossed in that place. She sank into her own thoughts. Kieran's use of hack magic is a secret art. If he uses hack magic on a large scale like tracking, the Heresy Inquisitor will definitely catch his tail. Thinking of this, she slowly stood up. She asked Kieran, Did you bring your daughter's hair? Tracking magic needs the bloodline or a part of the body of the person you need to find. He laughed and shook his head at her. I do not have it. A very smug smile bloomed on his face. He quickly brought the knife to his hand and then made a decision. I will use my blood. Hearing that, she was a little confused, but she is adopted. What effect will your blood have? He quickly brought his blood to her. The youngest is with my eldest son. Ebroil looked at the blood that was constantly flowing into the vial. She laughed and mocked. Running away from home. It is because you could not restrain your hot-tempered nature. So the little ones ran away, right? She quickly used her magic power to bring it up high, preparing to find traces. Then she quickly announced, That is enough, okay, I have to handle it quickly so that I can chase you away. The scene had shifted to another place. Belzian along with Lakeisha were still sleeping soundly, not knowing anything. A stream of dark power quickly rushed straight towards the two people. The two people were still sleeping soundly, not knowing what was happening. Feeling that there was something unusual, Lakeisha quickly opened her eyes and woke up. She immediately sat up, created a barrier, and then hurriedly called, Wake up, Hata. Even he had realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted her name, Miss Lakeisha. He kept warning on the ceiling. A very strange barrier had appeared in this place. She quickly nodded to confirm, I know. She continued to look at the magic circles that were constantly appearing right in front of her. This is tracking magic. Thinking of this made Lakeisha become very serious and sat up. She quickly sank into her worried thoughts. But looking at the pure power or the color of the magic, this is definitely not Kieran's magic. This made her very hesitant. She unconsciously clenched her palms. The person who can use tracking magic that is so sophisticated, as far as I know, there is only one person on the continent. The image of a woman quickly appeared with a devilish smile on her face. That is Duke Broil. While she was still standing still, observing the entire magical scene in front of her, her face became even more serious. Lakeisha panicked and glanced at this tracking mark. She did not know what to do next. It is not Kieran, but Duke Broil is using magic to track me. Why? Thinking back, the first time Basilian made its debut to the upper class was at the Duke's banquet. Do those two people know each other? Thinking of this made her become very angry. There is no other way. She quickly made a decision. I can't let myself be caught like this. Her feet quickly ran forward. If I use similar magic, I can't be a match for the great mage Broil, so she quickly made a decision. I will use the power of the fairy race. This time she had become very focused, using her power. She looked at the magic circle right in front of her in her head. She was only thinking about the plan to break this layer of magic. Let us see, the magic array is in the process of being cast. If I can block it. A very mischievous smile had appeared on her face at this time. It is worth a try. Thinking is doing. Lakeisha quickly raised her hand high forward, preparing to use her magic to prevent these things. She turned her head to look at Belzian, who was still sleeping soundly. Not knowing what was happening, she thought in surprise because he has a good night's sleep. Even if it is noisy around, he still sleeps comfortably. Feeling that all the obstacles were gradually being cleared quickly, she continued to jump down to the ground, slowly facing this magic circle. Although the opponent is a very formidable person, she has never faced the power of the fairy race, because the fairy race is a species that is on the verge of extinction. Even if they meet, they will use the power of the fairy race to escape because the nature of the fairy race is to avoid fighting. But she clearly understood all of these things. But I am different from other fairy races. She quickly summoned her familiar axe weapon. I do not mind attacking others. Her thoughts made her become even more determined. If I can break this formation, I will break it into pieces and then run away. She shouted loudly, holding her axe, and quickly broke towards the magic in front. After a long time of trying, Lakeisha's axe quickly fell to the ground. She at this time had a very mischievous smile as she looked at the magic circle. Let us let the Duchess taste the power of the fairy race. She quickly used her fairy wings to fly high up above the magic circle, tracking it. Lakeisha took a deep breath, gaining strength. She quickly jumped high into the air, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. A loud noise was descending. Her axe quickly struck a powerful blow at the magic in this place, breaking all of Ebroil's effectiveness. On this side, realizing that something was wrong, Ebroil suddenly coughed blood out of her mouth with a very panicked expression. Her eyes widened, looking forward with an expression of disbelief. She broke it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was unbelievable. She had once thought that this was impossible. Her magic in just one blow. Both Ebroil and Kieran, witnessing this entire scene, immediately froze. She was startled and realized something. That means. She hurriedly turned her head to look at him standing still in that place, Kieran. At this time she had become very worried, wiping the blood on her mouth. Who exactly is Belzian with? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong and announced, I think the person next to that kid has power equal to mine. After a long time of breaking the tracking traces, Lakeisha had become very tired, slowly going down to the ground and panting. She continued to put away the axe in her hand, then she quickly sank into her own thoughts. For now, I have broken the tracking magic, but surely Kieran will use other magic to find us. Thinking of this made her become very hesitant. Even Belzian probably did not expect Kieran to seek help from a third force. While she was still thinking, Hata quickly ran to her and asked, Miss Lakeisha, should we find another way? She quickly nodded in understanding perhaps. Hearing this, he quickly suggested a bold idea of his. Then this time, Hata will go to the snake tower and set it on fire. What do you think? She immediately became serious and replied to him. No, I can't. Although she understood his feelings, it seems that he really wants to try. Lakeisha was a little hesitant, not knowing what to do correctly. She just sat there thoughtfully. No matter what, right now I am in the appearance of a child. I also think that attracting a third force to be a shield is the best choice. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Let us see, in order for Kier not to act arbitrarily, I have to find someone with authority and a high position like Duke Broil. The image of a man quickly appeared in her memory, and he possesses strong abilities. Thinking of this made Lakeisha feel a little speechless. She did not know what to say in this situation. Only that guy is suitable. Returning to the other side, Duke Broil had become very hesitant. She put her hand on her chin and voiced her thoughts. Even I do not know how to break my magic. Is Belzian with the youngest from your house? Thinking of this made her a little curious. Then does not that mean your daughter has extremely large magical potential? Because sometimes a great ancient magic can unleash its power unconsciously. Kieran, hearing this, laughed and calmly replied to her. But according to me, she is just an ordinary child. Hearing this, she became even more delighted. She excitedly stood there and kept cheering, "No, I am sure. Living 68 years of my life, this is the first time I have seen magical potential this great. You going to adopt a child and also bringing back a gem like this, what is the deal?" The more she thought about it, the more interested she became. Her eyes lit up with a strange look. "I can't miss this child. I have to actively help you." In the back, Kieran quickly became very serious. His eyes had become very strange. He told himself, the person who is able to be next to that kid has abilities that are even stronger than the Duke. Thinking of this made him immediately become worried and sink into his own thoughts. If that is the case, my daughter is in danger. Very quickly the time had shifted to the morning of the next day at a large villa. This place was the temporary residence of the Basilian family, the Carmine Hotel in the center of the capital. The two twin brothers were sitting there waiting for news. At this time, Kieran slowly stepped inside. Seeing this, both of them slowly stood up. Ishwal spoke and asked, "Father, you summoned us." Before he could finish speaking, he had quickly thrown a stack of documents towards the two brothers and announced, "You two read this. It is a letter that Belzian left behind." The two people, hearing that, quickly put their heads together and read this letter together. The expressions on their faces became even more confused. "I will not let the family commit an unforgivable crime." The two people quickly held the letter in their hands, reading each content, "and will not let any child who is not a Basilian be involved in this matter. I am doing this as the heir of the Basilian clan. If I am accused, I accept the punishment." After reading this letter, Karha had become so surprised that he could not believe it. "It seems that he is telling the truth. We are doomed." Hearing this made Ishwal also feel a little bothered and think, a child who is not a Basilian. While both people were still focusing on thinking, he quickly raised his head to look at his father and then asked again, "Before that, older brother also said similar words to my younger sister. So did older brother Belzian take my younger sister away?" Kieran nodded in confirmation, "Perhaps so." A gentle smile bloomed on his face. He smiled and announced, "Therefore, we must bring those two home safely." Hearing this made him seem confused. He raised his head to look at his father. "Doesn't that mean father is not angry? Older brother and younger sister must return safely." Karha on one side was just silent, unable to speak. Then he calmly threw the letter down to the ground below. His face at this time had also become very serious. "Father, I have something I want to ask." He continued to voice his thoughts. "Did father really have the intention of bringing that child into our family?" Kieran nodded without hesitation. He quickly announced, "Yes, I will still raise that child as a Basilian." He looked a little confused and raised his head to look at his father with surprised eyes. Why? Following that, his eyes seemed to search all over his father's body. "Wasn't it originally that you wanted to use and then throw away?" Hearing this sentence, Kieran's eyes immediately became very scary. Not only that, he still continued to criticize his father, "A person who used to think like that. Why are you treating that child better than necessary? I want to know the reason." He, hearing these words, quickly fell silent. Karha continued to raise his head to look at his father, he quickly said his thoughts directly in front of his younger brother and father. "It is because she looks like mother, so you want to continue to raise that child." Seeing that his older brother had slipped up a bit, Ishwal hurriedly called out, "Karha," but he still did not stop these words. He quickly raised his head to look forward, continuing to announce, "I really want to know why father is doing this. If it is only to get the crown of the queen, then find another child." His voice kept ringing out along with criticism for him. "Anyway, I do not think father can bring mother back to life. Since you are not God, how can you revive someone who has died?" Kieran, hearing these words, laughed in surprise. "This kid thinks like that." Speaking of this, he started to clench his palms again, quickly announcing, "Even so, our family needs that child, but not to save mother." Karha suddenly became silent to the point of being abnormal. Then he quickly voiced his thoughts, but because being next to her, the memory of mother can be eased a little. The image of the pitiful Ishwal running through the hallway to find his mother quickly appeared, and Belzian was still just standing there, looking out at the rain outside with desperate eyes. And Kieran at that time was pathetic beyond words. He never left his wife's coffin. All of these things were witnessed by Karha when he was young. He understood this more deeply than anyone else. Returning to reality, he continued to turn around and leave. He did not forget to announce to his father, "And now we are all laughing, no one is crying." Only Kieran was standing in this place, very thoughtfully thinking about the words that his son had said. It turned out that he was not as sad as that. At this time, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He thought in surprise, "I always thought that this kid was the most difficult to understand." Thinking of this made him a little surprised. Is that what he has been concerned about all this time? Karha's face was very calm as he slowly stepped outside. He gradually closed his eyes, remembering the words that his son had once said. Karha is not wrong, Rose. Lately I feel very strange. The image of him happily lulling Lakeisha to sleep was displayed in his memory. She is just a child I brought to save you. If I can win this child's heart, everything will go more smoothly. But everything went too far from his thoughts. He had gradually become closer to her, but she is too similar, making me unable to stop thinking about you. At that time, the look in his eyes when he looked at her had become very strange. I had started to treat the child better since I did not know when. He had also quickly paid attention to Lakeisha's expression, little by little, seeing her sad appearance. This made him, like a father, also feel a deep sadness. I unconsciously feel uneasy. He quickly remembered her innocent face along with her smile, and more importantly, the moments when I showed a sincere smile in front of her. Kieran did not hesitate to smile in front of her. He was not embarrassed at all. If it was you, what would you say? He did not know how to explain the current situation. How should I talk to these kids? Thinking of this, Kieran nodded in confirmation, right? His voice rang out with that child, father also. Karha calmly looked forward. It seemed that he had predicted these things. While the fathers and sons were confiding with each other, a voice slowly rang out, Master. He, hearing that, was startled. Jahan had quickly appeared behind him. What is it? He quickly turned his head. He reported everything. We have found Miss Chaisha and young Master Belzian. His voice anxiously continued to report everything. They say the person who took the young lady and young master away was a holy knight. Hearing this, all three people immediately became panicked, and hurriedly turned around with incredulous eyes. Kieran continued to ask Jahan, a holy knight. He anxiously quickly nodded and recounted, yes, that is right. This time the image that was displayed before everyone through his words, a holy knight, that is Hylon. Hylon was taking the two children and continuing to step forward.